Good morning.
Good morning, Supervisor Kyo. We can hear you.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the regularly scheduled meeting of the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors, which is being held remotely. Today, as you know, is Tuesday, July 27, 2021. I will now take roll call to confirm attendance. Please unmute your mic and respond when your name is called. Supervisor Mitchell?
Good morning, present.
Supervisor Kuehl?
Here.
Supervisor Hahn?
Here.
Supervisor Barker?
Here.
Lisa Davenport, Chief Executive Officer.
Present.
Rodrigo Castro Silva, County Counsel.
Here.
Celia Zavala, Executive Officer of the Board.
Here.
As indicated on the posted agenda, we'll be taking telephonic public comments separately for regular agenda items and public hearing items during today's meeting. The Executive Office of the Board received over 1,900 written public comments for today's meeting. And as those written comments were received, all of them were available to the supervisors for their consideration, consistent with the Brown Act requirements. We'll continue to receive written public comments throughout the meeting, which will become part of the official record. Madam Executive Officer, please call the agenda.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. Today's agenda will begin on page 2, Set Matter, 10:30 a.m. Item S1 is a discussion of the public health order related to COVID-19. This item will be held for discussion. On page 3, the special district agendas. This is the agenda for the Los Angeles County Development Authority. On page 4, this is the agenda for the Regional Park and Open Space District. On page 5, public hearings, items 1 through 8. On item 5, the Executive Officer of the Board requests that this item be continued to August 31st, 2021, as indicated on the posted agenda. On item 7, Supervisor Mitchell requests that this item be continued to August 31st, 2021, as indicated on the posted agenda. On item 8, Supervisor Barger requests that this item be continued to August 31st, 2021, as indicated on the supplemental agenda. The remaining items will be held for hearing. On page 9, consent calendar, Board of Supervisors, items 9 through 38. On item 10, Supervisor Barger requests that this item be held. On item 14, Supervisor Solis requests that this item be held. Also, this includes a revision as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On item 15, Supervisor Solis requests that this item be held. On item 20, Supervisor Mitchell and Supervisor Barger request that this item be held. Also, Supervisor Barger submitted a substitute motion which will be posted on the agenda and is accessible to the public. On item 22, Supervisor Mitchell requests that this item be held. On item 23, Supervisor Mitchell requests that this item be held. Also, this includes a revision as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On items 24 through 32, Supervisor Mitchell requests that these items be held. On item 36, Supervisor Hahn requests that this item be held. On page 29, Administrative Matters, items 39 through 54. On item 39, the Chief Executive Officer requests that this item be continued to September 28, 2021, as indicated on the posted agenda. On item 42, Supervisor Barger requests that this item be continued to September 28, 2021, as indicated on the posted agenda. Also, Supervisor Kuehl would like to be reflected as a no vote on the request for continuance. On item 43, the Chief Probation Officer requests that this item be continued 2 weeks to August 10, 2021. On page 36, this includes miscellaneous additions to the agenda, which were posted more than 72 hours in advance of the meeting, as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On item 52B, Supervisor Solis and Supervisor Hahn would like to revise the first directive to instruct the Director of the Department of Public Social Services, in collaboration with the Chief Executive Officer's Poverty Alleviation Initiative, to submit a high-level plan to the board within 45 days for the creation of a 3-year guaranteed income demonstration program for 150 transition age youth individuals ages 18 through 24 who are currently receiving general relief benefits, while encouraging them to participate in the department's state paternity program. On item 52F, Supervisor Mitchell requests that this item be held. The request for continuances through 52F are before you.
Moved by Supervisor Barger, seconded by Supervisor Hahn to approve these items. That will be the order.
On page 37, ordinance for introductions, items 55 through 57. On page 39, separate matter. Item 58 is a recommendation to adopt a resolution authorizing the issuance and sale of the 2021-22 tax and revenue anticipated notes Series A on behalf of certain county schools districts in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $30 million. On page 40, notices of closed session. That completes the reading of the agenda, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Members, now we will hear from Sheriff Villanueva, who has requested time to address the board on item 14. Sheriff, you have 3 minutes. Please begin.
Yes, thank you for that generous amount of time you've granted. I'm going to address specifically item number 14 and just some of the language in it. First of all, the genesis of the entire thing was a false report generated by a corrupt inspector general based on information that has been thoroughly disproven. And with the presence of body-worn cameras now, this entire notion of ongoing harassment, intimidation seems to be absolutely absent from all of the body-worn camera videos that we have in our possession now. So that in of itself is problematic. Then you want to request the DA to investigate all allegations of criminal conduct by the LA County Sheriff's Department. Well, I think that is their job. So I don't think you need to request them to do their job. We assume that they do their job. But the inference there is somehow we're engaged in some massive amount of criminal conduct, which, again, I believe that is part of your political agenda to disparage and delegitimize law enforcement and the Sheriff's Department, particularly in the eyes of the public. But that is, I'm not sure what exactly is the public's interest in doing that. And the very end of this, you refer to victims of deputy-involved shootings. And deputy-involved shootings, the people involved in deputy-involved shootings and they're deceased, they're suspects. And that is how they're referred to legally. And the overwhelming majority of all the cases of deputy-involved shootings, they are suspects. They are not victims. And that is obscene in light of the fact that some of these people, in fact, the overwhelming majority of these people are attempting to kill either the deputy or somebody else. And that's unacceptable. From the legal standpoint, your entire motion reeks of, I don't think you quite understand the law. Because the motion seeks to gather a variety of parties to seek access to LSD records. Most, if not all, these records are legislatively protected for a variety of reasons. And we have 50 years of case law, Pitches, Brady, SB 1421, California Government Code Section 6254 have all delineated how and to whom these records should be disseminated. The Board of Supervisors, which is a quasi-legislative body, cannot pass a motion to bypass these well-established laws. And then you're trying to engage, it looks like some kind of a legislative extortion where you're going to force a private party to disclose information that's contractually bound by law not to disclose to a third party. And that is just not permissible. So what you're going to do is this is going to be tied up in court. It's going to require, obviously, a defense, legal defense, and you're going to pay both sides. And the taxpayer is going to pay for exactly what purpose. I mean, this is utter nonsense. We have problems with homelessness. We have a lot of other problems that we need to be addressing, and this is not cutting the mustard. Why don't you try something different next time?
Thank you. That concludes our time. Now we'll take up public comments for all agenda items, excluding public hearing items 1 through 8. Madam Executive Officer, please read in the call-in information that was also provided on the agenda and explain the speaking rules to those members of the public who are calling in to address the board.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As indicated on the agenda, members of the public wishing to offer public comment should call 877-226-8163 and use participant code number 133-6503. To repeat, please call 877-226-8163 and use participant code number 133-6503. Do not call that number if you only want to listen to the meeting. To listen only, please call 877-873-8255 8017 and follow the instructions. To members of the public calling in, when it's your turn to speak, please state your name and which agenda items you wish to speak on. You have 1 minute to speak on one agenda item or 2 minutes to speak on 2 or more agenda items. In addition, those who would like to address the board with general public comment will be provided 1 additional minute for a maximum total up to 3 minutes. We will allocate up to 60 minutes for public comment on all of the items, excluding the public hearing items. If there are no speakers waiting before the 60 minutes have lapsed, we will close public comment. We will continue to accept all written comments that come in during the meeting, which will become part of the record. When speaking on the agenda items, you must be on topic. Our goal is to get through as many speakers as we can. If you're not speaking on a topic, or if we cannot tell if you're speaking on an agenda item, you will get 1 warning from County Council or the chair. If you do not immediately or clearly get on topic, or if you stray off topic again, you will forfeit the rest of your time and the chair will move to the next speaker. Please note that if you're also listening to the board meeting on a computer or speakerphone, you will need to turn down the volume on those devices as soon as the moderator calls on you. If you do not turn down the volume, there will be an echo. Moderator, may we have the first speaker, please?
As a reminder, to address the board, if you have not already done so, please press 1 then 0 at this time. Do not press 1 and 0 a second time or you'll be removed from the queue.
Thank you. We will now hear the Spanish interpretation of this reminder.
Como recordatorio, para dirigirse a la Junta, si aún no lo ha hecho, presione 1 y luego 0 en este momento. No presione 1 y 0 por segunda vez o será eliminado de la fila. Gracias.
Thank you. May we have the first speaker, please?
Our first participant is Reggie Clark. Please state the regular agenda items you're addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Please begin.
Looks like next we're going to go to the line of Dennis Smeal. Please state the regular agenda items you're addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Item number 34 and general public comment, please.
Thank you. You have 2 minutes.
I'm Dennis Smeal, Executive Director of Los Angeles Dependency Lawyers, also known as LADL. On any given day, LADL provides vigorous legal advocacy to the more than 22,000 Los Angeles County parents in juvenile dependency court proceedings. That is, parents whose children have been removed from their homes or whose children are at risk of removal. In addition to the defense of these families, LADL is vigilant in its work to ensure the fairness of juvenile dependency proceedings as a whole. It is in the furtherance of that justice and fairness that I come before you today. I wish to thank the board and especially Supervisor Kuehl and Supervisor Mitchell for supporting this motion, which will authorize the department to immediately terminate the Pacific Toxicology contract and expedite the proceedings to put a new provider in its place. The department, the Board of Supervisors, the children and their families have recently gone through a horrible experience in which a lack of accountability and transparency and simple rules on the part of a provider has resulted in a failure of trust in evidence provided by DCFS to the court to support removal of children from their homes or justify a refusal to return children home to their parents. Free drug testing is one of the woefully few direct services provided by DCFS to help parents reunify with their children. LADL makes a single request today, that they be included in the process of replacing PACTOX by being permitted to have input into the testing system that will replace PACTOX. LADL hopes that the ultimate contract will have input from the parents' representatives. Among other suggestions, LADL hopes the new contract will include a standard process for parents to make complaints if they feel the wrong name is on their paperwork or their sample has been left unattended or out of their sight. LADL would also like to suggest a standardized chain of custody process and standardized handling when a parent's counsel wishes to perform its own testing on the sample.
Excuse me, your time has expired. May we have the next speaker, please? Next speaker, please. Can we have the next speaker, please?
Sorry for the delay. Thank you. Next, we'll go to Lydia Scott. Please go ahead.
And I'd like to address agenda item 23 and public comment. It's great to have advocates within the Board of Supervisors who agree that the fees imposed by LA County Parks and Recreation do not coincide with the poverty alleviation pilot programs. As a longtime user of Jesse Owens Pool, I can tell you that the aquatics programming offers tools for survival, emotional survival, and physical survival. The bonds we've created through these programs provide many of us with the socialization that we sorely need these days. This is a question of health equity and equal access to facilities otherwise not able to afford. Water is medicinal. I have seen aches and pains wash away from access from the pool. I have done the research, and LA County fees are the highest fees in the region for seniors and for people with disabilities, nor does LA County allow fees for a daily entrance. I urge all supervisors to support this motion from Supervisors Mitchell and Hahn. I respectfully ask that as you deliberate your decision to suspend the current pricing and allow us to continue to utilize the benefits of Jesse Owens Pool without fees. I thank you so very much.
Thank you. May we have the next speaker, please?
Thank you. Next, we will go to the line of Emmanuel Estrada. Go ahead, please.
Hello, good morning. My name is Emmanuel Estrada. I am the mayor of Baldwin Park, and I am calling to show support for item 10, and I am speaking during general comments. I believe that it's time to review LASA and homeless governance. This is an opportunity for the San Gabriel Valley to be a part of the solution to homelessness. In Baldwin Park alone, we have seen our homeless count double over the past years, and after a global pandemic, we can safely assume that the count has grown. Our city has taken initiatives and is bound to be a leader in our region. We have welcomed a Project Room Key site. Last month, we launched a 13-week shower program, and in October, our 12-month tiny home pilot program will be ready to service those in need. We have taken initiatives and are gaining a better understanding of what will work and what won't. It is time that the San Gabriel Valley and the cities it is composed of have a seat at the table. I believe that together we can create and deploy comprehensive solutions throughout our district. Thank you.
Thank you. May we have the next speaker, please?
Next, we have Mel Tilacaranti. Go ahead, please.
Good morning, supervisors. My name is Mel Tilacaratna, and I'm the Executive Director of the Shower of Hope. I am speaking for general comment and on the topic of agenda item 10. As a provider who provides services all throughout the county, we have seen an increase in the amount of unhoused people across the county, and we also see that the 88 cities that included in the county all are grappling with the a really tough task of trying to house these people. I'm speaking in support of this item as I strongly believe that all the 87 other cities in the county of LA should have a seat at the table and be given a voice so they can be actively engaged in addressing homelessness throughout the county and housing as many people as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next, we have Ted Egan's. Go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you. My name is Ted Egan's, and I'm calling on agenda item number 23 and general public comment. I have used the swimming pool at Jesse Owens Pool for the last 16 years, almost on a daily basis during the week. I am calling to support the motion that has been forwarded by Supervisor Mitchell and co-hosted by Supervisor Hahn. Central to aquatic access and health equity is now being jeopardized by the fees that were recently imposed by the Parks Department of Recreation. No consideration was given to the impact of the fees, nor the digital system that was placed. The point of service is now more difficult for people who are homeless, who do not possess a debit or credit card, who do not have access to the internet. Similar to the situation which recently arose during the pandemic, where registration was required via the internet. Seniors and people with disabilities and those of low income are especially in need of the access to the pool for health and wellness. Two vulnerable populations in the county of Los Angeles, that is seniors such as myself, low income persons, and persons with disability, need to have immediate access to the Jesse Owens pool for therapeutic and for recreational purposes, and that while the study of how to implement a more fair program is put in place, I support the idea that has been forced by Ms. Scott that you should suspend the fees during this period of time because I am age 74, hopefully to be 75. We don't have a great deal of time to wait. For 15 months, we were not allowed to swim because of the pandemic, and when we returned, these fees had been imposed. Last year, prior to the pandemic, these fees were being proposed, and we vigorously opposed it. We come back to find after 15 months that no one championed senior citizens and the disabled. So I ask you to not only support this motion, but to seek the possibility of the immediate suspension of these fees until such time as a more equitable system has been put in place. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next up is Roy Humphreys. Please go ahead.
Okay, I'd like to speak on item 16 in the public comment here, Roy Humphreys. And one thing, I didn't know that the Mount SAC had to go through the board for approval on these measures. I thought it was handled in the education system. And general comment as to the stating the pledge of allegiance to the flag, it says one nation, indivisible. Your concept of sanctuary state, county violates that oath and is as divisive as anything that President Donald Trump has ever said or done. To continue to fail to establish a plan for county-wide public toilets and transient homeless campsites and hostels are still lacking, and but you pat yourselves on the back for the hotel frenzy. Sheriff Villanueva has shown 21st century leadership in Venice Beach. Build those houses at Royal Vista Golf Course, Roland Heights, as homes for the homeless. Roland Heights continues to be poorly served by allowing hazardous conditions to exist on Batson and Otterbein and other ghetto conditions as reported per the LA Works app. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next up is Laureen Westy. Please go ahead.
Good morning, Chair Solis and members of the LA County Board of Supervisors. I am Laureen West, Mayor Pro Tem of the City of Santa Cruz. I appreciate the opportunity to speak on item 20 and general public comments. On behalf of the Santa Cruz City Council, I urge you to not consider the DJJ plan until all reports and assessments, including an EIR report consistent with CEQA, is completed and submitted for your review. In addition, I want to highlight the dangers and vulnerabilities in the site location of Camp Scott and Scudder with respect to Bouquet Dam. Camp Scott and Scudder are located approximately 12 miles downstream from Bouquet Dam within the dam's Blue Line stream. Built in the early 1930s, the dam can hold almost 12 billion gallons of water. Bouquet Dam was the replacement structure for the St. Francis Dam, which collapsed in 1928, killing over 400 people within the floodwater's path and resulting in millions of dollars in damage. Ralph Proctor was the lead field engineer for both St. Francis Dam and Bouquet Dam. In the event of an earthquake near the almost 100-year-old Bouquet Dam, it is likely that the safety and well-being of those inside Camp Scudder and Scott could be in severe danger. Furthermore, due to historical mining and wildfires in the area, failure of the dam could result in an enormous amount of debris flow, causing further damage within the flood path. In comparison, the Van Norman Dam, which was built approximately 15 years prior to Bouquet Dam, experienced significant damage. During the 1971 San Fernando earthquake, which was 6.7 magnitude earthquake, resulted in the evacuation of 80,000 residents. It was later estimated that the 1971 dam failure could have killed over 123,000 people. It is critical that the proper environmental review and public outreach be conducted and incorporated prior to the adoption of the DJJ plan. Thank you for your consideration of my comments, and for these reasons, I urge you to oppose that Camp Scott and Scudder serve as long-term county facilities for the DJJ population.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Sharon Springer. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Item 10, general public comment. I'm Sharon Springer, Burbank City Council member and former mayor. Thank you for the opportunity to express support for item 10, creation of the Blue Ribbon Commission on Homelessness. We support BRCH and would like a seat at the table. We've had measurable success assisting our unhoused and preventing homelessness. We continue to face challenges. We'd like to provide input on what's working, what hasn't worked, the lessons we've learned, and ideas for moving forward effectively and successfully. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next up, we have Gilbert Saldade. Please go ahead.
Yes, good morning, supervisors. I'm speaking on item 10. My name is Gilbert Saldate. I've been a homeless advocate for about 30 years. I was at the beginning of the establishment of LASA, when homelessness was not a very assisted item by the county. And today I am very grateful that the county has created opportunity to address the homeless crisis, and for all the years that they've been involved and seeking the funding. But I am concerned really about LASA since I've been around since the beginning of the structure. All through the years, I definitely have been vocal about a failure system. I have seen homelessness increase in many ways. That has led us today to the homeless crisis. A system that doesn't know what to do continues to do what it doesn't know what to do. And we need to help it get direction. We need to fix it. And part of that direction and helping would actually create and end homelessness and bring help and direction to our homeless friends who are the ones that are suffering on the street.
Excuse me, your time has expired. May we have the next speaker, please?
Thank you. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, if you do wish to make a statement, please press 1, then 0 on your touch-tone phone if you have not done so already. Our next participant will come from the line of Ezekiel Nishiyama. Please state the regular agenda items you'll be addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please begin.
Hello, my name is Ezekiel Nishiyama. I'm with the Anti-Recidivism Coalition. I'm in support of item number 20. As a young person, I experienced both the LA County Juvenile Halls and the California Division of Juvenile Justice. When I seen that DJJ, the Division of Juvenile Justice, was getting closed down, I was happy to know that young people wouldn't have to be in the same facilities I experienced. I knew that with the closure of the Division of Juvenile Justice, we would have to create a system that better serves and supports our young people. I looked forward to what LA County would create in hopes that we would not make the same mistakes in creating the same system that we know is broken. No young person is born bad. All young people make mistakes, and that is why we collectively need to support their growth. You don't become a serious juvenile offender until you're treated like one. We all start off in the same place, and that is our community, what we are surrounded by. Most of us come from communities where we don't have a first chance. The culture of DJJ facilities contributes to this narrative that these young population people are violent and dangerous. These young people need the services and the opportunities that are going to navigate them out of the juvenile justice system. Young people are going to be released and be a part of our community, so it's very important that we focus on how we are going to support these young people in a way where they aren't being trapped in the cycle of incarceration. Support their reentry. We need jobs, education, housing, and most of all, the support from our own community. As a young person who was incarcerated, I was able to reach a fire camp facility where I was able to be centered in the community and take on new skills. I participated in a hand crew where I fought and put in many long hours to fight the California wildfires all across the state, working to save lives and homes all across California. This is how you
Excuse
create
me,
real
your
public
time has
safety.
expired. May we have the next speaker, please? May we have the next speaker, please?
Thank you. Our next speaker will come from the line of Eunices Hernandez. Please state the regular agenda items you'll be addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Hello, good morning. My name is Eunices Hernandez. I am a lifelong resident of the 1st District. I'm also the co-founder and executive director of a C4 nonprofit called La Defensa. And I'd like to speak on general public comment and in support of item 14 and support of item 15 as well. Thank you so much, Supervisor Solis and Supervisor Mitchell, for putting forward item 14 and for providing these families support. Hearing these families speak at the Civilian Oversight Commission meetings, like you could feel the heartbreak and the harm that has happened to them because of this harassment. So thank you for putting that on the agenda. I'm also speaking in support of item 15, the legal representation for wraparound services for immigrants. In Measure J, we do call for funding to go to programs to support immigrants, especially around the legal services. So this is a really good motion and falls in line with a lot of the other things that we're moving forward. I do want to speak in opposition to item 19, proclaiming Probation Services Week. A little bit of my experiences with probation. I had a cousin, young cousin, 21, who got convicted of an offense, was put on probation, and then with a few weeks after being convicted, probation worked with LAPD to reincarcerate my cousin. And so he ended up in Men's Central Jail for an additional 2 weeks. After he was already convicted for probation violation that was then dismissed because there was no evidence, right? And so this is not just a one-off. This is a daily practice. And just to highlight that in LA County, we don't have the best probation department. We have a new chief, which is great, but the LA County Probation Department has had over 5 chiefs in the last 10 years. And also there has to have been directives to tell them to stop pepper spraying young people within their custody. And so when we think about proclaiming a week or under probation, what are we really saying with that in LA County? I hope you all really think about that because we don't have a department right now where the change has been systematic in a way where our loved ones aren't getting harmed or reincarcerated. Also support item 20, the preparing the closure of division of JJJ, the JJJ plan. We have a lot of folks that are going to be speaking ARC Youth Just Coalition that have been leading this work. And it's really great to see this agenda item on there and speak in full support of it as well. Also, item number 22, it would have been great to see other authors on that, improving how we meet the needs of Black immigrant communities. But Supervisor Mitchell, thank you so much for putting this motion forward. Well, during our Measure J process, that was something that was called out where there's not enough support for our Black immigrants that live in LA County. So thank you for putting this forward. Also, item 43, LA County gets over $470 million in AB 109 funds. At least that was the last budget that was projected last year that passed. And so y'all looking into this, I strongly support this. We've been advocating for over 50% of AB 109 funds to go to community since 2014 with the Reimagine AB 109 campaign. So this is critically important, especially to highlight the audit that was done, that was spearheaded by now Senator Sidney Kamlager-Dove, that showed how the ineffectiveness of how LA County is spending its AB 109 budget. Essentially, it's a blank check where over 80% of it's going to probation and the Sheriff's Department, even though the AB 109 population has
May we
been
have the next
significant.
speaker, please?
Thank you so much for your time.
Our next speaker will come from the line of Nana Deeb. Please state the regular agenda items you're addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Hi, my name is Nana Deeb. I'm the Chief Executive Officer at St. Gabriel Valley Medical Center, and I'm going to be speaking on the American Rescue Plan Act 52F, and really it's about requesting the Board of Supervisors to support the HASC financial assistance to the LA hospitals. As many of you know, we have an incredible strain on our hospitals that we're enduring while we're serving our community. And with this unprecedented time, the cost and the limitation of any services making money has been minimized. And we are in need to support our community and our staff to ensure that we have the proper PPEs, we have the right medications and ongoing changing medications. And even when we're vaccinating, these are times that we are giving time and staff to support the community. So we really would appreciate your support to HASC in order to assist us with the American Rescue Plan Act. Thank you.
Thank you. May we have the next speaker, please?
Our next speaker will come from the line of Henry Bouchard. Please state the regular agenda items you'll be addressing today and whether or not you'll be addressing general public comment. You may begin.
Hi, I'm speaking on item number 10 in general public comment. Good morning, honorable supervisors. My name is Henry Bouchard, and I'm a Whittier City Councilman and a member of the California Contract Cities Association. As a council member, one of my proudest accomplishments is the creation of a 139-bed homelessness navigation center in Whittier in partnership with the Salvation Army. I'm calling today to support the Blue Ribbon Commission on Homelessness. While I applaud the Los Angeles Homelessness Services Authority's efforts on behalf of the unhoused, Los Angeles area residents need a homelessness services governance structure that will end, not merely manage, homelessness. Reform is an unavoidable result of the scale and gravity of the homelessness situation. When it comes to housing and caring for the homeless, there are no sacred cows. When people are dying in the streets by the hundreds, when a crisis swells to epic proportions, despite spending hundreds of millions of taxpayers' dollars, no one, no agency, no joint powers authority, no elected official, no one should be above accountability. I therefore urge you to support this motion while also providing equitable representation to the region's 88 cities. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. May we have the next speaker, please?
Our next speaker will come from the line of Xiaoming Sher. Please state the regular agenda items you'll be addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Good morning. I'll be speaking around items 15, 22, and 52F. Regarding item 15, this will provide a critical local safety net for immigrant communities in Los Angeles, and I urge you to support this. This program builds on the success of the LA Justice Fund, which has been a lifeline to immigrants facing permanent separation from their loved ones. The program will ensure a just recovery from COVID for all Angelenos and also counter the cruel detention and deportation machine. We urge you to fund this program at an annual level of $5 million. As for item 22, given that Black migrants and families make up a significant portion of the overall Black population in the county, it's crucial that we address the needs of Black migrants and families as we call for racial equity in all county policies. And as for item 52F, the spending plan is a good start, but it does not do enough to address the immigrant community's unique needs and challenges. Non-citizens are often excluded from access to economic and government relief packages, worker protections, and rent moratoriums because of their status. We urge the county to lift up non-citizen immigrants as a high-need community, provide them with direct funding, and ensure that new and existing programs and services are accessible to them. And I'm also speaking on behalf of my organization, the California Immigrant Policy Center, and so I'm voicing my support for these items 15, 22, and 52F. Thank you.
Thank you. May we have the next speaker, please?
Our next speaker will come from the line of Carolina Goodman. Please state the regular agenda items you'll be addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Good morning, Supervisors. I'm Carolina Goodman with the League of Women Voters of Los Angeles, speaking on item 15 and general public comment. We want to thank you for prioritizing immigrant communities by funding the LA Immigrant Community Legal Defense Program and providing a long-term legal defense program for our Los Angeles immigrant community. We strongly support this motion and urge the Board of Supervisors to fund it at the level of $5 million annually. The U.S. immigration system continues to attack our immigrant community, and LA County must respond by defending individuals who call Los Angeles their home. Immigrants have contributed greatly to the economic success of our county, in spite of the fact that they experience the double oppression that comes from over-policing from both law enforcement and immigration enforcement. This legal defense program demonstrates our commitment to create equitable opportunities for Angelenos to succeed by ensuring due process for all. Thank you.
Thank you. May we have the next speaker, please?
Our next speaker will come from the line of Kenzo Sahu. Please state the regular agenda items you'll be addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please begin.
Yes, I'm speaking on agenda item 20. Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Kenzo Soe. I'm a youth advocate and residential advisor with the Anti-Recidivism Coalition. I'm speaking in support of item 20. As a youth who was raised in District 4, San Pedro, California, I have been inside the system since the age of 14. In 2016, after 24 months of incarceration, I was sentenced to DJJ for 2 years with a strike, then was sent to Barry Gennard off the compound. Truthfully, I couldn't understand why the compound had a mix of youth that was in dope and going to DJJ. In addition, the environment was holding major politics that was very hard and dangerous to stay away from. Putting our youth in these type of environments forces them to let go of hope that they have to rehabilitate, but also discourage them from making the right decisions while being locked down. How do you expect the compound to have any effect on our youth when they constantly have to worry about surviving? You don't even have to game bang or to get involved. Or even just to get attacked. All it takes for another race that doesn't like yours, or for a correction officer that has no clue about what the youth is really going through, for them to lose their mind and get more time. Within my time in the compound, I noticed something really horrible. If the youth are not ready to be involved in programs, does not have any exposure to essential learning activities, don't nobody care. Why is that? We're at a point in time where the majority of our youth in the compound don't have no idea what they want to be in life. They have no idea what kind of goals they should set for themselves. The compound is such a stressful environment that all you can think of is being like there with nobody to help you, mentor you, guide you, or encourage you. Let's not forget, a lot of these youth don't have no families to depend on. So do we
Excuse me,
dehumanize
your
young
time
men?
has expired. May we have the next speaker, please?
Our next speaker will come from the line of Yvette Ale. Please state the regular agenda items you'll be addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Yvette Ale with Dignity and Power Now, resident of District 5. I'll speak on items 14, 15, 17, 20, 22, 43, 52B, 52F, and general public comment. On item 14, thank you, Supervisor Solis and Mitchell, for supporting surviving families of law enforcement violence and murder. DPN represents those families who have not only suffered great loss, but continue to be harassed by a murderous department, and we strongly support this motion. The persistent intimidation tactics by LASD deputies have ranged from mocking to serious and often illegal forms of harassment, including targeting family members for arrest and detention without probable cause, frequently pulling over family members and searching their vehicles, and harassing family members of minor age. This is re-traumatizing. It is illegal, and it must stop now. I strongly support items 15, 17, and 22, and full-heartedly thank Supervisor Solis, Hahn, and Mitchell for standing up for immigrant rights. I came here as a child, grew up undocumented in the 90s, and struggled to work and secure housing. My family suffered the wrath of the legal system and was excluded from most social services. Although I am an immigrant person who was able to escape poverty through access to higher education, like many dreamers seek to do, and I support the DACA program, we must be clear. A college degree should not determine whether or not you have legal protections. All immigrants should have access to care. Black immigrants should have access to care. Trans immigrants should have access to care. I came here in 1989. It is now 2021, and we must do better. On item 20, I strongly support this motion to move forward with the Juvenile Justice Realignment Block Grant Subcommittee's plan for Dorothy Kirby and Camp Scott and Scudder to be the DJJ alternative for young people until Youth Justice Reimagined is fully implemented. Creating a delay in moving with this plan results in the compound being LA County's DJJ alternative that is simply unacceptable. The compound is the closest thing to a prison and the complete opposite of your commitment to care first, jail last. You heard from young people that have been in that facility. Please listen to them and pass this motion. I am proud to be Supervisor Solis' appointment to the PSRT and commend the board for intentionally including the community in the realignment process. I strongly support Agenda Item 43. The implementation plan before you is a strong representation of your Care First vision, prioritizing community-based care, diversion, and alternatives to incarceration rather than business as usual. We are now deliberating on the spending plan, and I have deep concerns about the process. We have had 3 meetings, to create a spending plan for nearly $500 million. and have only had an opportunity to weigh in on new AB 109 funding, not the entirety of the budget. Despite repeated requests by community members on the commission, we have yet to review the results of the state AB 109 audit. I trust that you will take in this feedback from the community members you selected and improve the process so the PSRT reflects your vision and the will of the people. I strongly support item 52B and thank Supervisor Solis and Hahn for your motion on general relief. GBI is a powerful tool to combat poverty while also addressing related issues of health, education, housing stability, and equity, particularly for Black community members and women. The board should implement the pilot program to study the beneficial impacts of GBI in Los Angeles. However, when we look at the homelessness crisis, it is clear that the time for pilot programs has long passed. The county should begin planning for expansion now. On 52,
thank you. Your time has expired. May we have the next speaker, please?
Thank you. Next speaker will come from the line of Kent Mendoza. Please state the regular agenda items you'll be addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. I'll be speaking on item number 14, 20, and general public comment. On item number 14, just want to support that item. I think that we have to continue to do more things to protect our families and communities from harassment from law enforcement that is just there to harass them. So I really support that motion and urge the board to pass item number 14. Also here to support item number 20. I think that just hearing from the young people, this plan is the beginning of reimagining justice for all LA County youth in our county. And I think that it's disappointing to see that the board is coming, I don't know, we came up with a different motion today to replace this motion. And I think it's just, when we have an opportunity to do something great and amazing and the county goes backwards. And today we have an opportunity to go forward on how we treat our young people. And I say this as someone who spent time in the compound. You hear from young people, and you're going to continue to hear from young people. And as someone who works directly with all of these people that have spent time in this place and DJJ and even prison, I could tell you the compound is the main place that exposes to real traumatic experiences for all of us. That's where everything begins. When I tell my story of incarceration, I spent 5 years incarcerated from the age of 15 to 20. And, when I always tell my story of incarceration to a university, schools, panels, young people, wherever I'm presenting, the main thing I always tell them, the most gloomiest experience I experienced was in the compound. It was not in the county jail. It was not in adult prison or DJJ. It was in the compound. Because in that moment, that's when I was a young kid that was 17 years of age, facing a 25 to life without not knowing my own purpose. So just imagine what we are trying to do here. What are we doing when we're saying that we want to use the compound as the temporary alternative to DJJ? It shouldn't even be a temporary for anything. It's overdue, all of this planning. Just really want to urge the county to be bold and not to be afraid to do things differently. We had an issue in Ventura County where at one point, we wanted to open a fire camp for returning individuals from prison and DJJ. And at one point, the people in Ventura County City Council and everybody showed up saying, we don't want none of these monsters, none of these murderers around in our backyards. The same narrative that we're hearing in Santa Clarita. Guess what? We showed up, told them that it's not that way. These are just regular people like anybody else. And now, after probably quite some time of having that camp open, there has never been any crime over there from none of our members. We haven't heard anything about nobody running into people's houses and stealing. If anything, our people who are coming home from incarceration are now saving lives because they're fighting in the firefighter camps. So please don't get caught up with all of this nonsense that people are bad and then somehow they're going to escape and start robbing people and stealing. That doesn't happen. It didn't happen in Ventura, and it's not going to happen in Santa Clarita if Santa Clarita people and everybody in the board is able to be willing to be bold and try something different. Let us help you.
Excuse me, your time has expired. May we have the next speaker, please?
Thank you so much. Thank you. Our next speaker will come from the line of Samantha Matthews. Please state the regular agenda items you will be addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Hello, I'll be commenting on item 10 and general public comment. The San Gabriel Valley Council of Governments urges you to adopt a motion to establish a Blue Ribbon Commission on Homelessness. We applaud this effort to truly bring together municipal stakeholders across the county to examine existing efforts to ensure an ideal governance structure is in place to address the homelessness crisis. The COG in our 31 cities are committed to being leaders in the fight to combat homelessness and to create a more coordinated, effective system. Last fall, we developed a white paper outlining our city's assessment of LAHSA's governance and recommendations for a more effective system. The white paper identified several problems with the system, including a lack of collaboration with smaller cities, poor communication, and a lack of transparency, and it identified possible solutions, namely increasing representation within the system. The white paper was adopted by our governing board and 9 city councils and was cited as a source in the report, A Plan for Homelessness Governance in Los Angeles by Dr. Sonnenschein of Cal State LA. To create a comprehensive, coordinated strategy that results in meaningful and lasting change county-wide, there must be true representation of cities outside the city of LA on any governmental bodies dealing with homelessness governance. Such representation is emphasized in both the COG's white paper and Dr. Sonnenschein's report, and so we sincerely appreciate that this motion acknowledges and incorporates these recommendations, and for these reasons, the SGV COG respectfully asks that you approve this motion. And we look forward to working with the county and municipal partners to lead a more effective county-wide strategy to combat homelessness. Thank you.
Thank you. May we have the next speaker, please?
Our next speaker will come from the line of Alexandra Morales. Please state the regular agenda items you'll be addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Good morning. My name is Alexandra Morales, calling in for public comment on behalf of CARES and the Central American Research Center and commenting on items 15, 17, and 22. The Los Angeles Justice Fund is an example of what the County of Los Angeles can and must do to defend our families. Due to your commitment to the Los Angeles Justice Fund, hundreds of families from 32 distinct nationalities have been able to stay together. We thank you for your leadership throughout this time to ensure that this resource is available for the community. And our immigrant families have been telling us that we needed to continue to strengthen the Los Angeles Justice Fund. Today, we applaud your leadership in taking a critical step towards doubling down in the county's commitment in defending our community. Your leadership in today's motion recognizes that while some relief for our immigrant communities could be possible, the reality is that this relief is not here yet, and many of our community members are already and continue to face deportation, or they're immediately vulnerable to deportation and need reliable representation resources now. With nearly 3.5 million immigrants living in Los Angeles, a stronger Los Angeles Justice Fund is critical for the county to take steps necessary to meaningfully defend our immigrants. We thank the co-authors of motion item 15, Supervisor Solis and Supervisor Hahn, on this next step that builds on the success of the Los Angeles Justice Fund. We ask for the support of all supervisors on this item to keep more families together and free. In the same breath, we ask for your vote of support for items 17 and 22. The impact by anti-immigrant rhetoric and policies did not end with the last administration. The negative court decision on the DACA program case is an illustration of this and the still hostile times that our immigrant communities continue to live in and day out. It is also critical that we center Black immigrants and families as we call for racial equity in all county policies, including those relating to immigrants. Therefore, we ask that the county do everything possible to elevate and listen to the voices of those directly impacted, to stand with all immigrants, and to defend our immigrant families. Items 15, 17, and 22 are in line with these values and action steps in the right direction that our community needs, and we ask for your support on these motions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. May we have the next speaker, please?
Our next speaker is going to come from the line of Sam Lewis. Please state the regular agenda items you'll be addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Thank you. Good morning. I will be addressing item number 20. First and foremost, I want to thank this motion brought by Supervisor Holly Mitchell and Sheila Kuehl. Incredible. Thank you. I am in support of item number 20 for the closure of the Division of Juvenile Justice Plan, but I am opposed to the use of Barry J. Nightoff as the facility that will replace the Department of Juvenile Justice. I'm opposed for a number of reasons. First and foremost, every Saturday, I'm in Barry J. mentoring the young people that are in the compound, what I consider a miniature prison, where teenagers are housed. I'm opposed because if we truly want to support our young people, we have to give them something different than Barry J. And I say that from being able to travel to other countries like Norway and the Norwegian model. And one of the things that they say in the Norwegian model, what makes it so successful is that they work on an environment that's more normal, one that does not or avoids institutionalization by the individuals that are inside. So I would ask that we do not consider Barry J. Nightoff the compound. Again, I'm in there every Saturday. I spent 24 years in prison, and when I walk into Barry J.'s compound, I feel like I'm going into a maximum security prison that I spent decades inside. This is not something
Excuse me, your time is expired. May we have the next speaker, please?
Our next speaker will come from the line of Stephanie Luna. Please state the regular agenda items you'll be addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Yes, I'll be speaking on agenda item number 14 and public comment. Good morning. My name is Stephanie Luna, and I'm sitting here with Valerie Vargas. We are the aunts of Anthony Daniel Vargas, who was murdered in 2018 by two East Los Angeles Sheriff deputies. While we appreciate Supervisors Solis and Mitchell for recognizing that there is a serious problem with Sheriff deputies gang stalking, harassing, and intimidating surviving families, the fact that this motion even has to exist in the first place shows us that there is a systematic problem within the LA County Sheriff's Department. We know that following this phone conference, we will face the deputy harassment that we are here to speak about today. We are sitting here speaking to the board on what should be Anthony's 24th birthday. Instead of celebrating Anthony and his twin today, we will be sitting at the spot where he took his last breath, memorializing him, and later in the evening celebrating the life of his twin brother. Think about that for a second. We're placed in a situation where we are trying to grieve the death of our nephew and celebrate the life of his twin brother. Look at what we're doing right now. We're on a phone call to ask this board for protection from the same department that murdered Anthony. And in response, they inflict various forms of abuse on us. The LA County Sheriff himself, Alex Villanueva, constantly doxes my family and jeopardizes the safety and well-being of Anthony's surviving family members. They receive zero consequences. You ask us to constantly document our interactions as if we are responsible for their behavior. They are the ones who you employ. They are the ones who are under the sheriff's watch. We deserve the right to live and grieve the twin they stole from us. We should not have the burden to ask for protection from the sheriff's department on Anthony's birthday, and we really hope you sit and think about the level of trauma the county itself has placed on the shoulders by allowing the LA County Sheriff's Department to further contribute to our grief and enable them to re-traumatize us. The fact that Villanueva just went ahead of impacted families for this motion displays the blatant disregard for our right to advocate for our loved ones. Everything that he just said is exactly why we must pass this motion. My nephew is not a suspect. He is a victim. The real suspects are LA County Sheriff Deputies Jonathan Rojas and Nicholas Perez. Villanueva said that this motion is set to delegitimize law enforcement, but his department is doing that all on their own. We're just shedding light to the trauma.
Your time has expired. May we have the next speaker, please?
Happy birthday, Anthony!
Yes, our next speaker is going to come from the line of Leah Garcia. Please state the regular agenda items you'll be addressing today and whether or not you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Please
Leah
begin.
Garcia, your line is open.
May we have the next speaker, please?
Next, we'll go to the line of Nikia Gonzalez. Please state the regular agenda items you are addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Good morning. I'm speaking on item 36 in general public comment, please. My name is Nikia Gonzalez. Thank you. My name is Nikia Gonzalez, and thank you, Supervisor Hahn, for supporting that we get that we hold all the departments of public health responsible for the agencies involved with a Hyperion plant. I am a mom, a resident of El Segundo, and my daughter was at the Hyperion spill the morning after the spill happened. She was allowed to swim in the beach all morning long. She was the camp was never notified that there was a spill until they actually saw someone coming out with signs. They were not notified to be removed from the water. It took the leadership of a camp counselor to remove our kids. No one enforced the rule. I'm finding out all this information from mothers of our town. We're not getting anything from the public health department. We're asking for help. Hyperion offered us ACs and some hotel stays, but they're not thinking about the fact that we have to waive our rights away to receive these things. We also have to pay up front. What about the people that can afford to pay up front? and why should we have to waive our rights? Our own mayor was not notified of the spill until 2:15 p.m. That is too late when the spill happened 7 p.m. on July 11th. He wasn't notified until July 12th at 2:15 p.m. Like I said, my daughter was swimming. It was a micropreemie. She has respiratory issues, and I need to know what's going to happen. I need to know what's in our air. Our air is contaminated. We're smelling sewage as if it's backed up in our toilets. It's in our house, and we need help. So I appreciate everything you're doing in this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. May we have the next speaker, please?
Next, we'll go to the line of Victor Santana. Please state the regular agenda items you will be addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Please begin.
Victor Santana, your line.
May we have the next speaker, please?
Next, we'll go to the line of Andre Barrios. Please state the regular agenda items you're addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Yes, I'm speaking on items 15, 22, and 17. Dear Supervisors, this country's harsh and unjust immigration system continues to unfairly target our immigrant communities. This is a matter of racial justice and immigrant rights. Therefore, the California Immigrant Policy Center supports items 15, 22, and 17. On item 15, we support the establishment of a permanent legal defense program for Angelenos facing detention and deportation, regardless of merit or past criminal history. We also urge you to fund this program at an annual level of $5 million. It is a critical local safety net for immigrant communities here in Los Angeles. We also support item 22, which addresses racial justice concerns by specifically focusing on Black immigrants. Given that Black migrants and families make up a significant portion of the overall Black population in the 2nd District and in the county, it is crucial that we center Black migrants and families as we call for racial equity in all county policies, including those relating to immigrants. Thank you so much.
Thank you. May we have the next speaker, please?
Next, we'll go to the line of Tamara Chikahowski. Please state the regular agenda items you wish to speak on today and whether you'll be addressing general public comment. You may begin.
Yes, thank you. My name is Tamara Chikahowski. I'll be speaking on item 36 in support as well as public comment. Thank you, Supervisor Hahn, for your motion today, and to all the supervisors willing to hold the Department of Public Health and all relevant agencies involved with the Hyperion plant sewage spill responsible for their delay in notifying we the public about the beach closures and for putting our health at risk in this very community we reside, where we should feel safe. As an 18-year El Segundo resident who resides steps away from the plant, I am truly grateful that today we'll get answers and hopeful that your motion will further yield what exactly we're being exposed to during this cleanup process as well. Personally, my story is only a very small glimpse into what my neighbors are experiencing. I'm experiencing throat irritation, morning eye secretions, left sinus pain, as well as ongoing headaches, sometimes feeling like an ice pick to my head. Even more concerning is the difficulty I have breathing at times. My child with multiple medical issues is experiencing an increase in headaches requiring an additional use of her medication. I'm drug failure and unable to take pain meds as they cause GI bleeds from an autoimmune disease. Natural remedies like heat and ice packs and cayenne pepper can only do so much. Add in the lack of sleep caused by the odor and physical symptoms, compromise even the healthiest of individuals. Now imagine what it does to people like us. As you know, hydrogen sulfide is a highly toxic gas that can produce extremely rapid respiratory depression. Low exposure for lengthy times can have the exact same effect. As a result of breast cancer and with the hopes of my upcoming third surgery finally being scheduled after a 1.5 year wait, I need my lungs and heart, which are already scarred and thickened from radiation, to not become further compromised by this ongoing daily exposure. This isn't a one-off event. It is daily and it is a nightly assault. So I would truly appreciate everybody, all hands on deck in getting this cleaned up and holding Hyperion accountable and making sure that the residents of El Segundo are actually taken care of. It is affecting the young and the old and the elderly here in our community, and it's completely unacceptable.
Excuse me, your time has expired. May we have the next speaker, please?
Our next speaker will come from the line of Aquilina Sereno Versavo. Please state the regular agenda items you are addressing today and whether you will address on general public comment. You may begin.
I'm speaking in favor of items 22 and 15 and sharing thoughts on the ARP COVID relief allocations laid out on item 52F. Good morning, Honorable Board of Supervisors. My name is Aquilina Soriano Versosa. I'm the Executive Director of the Filipino Workers Center, located in District 1, and I'm also on the steering committee of the Immigrants RLA Coalition. On item 22, far too often, speaking in support, and far too often, Black immigrants remain on the margins of the discourse surrounding immigrants and racial justice, even though they face a disproportionate amount of harm and barriers because of their Blackness and intersectional identities. These issues need to be addressed through the implementation of item 22 by addressing the unique needs of the Black immigrant community. Item number 15, also speaking in favor of, and the County of Los Angeles must reaffirm its commitment to protect the millions of immigrant Angelenos that are part of our county's social fabric by renewing and creating a permanent version of the Los Angeles Justice Fund and funding it at a minimum annual level of $5 million, as it is critical local safety. It's part of the critical local safety net for immigrant communities in Los Angeles. On item 52F, the proposed spending plan for the county's allocation of the American Rescue Plan funds is a good start for many critical issues, but it falls far, far short of the kind of substantial and direct investments that our immigrant community needs. The COVID-19 pandemic exposed the weaknesses and inequalities inherent in our federal, state, and county systems and institutions by exacerbating the many barriers immigrants face. Immigrants have been excluded from federal and state COVID relief programs because of their immigration status, language barriers, and or other social economic barriers. Immigrants make up 35% of the county's population, and our community suffered a disproportionate impact from the pandemic, both economically and health-wise.
Excuse me, your time has expired. May we have the next speaker, please?
Thank you.
Our next speaker will come from the line of Nicole Brown. Please state the regular agenda items you are addressing today and whether you will address on general public comment. You may begin.
Good morning. I'd like to speak in support of agenda item 20, 52F, and general public comment. Good morning. My name is Nicole Brown with the Urban Peace Institute and the LA Youth Uprising Coalition. I am a constituent of District 4. I first want to briefly speak on agenda item 52, the American Rescue Plan spending plan. I have not been able to review the plan in great detail as it was only made available recently. However, I do really want to express support for sections 1.6 of the plan and the $20 million investment into the trauma prevention partnerships, which grant CBOs support for crisis response, gang prevention, and intervention. And I also just want to express support for all the motions folks are bringing up, both for sheriff accountability and also to support our immigrant communities. But I mostly want to speak on agenda item 20. We strongly support this motion. Thank you, Supervisors Mitchell and Kuehl, for your leadership. We must support LA County youth who have otherwise would have gone to DJJ through strategies rooted in Youth Justice Reimagined. This is about providing care and rehabilitation as we have collectively failed these young people, and any delay in this plan that leads to youth being held any longer at Barry J would be unconscionable and would be in direct contradiction of everything that we say that we stand for. The JJRBG, which included probation, the DA, the courts, public defender, DMH, Department of Social Services, and all of your appointees voted unanimously to use Camp Scott and Scudder for young men and Dorothy Kirby for young women. The fact that Supervisors Barger and Solis introduced a counter motion today feels very unfair and honestly deceptive. I am confused how a motion can be introduced just today in compliance with the Brown Act. The JJRBG plan has been made public, and the board knew about it the whole time. And then this motion has also continued an extra 2 weeks. So it's very disappointing to see this kind of change when we, can't even have time to read the motion. please vote no on this counter motion. I'll mention a couple of reasons why. Probation should not be in charge of community outreach. As a person who sits through many, many meetings run by the probation department, despite their best attempts. I also see mention of Kilpatrick, but nothing about Dorothy Kirby. And so I wonder what will happen to the young women who were supposed to go there. Are they to languish in the compound? Santa Clarita is now making this sound like this is about CEQA. CEQA is a classic NIMBY move and excuse. I went to their city council meeting. This is not about environmental concerns. This is about an outdated super predator mindset about our youth of color and their families, and it is rooted in racism. Rather than sending LA County youth to these horrible state facilities, we have the opportunity to provide them with support and the rehabilitation they deserve. So they are they are not further traumatized. And any time, as others have said, spent in the compound would be harmful to youth. Not long ago, the county and probation were sued because the Attorney General found that the county had endangered youth safety and provided insufficient protection from them in the halls, which include Barry J. A couple of things that they noted.
Your time has expired. May we have the next speaker, please?
Our next speaker will come from the line of Melinda Kakani. Please state your regular agenda items you're addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Hi, this is Melinda Kakani with Children's Defense Fund California and a resident of the 4th District. I'd like to provide comment on agenda item 44, 20, and general public comment. Item 44, I support it. I was a public defender at the Bronx Defenders for 7 years. Holistic advocacy and defense that allows people to fight for their children, their freedom, their home, their status from one office is the true and correct definition of public defense. Item 20, this board has called for a significant amount of transformation, has taken some incredibly bold steps, and led the residents of LA County to believe that something better was possible in the name of justice reform. While Supervisor Barger's lack of support for the DJJ motion isn't terribly shocking, I assumed this would be a no-brainer for the rest of you. Here we are crying and complaining about a lack of notice to the people of the City of Commerce, to the people in the City of Santa Clarita, and yet you propose a motion the morning of the board meeting without any notice to the people of LA County? Something about this reeks shadiness. You will be failing LA County youth, especially young women and the staff at these facilities, should you fail to move this plan forward, or as you seek to delay it and replace it. Because what that means is that young people will be doing their time, not healing, not growing, not recovering, but doing their time in a facility that breeds rage, distrust, and harm. A facility that was subject to litigation because DMH offices sit empty because staff don't feel safe to show up and support young people with their mental health needs, where outdoor recreation is a privilege and not a right, where requests to use the restroom are ignored and young people have to resort to hoarding empty milk cartons to urinate in at night, where staying connected with your family through phone calls is used as a carrot. You must realize that delaying this JJRGB plan means that young people remain trapped at the compound. And in breeding that rage, distrust, and harm, you have evaded any sense of safety for youth and staff. In fact, you are actively placing them in danger. You have chosen jails first, care last. You have prioritized perpetuating harm over healing. You have failed every young person subject to this racist and fundamentally flawed system. I am desperately holding on to an ounce of hope here that a majority of you will do the right thing and vote yes on item number 20, not no, and not yes on this random substitute plan. The calculus here isn't terribly complicated. I tell my kids that good people, good kids do bad things, sometimes really bad things, but that doesn't mean we should rob them of their childhood. That doesn't mean we assume that they are bad people. That doesn't mean we push them further outside of the margins, making it even more difficult to make their way to their community, safety, and love. All of the things that children need and that Barry J is not. I encourage you to remember that a no vote means not only a delay in identifying a facility, but a delay in safety, meaningful programming, a delay in community, safety, and love, and a delay in anything rooted in Youth Justice Reimagined. Thank you.
Thank you. May we have the next speaker, please?
Next speaker will come from the line of Marcel Rodarte. Please state the regular agenda items you're addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Good morning. I'm speaking on item 10 and public comments. First of all, good morning, supervisors. I'm Marcel Rodarte, the Executive Director of the California Contract Cities Association. As you all are very well aware, LA County is experiencing an unprecedented homeless crisis, which has only been exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic. While the region has existing resources that can help combat the crisis, it's critical that those resources are effective and that their processes are transparent. For this reason, Contract Cities supports Supervisor Barger and Solis's motion to establish a Blue Ribbon Commission on Homelessness, which will aim to improve Los Angeles Homeless Services Authority's efficiency by conducting a comprehensive study on the agency's governance structure. Creation of this commission and the study it will perform is essential. Any ambiguity around the transparency, inclusivity, and accountability of the governance structure of LASA will only hinder the region's efforts to effectively address the increasing homelessness crisis. It will also be essential to ensure equitable regional representation within the commission itself, so the independent body's recommendations truly reflect the diverse needs of the county's entire 88 cities. At Contract Cities, we know there is no time to waste on this matter. More unhoused people struggling each day in many cities across LA County. There are many people. The crisis needs to be addressed expeditiously, and we at Contract Cities are confident that the Commission's work will get us one step closer to helping thousands of homeless people at a much faster rate. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you. May we have the next speaker, please?
The next speaker will come from the line of Ruby Rivera. Please state the regular agenda items you'll be addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Good morning, everyone. I'll speak on items 52B, 15, 22, 40, 55, 56, and 57. Thank you for the opportunity to address you all. My name is Ruby Rivera, and I'm the Director of Community Organizing for Inner City Struggle, serving youth and their families in Supervisorial District 1. And I am also a Linwood tenant in SD2. I'm speaking first in favor of item 52B. I have worked in the area of youth development for over 10 years, working with high school and transitional aged youth. This motion proposes a pathway for transitional aged or TAY youth to escape the poverty trap associated with individuals participating in social service programs because of the lack of investment and resources necessary to raise folks out of poverty. Guaranteed income helps alleviate this. TAY youth are most at risk, which is why prioritizing investment in folks transitioning into adulthood is needed. These risks increase in members of this age group that have aged out of foster care or are transitioning out of the probation system. Statistics show that approximately 31% of TAY youth are facing homelessness. General relief is supportive, but a long-term solution that equips these young people with the tools needed for long-term success is necessary. What's most beneficial about the proposal set forward by Supervisors Solis and Han is that it ensures long-term economic stability because it provides participants with wraparound services and job placement assistance. This proposed structure also allows for robust evaluation that can inform and influence future programs and policy design. This is why I, along with Inner City Struggle staff and members, deeply urge the Board of Supervisors to vote in support of this motion. I would also like to urge the Board to vote in support of items 15, 22, 40, 55, 56, and 57, and appreciate the supervisor's efforts to provide legal protections to immigrants, address the specific socioeconomic needs of Black immigrants, and strengthen the permanent tenant protections provided to unincorporated LA County residents. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. May we have the next speaker, please?
Our next speaker will come from the line of Genevieve Claverol. Please state the regular agenda items you're addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Yes, good morning. This is Dr. Genevieve Claverol. I am speaking on item S1 and 10. S1, you need to stop those masks back. I mean, it's inappropriate. I mean, you need to stop. So patients who are hospitalized now are people who are not vaccinated. There's almost nobody in the ICU. On item 10, you know, the Blue Ribbon Commission is better than what offered in the past, but it's still not the best, but it's better than nothing. And I just hope that the supervisor move diligently and make sure things happen. Also, you need to stop having LASA report not be presented. He has been postponed since February of last year. That's inacceptable. It is why we have the problem now. Please do your due diligence. And please reopen the Board of Supervisors and have meeting every week, not every other week. Have a good weekend. Bye.
Thank you. Madam Chair, that completes the 1 hour of public comment testimony.
Thank you very much. Our time for public speakers has ended. Thank you to all that called in to speak. If you're unable to provide your comments, you may submit written comments as indicated on the agenda. We will continue to accept all written comments that come in during the meeting, which will become part of the record. Madam Executive Officer, please indicate the agenda item numbers on which we will be voting.
The following items are before you: 1D, 1P, 2P, 9, 11 through 13, 16 through 19, 21, 33 through 35, 37, 38, 40, 41, 44 through 51, 52A, 52B as revised, 52C through 52E, 55 through 58.
Moved by myself, seconded by Supervisor Mitchell to approve these items. Madam Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Supervisor Mitchell.
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Kuehl.
Aye.
Supervisor Kuehl, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Solis.
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Motion carries.
Thank you. Before we take up public comment on the public hearing items, the Executive Officer will read the short titles of each public hearing item. Madam Executive Officer, please swear in those who plan to testify before the board on the public hearing items.
In the testimony you may give before this board, you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Item 1 is a hearing on adoption of an ordinance extending interim urgency ordinance number 2021-0031U within the boundaries of the East Los Angeles Community Plan. A written departmental statement was provided and correspondence was received. Item 2 is a hearing on confirmation of fiscal year 2020-21 of Agricultural Commission weights and measures and the Consolidated Fire Protection District hazardous vegetation weed abatement charges. There is no departmental statement and no correspondence was received. Item 3 is a hearing on the establishment of the Department of Mental Health proposed fiscal 2021-22 published charges. There is no departmental statement and no correspondence was received. Item 4 is a hearing of ordinance for adoption to amend a proprietary petroleum pipeline franchise granted to Kinder Morgan's Liquid Terminals. There is no departmental statement and no correspondence was received. Item 6 is a hearing on project number 2019-002-670-1 for the development of condominiums units in the unincorporated community of La Puente. A written departmental statement was provided and correspondence was received.
Okay. We will now take public comment on the public hearing items 1 through 8. Madam Executive Officer, please read the call-in information that was also provided on the agenda and explain the speaking rules to those members of the public who are calling in to address the board.
As indicated on the agenda, members of the public wishing to offer public comment on items 1 through 8 should call 877-226-8163 and use participant code number 852761. To repeat, please call 877-226-8163 and use participant code number 852761. Do not call that number if you only want to listen to the meeting. To listen only, please call 877-873-8017 and follow the instructions. To members of the public calling in, when it's your turn to speak, please state your name and which public hearing items you wish to speak on. Each person will have 1 minute for all the public hearing items. We will allocate up to 60 minutes for public comment on all the public hearing items. If there are no speakers waiting before 60 minutes have lapsed, we will close public comment. We will continue to accept all written comments that come in during the meeting, which will become part of the record. When speaking on the public hearing items, you must be on topic. Our goal is to get through as many speakers as we can. If you're not speaking on a topic, or if we cannot tell if you're speaking on a public hearing item, you will get 1 warning from County Council or the chair. If you do not immediately or clearly get on topic, or if you stray off topic again, you will forfeit the rest of your time and the chair will move to the next speaker. Please note that if you're also listening to the board meeting on a computer or speakerphone, you will need to turn down the volume on those devices as soon as the moderator calls on you. If you do not turn down the volume, there will be an echo. Moderator, may we have the first speaker, please?
As a reminder, to address the board, if you have not already done so, please press 1, then 0 at this time. Do not press 1, then 0 a second time, or you will be removed from the queue.
Thank you. We will now hear the Spanish interpretation of this reminder.
Como recordatorio, para dirigirse a la Junta, si uno lo ha hecho, presione 1 y luego 0 en este momento. No presione 1 y 0 por segunda vez o será eliminado de la fila. Gracias.
Thank you. May we have the first speaker, please?
Our first speaker will come from the line of Ashton Cagiano. Please state the, you have 1 minute. Please state the public hearing agenda items you're addressing today. You may begin.
Hi there. Good morning. My name is Ashton Bogiano. I am calling regarding item 1, general public, opposing these mask mandates and these vaccination mandates for government employees. I don't know if you know this, but
ma'am, you're off topic. We're talking on our set items on public hearings. Can you go back to that, please? You're speaking off topic.
Okay. So, so item 1S is about COVID, correct?
No, we're talking on public hearing items. That is a separate section where we're talking about different items impacting county government, and we're reaching out to people that want to talk on those specific items. So if you're not speaking on public hearing, on the public hearing, that's fine. But I have to tell you that you're not on topic, and unless you identify which public hearing item you want to speak on, we'll have to go on to the next speaker. Thank you, though.
Thank you.
Can we have the next speaker, please?
Thank you much, ma'am.
Our next speaker will come from the line of Eric Previn. You have 1 minute. Please state the regular public hearing agenda items you're addressing today. You may begin.
Yeah, thank you. I'll address the mental health charges item, which, these are your stating rates for non-Medi-Cal and also Medi-Cal rates. And, things like medication support, crisis intervention, mental health promotion. Now, mental health promotion is $274 a staff hour, whereas crisis stabilization is $999. The question is that, now that the board has established that they've gone around the bend about public meetings and public hearings, that person had a reasonable comment, but you've isolated people like myself from actually criticizing on whatever subject they want. I thought maybe some mental health work for the Board of Supervisors, who must feel terrible, reducing and limiting their constituents' ability to redress grievances. I think Holly Mitchell ran for office on the sense that she was an open government person, but if she's listening now, what the hell is going on? You've cut your board meetings in half, and you don't let people speak on the items that are in front of them. That does require some psychiatric investigation, and it really is shameful. So I would urge that
Excuse me, your time has expired. May we have the next speaker, please?
Let me go on.
Next, we're going to go to the line of Summer Bailey. Please, you have 1 minute. Please state the public hearing agenda items you're addressing today. You may begin.
Hi, I just want to clarify this is not in regards to S1.
No, we're on public hearings right now.
Okay, so the opportunity to address S1 was the prior hearing?
Yes.
Okay, all right, well then that was what I wanted to address, so thank you.
Thank you. May we have the next speaker, please?
Next, we'll go to the line of Adriana Vargas. You have 1 minute. Please state the public hearing agenda items you're addressing today. You may begin.
Hello. I'm addressing the item number 6 for the housing. I'm for it, and I think it would be good. It provides new homes, affordable homes, $300,000, which is great for public benefit for newer couples or for new home buyers. And it also increases the property value in the community. So I'm for that because I am a member of the community and I also have a home nearby. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you. May we have the next speaker, please?
Our next speaker will be Sharon Tuman. You have 1 minute. Please state the public hearing agenda items you are addressing today. You may begin.
Hi, good morning. Thank you. I'm Sharon Tuman, addressing item number 6. Thank you for giving me the time. I'd like to express my support. We need more affordable housing, especially new homes. I think it would be a great value for first-time home buyers and would be a positive benefit to the neighborhood. Plenty of open space. There's supposed to be a little bit of a park there, added trees, excuse me, and then all the common area would be maintained by a homeowner association, keeping it clean and put together and whatnot. I think there'll be some increased revenues for the county, some local economic benefit, for the construction revenue, and then, some local jobs associated with all of that construction. Anyways, I urge the Board of Supervisors to vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you. May we have the next speaker, please?
The next speaker will be Veronica Buana. You have 1 minute. Please state the public hearing agenda items you are addressing today. You may begin.
Hello, my name is Veronica Baena, and I'm addressing the public hearing 2019-002670, and I urge the board to vote in favor of the project. Some of the reasons being that it has already been supported by the neighborhood. From my understanding, recommended by the LA County Regional Planning Commission for approval. It's going to provide a non-subsidized affordable housing, 6 units, and also the regular selling price, from what I understand, is going to be in the 400,000s, which is unheard of in the LA County area, unincorporated area, which I have lived in for 50 years and have always seen that these projects great support by the community. It's a great transition from the commercial area on Valley Boulevard into the single-family residential. This flows well with the county area there, and it's going to be maintained with beautiful trees and landscaping areas. So I urge the board to please approve this for many reasons, and those are just a few that I can think of. Not to mention the property values are going to increase in that radius.
Your time has expired. May we have the next speaker, please?
Thank you.
Our next speaker will come from the line of Tiff Sanchez. You have 1 minute. Please state the public hearing agenda items you're addressing today. You may begin.
Hi, good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Tiff Sanchez. I'm a youth organizer with East Yard Communities for Environmental Justice. I'm calling today in support of agenda item number 1. With this ordinance, it will help us protect sensitive use areas such as homes, daycares, and mom-and-pop shops from toxic emissions and pollution that we already are overburdened with. By passing this ordinance, we will be complying and strengthening the proposed green zones policy work that East Yard members have been working on already. As you know, gas stations are dangerous for the obvious. They're always at risk of blowing up. They generate more emissions and worsen bad air quality because of increased traffic from cars, diesel, and fueling trucks, not to mention pollution that are only taken into consideration by affluent areas such as noise pollution and light pollution. By having these permits granted case by case and not just streamlined, it allows us time to conduct EIRs and get community feedback. So I appreciate the Supervisor Solis's office for working with us to ensure dignity and a healthful life for our communities and for the next 7 generations. Thank you so much.
Thank you. May we have the next speaker, please?
Our next speaker will come from the line of Gable Cross. You have 1 minute. Please state the public hearing agenda items you are addressing today. You may begin.
Hi, my name is Gable Cross. I've been a LA resident for over 10 years, and I'm calling in support of agenda item number 6, project number 2019-002670. LA is in bad need of affordable housing, and this project would bring in quite a few affordable units. not only bringing in affordable housing, but increasing property values in the neighborhood and just making the neighborhood look better all around. I just wanted to call in and put my support for this project and hope that it proceeds going forward.
Thank you. May we have the next speaker, please?
Next speaker will come from the line of Eileen Aragon. You have 1 minute. Please state the public hearing agenda items you're addressing today. You may begin.
Yes, my name is Eileen Aragon, and I am calling on item number 6. I am for this project. We don't need more apartments. We need homes and to beautify the neighborhood. There's just so many reasons why this project is a positive force for the neighborhood. It's perfect. I just can't say enough good things. We're going to have beautiful trees and, new lighting in the streets, and it's just a great enforce. Thank you so much for hearing me, and I say yes on number 6.
Thank you. May we have the next speaker, please?
Next speaker will come from the line of Valerie Weasel. Please, you have 1 minute. Please state the public hearing agenda items you're addressing. You may begin.
Hello, my name is Valerie Weisel, and I'm calling on item number 6, the condominium project, and I'm for this community because there is a shortage of market rate and affordable homes, and this community will supply that, supply that need. It will help beautify and improve the neighborhood with common areas, parks, gathering spaces, and the landscaping. So please vote yes on item number 6. Thank you.
Thank you. May we have the next speaker, please?
Next speaker will come from the line of Milana Enriquez. You have 1 minute. Please state the public hearing agenda items you're addressing today. You may begin.
My name is Lena Enriquez, and I am speaking on item number 6. As someone who lives in the community, I am for the affordable housing being added. Not only will it help increase the property values of surrounding properties, but will assist those who need affordable housing and give the city more vibrance. After a year where jobs were lost, these homes would allow those who had to sell their homes a new start. Thank you.
Thank you. May we have the next speaker, please?
Next speaker will come from the line of Alexandra Fonseca. You have 1 minute. Please state the public hearing agenda items you're addressing today. You may begin.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Please begin.
Oh, okay. Me and a bunch of the residents, we sent in a bunch of emails to the, I guess, the one in charge of all the emails. I forgot his name at the moment, but he never responded to any of our concerns. I don't know what the trees and landscape and everything else has over the law enforcement and the parking issues we have in that over congested, area. I mean, it's over congested. There's no room for this condo, and I oppose it.
Thank you. May we have the next speaker, please?
Next, we'll go to the line of Steve Armanino. You have 1 minute. Please state the public hearing agenda items you're addressing today. You may begin.
Good morning, Chair Leaf, Board of Supervisors, and staff. My name is Steve Armanino, representing the Olson Company. We are item number 6 on the agenda, the La Puente Townhomes. John Reekston with the Olson Company is here as well. Over 3 years, we conducted extensive community outreach, walking the neighborhood over 100 times, finding 243 residents in support, and received 69 signed letters of support, with copies provided to you. To address some of the concerns we heard, parking, this community is park to code, and overflow parking in the neighborhood, we will implement a parking management plan to ensure that residents do not park in the guest spaces, and guests parking is always available for guests. The project also provides very important benefits to the County of Los Angeles and its residents, including 6 voluntary affordable homes. This community will bring significant local economic benefits to the South San Jose Hills area, including $1.9 million in county fees, $200,000 to the local school district, $360,000 per year in new property tax revenue, a one-time local economic benefit from construction of $17 million and 200 local jobs, and a local ongoing annual benefit of $3.1 million and 35 jobs.
Excuse me, your time has expired. May we have the next speaker, please?
And Chairperson, at this time, we have no one else in queue.
Great, thank you so much. Our time for public speakers on the public hearing items has ended. Thank you to all that called in to speak. If you were unable to provide your comments, you may submit written comments as indicated on the agenda. We will continue to accept all written comments that come in during the meeting, which will become part of the official record. Members, today we'll begin with public hearing items 1, 2, 3, 4, and 6, followed by the set item S1, then going on to items 10, 14, 15, 20, 22, 23, followed by items 24 through 32, which will be taken up together. Then item 36, and finishing off with item 52F. We will now take up public hearing item 1, hearing on interim urgency ordinance number 2021-0031U within the boundaries of East Los Angeles Community Plan. And I have an amendment that I'd like to read in. Actually, a motion which I'd like to read in. On June 22nd, 2021, our board adopted an interim ordinance that required a conditional use permit for automobile service stations and drive-through establishments, subject to specific regulations in unincorporated East Los Angeles, and our board directed the Department of Regional Planning to initiate a zoning study which may include possible development of a permanent ordinance that would require a conditional use permit and additional development standards for these uses. The interim ordinance will expire on August the 6th, 2021, unless our board takes action to extend it today. I therefore move that the Board of Supervisors find that adoption of the ordinance extending interim urgency ordinance number 2021-0031U pursuant to Government Code Section 65858 is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, under sections 15061B3, 15308, and 15183 of the state CEQA guidelines, and adoption of the ordinance extending interim urgency ordinance number 2021-0031U for a period of 10 months and 15 days to July 13th, 2022. Thank you. Are there any questions from members on this item? Okay, hearing no other comments, it would be appropriate to close the public hearing and vote on the item. Item 1 is before us. I will move, seconded by Supervisor Kuehl, to approve the item. Madam Executive Officer, can you please call the roll?
Item 1 is before you. Supervisor Mitchell.
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Kuehl.
Aye.
Supervisor Kuehl, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Solis.
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you, members. We'll now take up public hearing item number 2, hearing on fiscal year 2020-21 hazard vegetation weed abatement changes. Are there any supervisors that would like to make remarks on this item? Seeing none, it would be appropriate to close the public hearing and vote on the item. Item 2 is before us, moved by Supervisor Hahn, seconded by Supervisor Mitchell to approve the item. Madam Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Item 2 is before you. Supervisor Mitchell.
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Kuehl.
Aye.
Supervisor Kuehl, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Solis.
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. We'll now take up public hearing item number 3, the hearing on the establishment for fiscal year 2021-22 public charges. Are there any supervisors that would like to make a comment or remark on this item? Seeing none, it would be appropriate to close the public hearing and vote on the item. Item 3 is before us, moved by Supervisor Barger, seconded by Supervisor Kuehl to approve the item. Madam Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Item 3 is before you. Supervisor Mitchell.
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Kuehl.
Aye.
Supervisor Kuehl, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Solis.
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. We'll now take up public hearing item 4, the hearing on ordinance to amend a proprietary petroleum pipeline franchise granted to Kinder Morgan Liquids Terminal. Are there any members of the board wishing to be recognized on this item? Seeing none, it would be appropriate to close the public hearing and vote on the item. Item 4 is before us, moved by Supervisor Mitchell, seconded by Supervisor Hahn to approve the item. Madam Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Item 4 is before you. Supervisor Mitchell.
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Kuehl.
Aye.
Supervisor Kuehl, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Solis.
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. We will now take up public hearing item 6, hearing on project number 2019-002670 for the development of condominium units in the unincorporated community of La Puente. Are there any supervisors that would like to make any remarks on this item? Seeing none, it would be appropriate to close the public hearing and vote on the item. Item 6 is before us. I will move, seconded by Supervisor Hahn, to approve the item. Madam Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Item 6 is before you. Supervisor Mitchell.
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Kuehl.
Aye.
Supervisor Kuehl, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Solis.
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you very much, members. That concludes our hearing items. Now we'll move on to set matter on the public health order. This is the public opportunity for the board to discuss the closures and pandemic trends. We have with us today Dr. Barbara Ferrer, Director of Public Health, and Dr. Nina Park, Director of Population Health, Department of Health Services. So with that, we'll hear both presentations and then we'll take questions afterwards, starting with Dr. Barbara Ferrer.
Good morning, and thank you, Supervisor Solis, and to the entire Board of Supervisors. As always, I'd like to express my and the department's sincere appreciation for your support and tireless advocacy and leadership. I'm grateful for the opportunity to present to the board and to the public the latest on the status of the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic here in LA County. This morning, I'll be talking about our trends in cases, hospitalizations, and deaths, and will provide an update on cases, hospitalizations, and deaths, both by age, race, and ethnicity, and by vaccination status. I'll provide an update on some of the communities with very high case rates and our efforts to work to bring those case rates down, an update on vaccine delivery and outreach, and also a preliminary report on compliance with the new masking requirement. But I can take the first slide. We're continuing to see a very rapid rise in transmission countywide. Yesterday's numbers, which are on this slide, do represent the lag in weekend reporting. Today's numbers, which just came in, have us reporting 2,067 new cases, which does bring the total number of cases in LA County to 1,287,831. To date, more than 7.2 million people have been tested and had test results reported in LA County. Our daily test positivity rate is now 5.7%, This is an increase from a rate of 1.2% on June 15th when we fully reopened. Our daily average case rate without the usual 7-day lag is now 16 cases per 100,000 people. This is an increase from last week's rate of 11.6 cases per 100,000 people. There are 825 people currently hospitalized with COVID-19. And again, this is an increase of almost 200 people over the past week. There are currently 135 open investigations, 30 more than we had last week. And these are investigations of outbreaks at residential congregate settings and non-residential settings with at least one confirmed case of COVID-19. I'm also sad to report 15 additional deaths today. 12 of the people who passed away had underlying health conditions. It does bring the total deaths in LA County to 24,643. And as always, our hearts and our thoughts go out to everyone who's lost a loved one, a friend, a neighbor, or a coworker during this most difficult time. We can go on to the next slide, which shows the trends in cases, hospitalizations, and deaths in our county from the beginning of the pandemic through July 25th of this year. And you can see, if you look at the rightmost part of these trend lines, that cases represented by the green line have been reported at a rate of about 2,000 to 2,500 cases a day for the past week. At this time, about a year ago, we were reporting almost 500 to 1,000 more cases each day than we are now. And the number of hospitalized patients a year ago really looked more closely like the number of new cases. We reported 2,117 hospitalized patients a year ago, and that's compared with the average of, again, today we're at about 800 hospitalizations today. We are accustomed to seeing hospitalizations rise as a lagging indicator compared with cases, usually increasing 2 to 3 weeks after we begin to see our case numbers increase. This is a trend you can observe when you look at the trend lines during both the wintertime surge and our summer 2020 surge. Because of this lag, it probably is too early to say with certainty whether the uptick we're seeing in hospitalizations is the beginning of a small wave of hospitalizations or whether it's the start of a more devastating surge. We are hopeful, however, that with so many of our highest risk residents fully vaccinated, we will not see the same rate of increase in hospitalizations that we saw last year. Currently, 0.2% of our positive cases are hospitalized, and this is much lower than the 6% of cases that were hospitalized during the winter surge. We're also aware that a certain proportion of patients in the hospital that are positive for COVID were not hospitalized with COVID illness. Instead, they're hospitalized for other medical procedures and care and are discovered to be COVID positive through routine admission screening. Evidence to date suggests that most of the increases seen recently are, in fact, however, from individuals who do have some COVID illness, and certainly a relative significant percentage of these patients are requiring ICU care. While deaths represented here by the blue line have not yet begun to significantly increase, there have been small increases among members of some populations, primarily Latinx and Black communities, and we'll need to watch this carefully for several weeks to assess the impact of increased cases and hospitalizations on our death rates. We can take the next slide. As we get ready to reopen schools, there are many questions that are being asked regarding infections among children. This slide shows case, hospitalization, and death rates by pediatric age groups for a 2-week period ending first on June 18, and then we look alongside the same metrics a month later for the 2-week period that ended on July 18th. As you can see, the case rate increased across all age groups, and in children 12 to 17, it's increased nearly 6-fold over this month-long interval. Meanwhile, hospitalization rates have doubled in children 0 to 4 and also increased among teens. If you go to the next slide, you'll see the same rates in the adult age groups. You'll note that we see increases across all adult groups between 3 to 9 times their baseline back in June. But you'll also notice that it's highest in younger adults. In adults 18 to 29, the case rates increased nearly ninefold, from 40 to 350 cases per 100,000 over the course of the month. And rates increased 7.5 times, from 33 to 247 cases per 100,000 in 33 to 49-year-olds over the same interval. Meanwhile, hospitalization rates have only doubled across these age groups, again, different than what we've experienced in the past. And although you can see that the death rates increased slightly in several of the older adult age groups, we'll need to interpret these changes with caution because the numbers underlying these rates are, as you can see, very, very small. We should be on the next slide with the adult rates. Yeah, thank you. Overall, we're seeing cases rise faster than we did during the early days of the winter surge. Between July 3rd and July 16th of this year, our 7-day average case rate increased by 135%. The last time we saw case rates increase that quickly was in late November and early December of last year. We'll go on to the next slide. Since the early months of the pandemic, we've noted disproportionality by race and ethnicity, with Black and Latinx residents faring far worse than all others. This slide shows case, hospitalization, and death rates by race and ethnicity for the 2-week period ending June 19th, alongside, as we just saw with age groups, the same metrics a month later for a 2-week period that ended on July 17th. As we reported previously, over the month preceding July 17th, all groups saw an increase in cases, with the highest case rate observed among Black residents, whose case rate increased from 52 cases per 100,000 to 309 cases per 100,000 people, and that's nearly a 5-fold increase. We've also seen significant increases in case rates for all groups. The largest increases were 7-fold among Asian and white residents and 4-fold increases in Latinx residents. We continue to note that case incident rate increases in Black residents are more than twice that in white residents. However, white residents are now the group with the second highest case rate. Over the same interval, hospitalization rates have approximately doubled across all racial and ethnic groups, and deaths continue to trend upward among Black residents from 0.8 to 1.1%, and in Latinx residents from 0.5 to 0.6%. We'll take the next slide. There are some differences that's worth noting in the pandemic's dynamics between now and this time last year. Between June and July of this year, while case rates in different age and racial and ethnic groups increased by up to 9 times their baselines, hospitalization rates across these groups doubled at most. Meanwhile, our largest increases in cases were in young adults, a generally healthy population. This is dramatically different from the pattern we saw during our wintertime surge, where we saw case rates increase 4 to 5 times between early November and early November, and hospitalization rates multiplying in direct proportion at almost the exact same rate. Our largest increases then were tragically in adults 65 and over, a more medically fragile population with higher rates of comorbidities and risk factors for severe disease as a consequence of COVID infection. While it's critically important to pay attention to the rapid acceleration of cases we're currently seeing, and of course, to take actions, most of these are a consequence of the infection with the highly transmissible Delta variant. But we do need to note that the pandemic is not now behaving the same way it was in the month before vaccines were widely available. It's because of the differences in trends that we're hopeful that our hospitals and our healthcare providers will not suffer the same horrible strain they endured last winter. The experience of other countries also gives us some hope. In the United Kingdom, where about 55% of the population is fully vaccinated, 700 cases per million of mostly Delta variant cases are being diagnosed daily. And that's nearly as high a case rate as the 800 per million daily cases the nation saw at the peak of the wintertime surge. And yet in the UK, the death rate is now almost 1/13 of what it was at its peak, and hospitalizations also remain relatively low. In Israel, where 61% of the population is fully vaccinated, and daily cases have risen exponentially since mid-June, daily deaths range between 0 and 2. These countries serve as an indication to us that widespread vaccination may disrupt the usual pattern during our surge. And that's why we continue to be so focused on vaccinating all of our residents. Next slide. On this slide, you do see some of the communities with high 14-day age-adjusted case rates in LA County. We have very high rates of transmission in downtown LA, West Hollywood, Beverly Hills, Venice, Hollywood Hills, and Studio City. These are different communities from those with high case rates during our previous surges. So far, it appears transmission in these areas is being driven mostly by community spread among young adults. In a couple of communities, I want to note that there were several smaller outbreaks among persons experiencing homelessness that also may have contributed to the higher rates. And we also have noted that there have been outbreaks in some of these communities at food and bar establishments that also are contributing to the higher rates. We're continuing to work to understand how outbreaks in other areas may be contributing to high transmission in these now hotspots. We'll take the next slide. We do need to focus efforts, obviously, in newly hard-hit areas with targeted outreach that encourages vaccinations and implementation of safety strategies, obviously including masking and infection control, with special outreach to people experiencing homelessness in some of the encampments in these communities. We're adding additional mobile vaccination teams at some of the large apartment complexes and businesses in these communities. And we're also targeting social media so that folks are aware of the higher rates of transmission in their community and know where there are available places to get vaccinated and the rules about masking. We'll take the next slide. I do want to update you as well on what we know about how people of different vaccination statuses are experiencing this latest surge. This bar chart shows the proportion of each month's COVID cases in unvaccinated and partially vaccinated people. That's represented by the orange portions of each bar, and the proportion of COVID cases among fully vaccinated people. That's represented by the much smaller green slices at the top of each bar. Since February of this year, when fully vaccinated people made up fewer than 0.5% of the cases, the number of total positive cases, as you can see, has dropped substantially as millions of residents were vaccinated. This is clear evidence of the power of these vaccines. Meanwhile, as more people have gotten vaccinated, the proportion of total cases that are among those vaccinated has also increased. This, in some ways, should be expected because as more people are vaccinated, the number of fully vaccinated people becoming infected will increase. And with the Delta variant that's by far more infectious, exposures to infections have also increased. In June, fully vaccinated people represented 20% of all of the cases diagnosed among LA County residents, while unvaccinated and partially vaccinated people accounted for 80% of the cases. Over the period of July 1st through July 16th, which is not represented on this graph because we don't have a full month's worth of data, there were 13,598 cases diagnosed in LA County. And unvaccinated people represented 74% of all of the cases. Fully vaccinated people represented 26%, or 3,592 of the cases. It's really important, I think, for us to be reminded that if the 50% of our residents that are fully vaccinated were not vaccinated, not only would these green slices not exist at all, but the orange portions of these bars would be much larger. We think that they would perhaps be double in size. because everyone would have instead have had the same risk of infection as unvaccinated people do. So instead of averaging 2,400 daily cases this past week, our daily case numbers might have instead been closer to 5,000 new cases a day. Next slide. This graph shows what these numbers look like on a population level by charting case rates among vaccinated and unvaccinated or partially vaccinated LA County residents over May and June. As you can see, over the last few weeks, case rates have risen precipitously among unvaccinated people at a much steeper rate. So while cases also rose slightly amongst vaccinated people, this increase is both smaller and slower than it is among vaccinated people. Since our county's case rate would likely be much higher if we didn't have so many vaccinated people, I want to note how extremely grateful we are to everyone who has helped reduce potential transmission by getting vaccinated. We'll take the next slide. This is a bar chart that shows the proportion of each month's COVID hospitalizations in unvaccinated and partially vaccinated cases, again represented by the orange sections of each bar, and the proportion of hospitalizations in fully vaccinated cases, again represented by the green sections. As you can see, the number of total hospitalizations has also dropped substantially since February, and the proportion of total hospitalizations that are among those vaccinated has increased slightly, again reflecting the increased number of people fully vaccinated. In June, unvaccinated and partially vaccinated people accounted for a good 92% plus of hospitalizations, while fully vaccinated people represented just about 8% of all hospitalizations among LA County residents. If we look at the period from July 1st to July 10th this year, there were about 545 fully vaccinated people hospitalized, and that represented slightly more. We're up at about almost 9% of all hospitalizations. Again, we'll wait for the full month before we put up the percent for the month of July. We'll go to the next slide. This is again a graph that shows the trend line of hospitalization rates among vaccinated and unvaccinated or partially vaccinated LA County residents. And as you can see, over the past few weeks, hospitalization rates have increased primarily amongst unvaccinated people. It's barely perceptible, the increase amongst those that are fully vaccinated. And we're also starting from a very low baseline. We remain very close to our baselines for people who are fully vaccinated. There's not even 1/10 of a hospitalization per 100,000 people for vaccinated people. This does contribute to our certainty that the vaccines are working as intended here in LA County. And although vaccinated people are seeing a rise in new COVID diagnoses, they are primarily experiencing their infections not as severe illnesses that bring them to the emergency room, but as bad colds. As the data shows, unvaccinated people simply do not have the same level of confidence if they get infected with this virus that it will lead to mild illness. We can go on to the next slide. We did begin looking at outcomes in people hospitalized for COVID, and we're finding evidence of less severe courses of hospitalization in fully vaccinated people when compared to non-fully vaccinated people. Looking at those hospitalized between May 1st and July 18th, 20% of the non-fully vaccinated people who were hospitalized were admitted to the intensive care unit, compared with fewer than 15% of fully vaccinated people who were hospitalized. Meanwhile, 3.8% of fully vaccinated people needed to be intubated and placed on mechanical ventilation, and that's nearly double the rate for those who are not fully vaccinated who were intubated at about 7.7%. It's notable that these differences in outcomes do favor fully vaccinated people. And this happened even though, on average, the group of folks who were hospitalized in the ICU were 13 years older than the group of non-fully vaccinated hospitalized patients. We can go on to the next slide. Because we're very interested in understanding how well vaccination protects against severe outcomes due to COVID, we are closely following differences in deaths between fully vaccinated and not fully vaccinated people. In people who die of COVID in LA County, on average, 37 days pass between the date of diagnosis and the date of death. While our case increase has begun so recently, with our case increase having begun so recently, it's really too early to assess the impact of this latest wave of infections on COVID deaths. But nonetheless, I want to show you what we do know about deaths due to COVID by vaccination status. On this slide, we're looking at deaths between January 1st and June 30th of this year. And you can see that 99.8% of all COVID deaths among LA County residents took place among unvaccinated and partially vaccinated people. And I want to note that if we can go on to the next slide, that vaccines were not widely available for most people during the first 2 months of the year, which is why we also looked at this data, looking at the experience from April 1st to June 30th. And in these 3 months, you can see that 96% of the deaths for people with COVID were among people who weren't fully vaccinated, while about 19 deaths, or 4% of the deaths, took place in people who, again, were fully vaccinated. This is a huge difference. And while we're working to better understand the health conditions of fully vaccinated individuals who very sadly died as a consequence of their infections, we will need to get this additional information to better understand if there were conditions that may have contributed to reduced vaccine efficacy. We know that one of those conditions would be people who are immune compromised. We'll go on to the next slide. Up until now, I've been focused on the universe of people who've been infected with COVID and identifying the vaccination status of people in that universe. On this slide, we're switching to the universe of people who are fully vaccinated and presenting data about the outcomes within this group of residents alone. We monitor changes in this data from week to week, and we use this to help understand risks for fully vaccinated people. This week, we're presenting these data to scale. The large green box represents the more than 4.8 million residents who were fully vaccinated as of a few weeks ago. The tiny purple box in the left lower corner of the screen represents the 6,530 fully vaccinated people who tested positive for COVID as of July 20th. I want to note that this number includes people who test positive on surveillance testing, and that means it includes people who have no symptoms at all. Of those who tested positive, 287 were hospitalized. This is up from 213 the week prior. This translates to an increase of 0.005% to 0.006% of all fully vaccinated people ending up hospitalized. Deaths in this group over this interval also increased very slightly from 26 to now 30, and that means we went from 0.0005% to 0.0006% of people fully vaccinated who have passed away. We'll go on to the next slide. We've also gathered information about post-vaccination infections by vaccine manufacturer through July 16th for those people who were vaccinated, who are residents in LA County. 0.27% of people who were fully vaccinated with Johnson & Johnson vaccine tested positive for COVID, compared to 0.09% of those vaccinated with Moderna and 0.15% of those vaccinated with Pfizer vaccine. While there are very small differences in these numbers, they may be in part due to differences in the risk of people who receive different vaccines, and also in differences in the timing of each vaccine's rollout. And because these are all very small numbers, all of the vaccines safely provide excellent protection against COVID infection, hospitalization, and death. We'll go on to the next slide. While vaccines are still our most powerful preventive measure against the most severe outcomes of COVID, increasing circulation of the Delta variant does present a challenge to its effectiveness, especially among people who are only partially vaccinated. In a study conducted in the United Kingdom, Pfizer vaccine effectiveness against symptomatic illness after 2 doses of the vaccine was slightly lower, 88%, against Delta variants than it had been against the Alpha variants, where it was 94% effective. Meanwhile, the effectiveness after 1 dose was much lower. After 1 dose, vaccine effectiveness drops to 31% against the Delta variant and 49% against the Alpha variant. The Alpha variant is what we formerly call the UK variant. Israel has also gathered data about Pfizer vaccine effectiveness and has found the vaccine to be 93% effective against hospitalizations and severe illness during a time of high Delta variant circulation. And this actually matches the data that I presented today. And the vaccine is 64% effective against symptomatic infections and infections overall, data that we don't yet have for LA County. But again, Israel has been experiencing the significant increase from the Delta variant longer than we have. We can go to the next slide. With this continued evidence that vaccines are enormously powerful tools for combating COVID, we're glad to see that as of July 23rd, we've administered nearly 11 million total doses in LA County residents 12 and older, including more than 6 million first doses and nearly 4.9 million second doses. This does mean that more than 6.1 million LA County residents have received 1 dose, and more than 5.3 million county residents are fully vaccinated. Among LA County residents 12 and older, almost 70% have received at least 1 dose of the vaccine, and 61% are fully vaccinated. We can go to the next slide. We do continue to vaccinate Angelinos at slow but steady rates. Between July 12th and 18th, after months of steadily declining weekly vaccination numbers, we did see an uptick in first dose recipients. Over this short interval, we had administered just about 57,000 doses across the entire county network, and that was an increase of about 2,000 from the previous week. We will be reporting out new numbers for this past week on Thursday. We're immensely grateful to everyone in this county who has done and continues to do this part of helping us slow the spread by getting vaccinated and by helping to educate your family, friends, neighbors, and coworkers about the vaccine safety and protection. Obviously, our sense of urgency to increase vaccination amongst residents remains very high, and we're glad for any signs of increased vaccination uptick. We'll take the next slide. Nevertheless, as we've been reporting for a long time now, we continue to have large gaps in vaccination between age groups and racial and ethnic subgroups. If you look at the totals by age groups running across the bottom of this table, you'll note that vaccination rates are generally higher in older age groups. And with transmission on the rise, we are particularly gratified that so many of our seniors are protected by vaccines. To really beat back transmission, however, we do need to see other age groups reach high levels of vaccination. So it remains very concerning to see gaps persist among the young and middle-aged adults who are such an important part of our workforce. I do want to also note that if you look at the totals in the rightmost column, that we're seeing the lowest levels of vaccination among groups where we're seeing very high rates of transmission, hospitalizations, and now increased rates of deaths. We're very concerned about these low levels of vaccination among our Black residents and among teens and young adults as transmission continues to rise. And we do urge full compliance with the indoor masking requirement so that we can get back to using all of our tools to reduce community transmission rates. Slowing the spread not only protects vulnerable unvaccinated residents, it also reduces the chances of more mutations that can result in more infectious variants that evade our vaccine protection. We can go on to the next slide. To close these gaps, we obviously have to continue our efforts to make it as easy as possible for all of our residents to get vaccinated. As you can see on this map, this week there are 772 sites offering vaccinations across pharmacies, clinics, community sites, and hospitals. As a reminder, if you need to get vaccinated without an appointment, please go to a county-run site all of the LA city-run sites, almost every single mobile site, and most of the community sites, which are happy to serve you without appointments. Many sites are open on weekends and have evening hours, so please check vaccinatelacounty.com to find a site near you. I want to note that beginning this weekend, we'll be keeping our 5 county pods open on Sundays, 11 to 6 at Norwalk Commerce and Ted Watkins, and we're 8 to 3 at Balboa and Obregon Park. We'll also have over 322 mobile vaccine team visits this week, focused particularly on vaccinating residents and workers at work sites and community events, at our faith-based, at our houses of worship, and at our parks. We can go on to the next slide. Through pod vaccination sites like these and our mobile efforts, we're making progress in getting vaccines to residents in the zip codes that have the lowest scores on the Healthy Places Index, and we call this our HPI plus zip codes. These are communities that have fewer resources needed to be healthy compared with other zip codes, and many of them were hit hardest by the earlier waves of the pandemic. As you can see in this chart, LA County is administering a larger percent of doses to people living in communities with fewer resources needed to be healthy compared to California overall. And every week we continue to make some progress. The light blue bars represent LA County's percent of administered doses for the week of July 12th through July 18th. The dark blue bars represent LA County's cumulative percent of administered doses, and the orange bars represent California's percent of administered doses. On the left, you could see the allocations of doses to the lowest scored communities in LA County, lowest resource communities. For the week of July 12th through July 18th, LA County administered 40% of our doses to people living in communities that had the fewest resources and, in fact, have been the hardest hit. We remain focused on equitably bringing vaccines and high-quality health information to all of our LA communities, particularly those who have now increased our rates of transmission. We'll go to the next slide. The week before last, we issued a health officer order that required masking in all indoor public settings. This decision was based not only on the rapid increase in cases that we saw in LA County, but also on the knowledge that most of these cases are caused by the Delta variant. The science on this variant shows that it is different from earlier variants of COVID. It replicates faster and more efficiently in respiratory tract cells, which means that infected people may now spread up to 1,000 times more virus particles with every cough, sneeze, or shout than they did a year ago. They may also spread virus efficiently 2 days earlier in the course of their illness than people did who were infected a year ago. A more infectious variant indicates that infected people have more opportunities to transmit virus, and they can do so more efficiently before they even realize that they were exposed or that they're infected. And while vaccinated people are extremely unlikely, as we've shown you, to get severely ill from COVID, there is a risk, a small risk, of getting infected and potentially transmitting the virus. This is why we ask everyone to wear a mask when you're indoors, regardless of your vaccination status. Since the health officer order requiring indoor masking went into effect July 17th, we've been following up to ensure that businesses are able to follow the rules. Between July 17th and 23rd, we visited over 1,000 restaurants, 9 bars, 222 food markets, 22 hotels, 5 gyms and fitness centers, 11 hair salons or barbershops, 38 food manufacturing plants, 25 personal care businesses, and 10 shopping malls, among a whole range of other businesses. And overall, we're very grateful that we found very good compliance with the health officer order. And we thank all of the businesses who are helping their consumers and their employees protect each other by requiring them to mask up. Next slide. Yesterday, as many are aware, the state issued a new health officer order that's in effect across the entire state, aimed at preserving the safety of workers, residents, and patients in a variety of settings. The order goes into effect on August 9th, and it requires all acute healthcare and long-term care settings, high-risk congregate settings, this includes jails, homeless shelters, and adult and senior care facilities, and other healthcare settings, almost all other healthcare settings, to verify the vaccination status of all of their workers. And this does not allow for self-attestation. For those workers who are unvaccinated or partially vaccinated, facilities must provide respirators upon request and must recommend respirator use in patient care areas and areas that patients or residents can access. In all other areas and facilities, unvaccinated workers must wear surgical masks indoors wherever they are working with another person. As a reminder, in all healthcare facilities, everyone is required to mask up. But this is requiring a higher grade mask for those workers that are unvaccinated. Additionally, unvaccinated or partially vaccinated workers must be tested at least twice weekly in acute healthcare settings, skilled nursing facilities, and intermediate care facilities, and at least once weekly in high-risk congregate settings and all other healthcare settings. Go on to the next slide. As we all work to get our residents vaccinated, we do need to keep in mind that while we're so grateful for every new vaccination delivered, it takes 2 weeks from the time a person gets a dose of Johnson & Johnson vaccine and 6 to 7 weeks from the time a person gets their first dose of Moderna or Pfizer before they're considered fully protected. In the meantime, it's still critically important for those of you coming in to get vaccinated to wear your mask, even if you're still sporting your Just Vaccinated sticker. That means that in addition to masking indoors at public places, you should continue to take precautions to avoid crowded situations and wear your mask when you're at gatherings with people outside your household that are not fully vaccinated. Although different people are motivated to get vaccinated for different reasons, we do know that one of the most powerful strategies for increasing confidence in the vaccine is allowing for those with concerns to hear from others in their communities and in their families who made decisions to get vaccinated. So I want to today extend my thanks and appreciation to the hundreds of community health workers and health educators that are going door to door and that are available at parks and community events to answer questions and offer information about the vaccines. Their efforts complement the continued activities by hundreds of partners to ensure easy access to vaccines, and I know that they're making a difference. Thank you, and I'm available to take your questions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ferrer. Now we'll hear from Department of Health Services. Dr. Nina Park, Director of Population Health. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Is that Dr. Park?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Very good.
Chair.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm here to present the update on DHS efforts on COVID vaccinations, county testing, and COVID hospitalizations experienced in the 4 DHS hospitals on behalf of Dr. Galley. If I could go to the second slide. This slide represents the vaccination efforts in DHS to date. We continue to vaccinate our staff as well as patients and some public folks across all venues. And our total number of vaccinations delivered as of Sunday the 25th is around 213,000. Of note, the current vaccination rate among DHS workforce members has stayed around 74, 75%, and we're having a hard time sort of getting that to be higher, but we're continuing to outreach to all our staff to increase that rate. If I could go to the next slide. The next slide shows our efforts being made by Housing for Health unit. And to date, we have delivered over 13,000 doses to clients that are served by Housing for Health. You can see by the pie chart that most of the vaccinations are occurring in the encampments as well as some of the interim housing sites. Next slide. And this slide shows the efforts being being conducted in the correctional health services. To date, we've we've administered 14,905 vaccinations with an acceptance rate of inmates of 45% of vaccination. This is an increase of additional 800 doses from 2 weeks ago. Next slide. In terms of county testing efforts, basically we have, these are the numbers, only including the community sites overseen by DHS. It does not include the ACN or DHS hospital-based clinic areas or the DPH clinics. We have quite a few of capacity that is being not utilized. We have utilization rates ranging from 17 to 23%. We definitely have much more capacity that we could accommodate additional testing. The percent positive test for the tests that have been administered is ranging around 7.3%. Next slide. I'm not really sure if you're seeing sort of a strange slide, but hopefully that's just me. The next few slides are what we've been experiencing at the 4 DHS hospitals over this past month. And just like Dr. Ferrer had already spoken of, we are seeing an incremental increases in our hospitalizations of patients who are testing positive for COVID. As of this morning, we have a total number of 59 patients that are admitted across our 4 hospitals, which is basically double the number we had about a month ago. And about 29% of those patients are currently in the intensive care unit. Next slide. And the new admissions each day has been ranging from 4 to 10 over the past week throughout the 4 DHS hospitals. Usually have a lower number of new admissions over the weekend, but the trending is that the number of new admissions each day is creeping up also. Next slide. This slide represents some medical record reviews that we had done, and these numbers also mirror what Dr. Ferrer had already spoken about that is being experienced across the county. So these numbers are for the 4 DHS hospital admissions, and we've broken it down by the vaccination status. So if you take a look at the table, we did have 139 inpatient admissions of patients who tested positive for COVID in the not vaccinated category. And they're the majority of folks who are admitted compared to the fully vaccinated or the partially vaccinated group. And if you look at the row that's labeled fully vaccinated, out of the 37 that we had over the past 5 weeks, only 5 of them were actually due to COVID diagnoses with symptomatic COVID, whereas the rest were not due to COVID. They were either incidental due to surveillance testing or asymptomatic COVID admissions. So you can see this mirrors with, what Dr. Ferrer had already presented in terms of many of our patients who are getting admitted are within the group that are not vaccinated. I think that is the last of my slide. We will continue to monitor the COVID admissions at our hospitals. We are ready to implement any surge plans as necessary as the cases continue to be hospitalized. And we will continue our efforts around vaccinations and supporting the testing efforts across the county. Thank you.
Thank you. I have several members that want to ask questions, but I just want to begin by asking Dr. Ferrer, you went over the governor's announcement yesterday stating that he's going to require state employees as well as other workers in healthcare or congregate settings to either show proof of vaccination or be tested once or twice per week, depending on the location. An acknowledgement, obviously, that self-attestation was not an effective method. What steps can we take here to strengthen vaccine verification? And what practices would you encourage for our businesses and other employers here in LA County?
Yeah, thank you so much for that question and all your support, Supervisor Solis. I do want to note that we just got word. I think this will be of interest to the board and the public, that CDC has just altered their guidance and is recommending that everyone in communities where there's substantial and high transmission, obviously that's LA County, that everyone, including fully vaccinated individuals, wear a mask in public indoor settings to help prevent spread of Delta and protect others. They're also now recommending universal indoor masking for all teachers, staff, students, and visitors to K-12 schools, regardless of vaccination status. So, I think as the evidence continues to mount that some vaccinated people do get infected with the Delta variant, and they are some of them are likely to be contagious, this is, as we noted a couple of weeks ago, a prudent step to take while we continue to increase vaccinations amongst everyone, because they remain the most powerful tool we have. And I want to also applaud the governor for, again, moving to align, all of us with adding these extra layers of protection into places where people are congregating with lots of other people. And those are certainly, as you noted, at our work sites. While the health officer order just talks about what will happen, what needs to happen in healthcare settings and at-risk or high-risk congregate living settings, the governor also did announce, as you noted, Supervisor, that all state employees will now be required to show proof of vaccination status. And if they're not fully vaccinated, they will need to go ahead and get tested weekly. That will be an obligation for employers because of the Cal OSHA rules around testing at work sites. And again, it does, in fact, for people who are not vaccinated, it does, in fact, allow them to monitor more closely their own status while you have these high rates, much higher rates of community transmission. I want to applaud businesses that are already doing this because we definitely, when we go around, we've talked to businesses that are requiring proof of vaccination status, both from their employees and or their customers. And many are also requiring customers who are coming into their settings to either be fully vaccinated or show that, in fact, they have had a recent negative test result. Because I think this is the way we prevent large numbers of outbreaks from happening. And we all know, because we've been there, that when there are a large number of outbreaks, some of our businesses have ended up having to close just to really try to get back into control of not having a lot of spread at a work site. So I appreciate all of the help that the businesses are giving us, who are in fact moving in their own direction now to create as much safety as possible, knowing that some of the operations that they're participating in, or the very nature of their business, creates additional risk if there are lots of unvaccinated people that may be part of their customer base or part of their workforce.
And Doctor, just one last question, so to speak. I read with interest that the city of LA is considering also vaccinations of their employees, in particular the public safety. And I understand that the rates for vaccination in the public service sector for the county, for the sheriffs, for example, and maybe firefighters, is not as high as it should be. What would you suggest? What's your advice?
Yeah, thank you so much. I do want to note that the governor separated the actions that were implemented through a health officer order to be limited to these high-risk settings, and then issued his own order as the governor about the workforce that works for the state. And I applaud, cities, because the city of LA isn't the only city. Pasadena as well is requiring vaccination for city workers, obviously with the exemptions for people who need it for religious or medical reasons. But we do, this variant this Delta variant is way more infectious than anything we've seen, and it's wreaking havoc. And vaccinations are the most powerful tool we have. So I understand, particularly in workforces that are come in close contact with lots of other people, often vulnerable people, the desire to make sure that we're making it possible for there to be as much protection layered in as we can have. But I do think that that is a conversation that really needs to happen with our labor partners, with the board and with the CEO's office, obviously, so that we're all moving together.
Right. Thank you very much. So we have other members in the queue here. I have Supervisor Sheila Kuehl, then Janice Hahn, third Catherine Barger, and I'm assuming Holly Mitchell will be fourth. So in that order, I'll recognize Sheila.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you, Dr. Ferrer, and all who are working overtime to try to deal with the foolishness of those who still refuse to get vaccinated. You can hear the exasperation, I think, in my voice, although I think I'm going to nominate them for the Darwin Award this year, and you can look that up if you wish to know what an insult that is from me. Dr. Ferrer, I wanted to ask about the exponential growth in my district of cases being diagnosed. West Hollywood, Beverly Hills, Venice, Hollywood Hills, and Studio City, all in the third. Is there any way to try to further understand the age group? I know you said that Caucasians were now second highest in terms of becoming infected, and although, as I think we all know, the third is not primarily Caucasian, it still contains a lot in these communities. I don't know whether my LGBTQ population is represented in this growth. Is there any way for us to know sort of geographically and by age, and maybe even if there's any sexual orientation data to help us get the message out to people who are engaging in what we used to call in the old days of AIDS, risky behavior?
Yeah, it's a great question, Supervisor. And I know I had shared data with the board earlier that did show that the steepest increase is in fact in your district. And not surprising, you've got communities with very high case rates. The look that, with the information that's available to us, we noted a few things in common in these communities. One is, as it is almost everywhere, you see really most of this increase is happening among younger people. So it's mostly within 18 to 49-year-olds, with 18 to 29-year-olds obviously having the biggest increase of all. And that's consistent with what we see both across the county, but then when you hone in areas where we've seen sort of what you correctly noted as exponential growth, it's being fueled by younger people. This isn't the first time that younger people fuel this pandemic in terms of cases. I think the difference is we have a lot of protection for older people, so it's not spreading from younger people to older people in anywhere near the same rate that it was before. But as I noted, younger people, two things. One is they tend to intermingle socially more, and two is they are our workforce. So they are, for the most part, going to work a lot. And that's where there's also, as I noted, we've seen a big increase in outbreaks at work And this is just the start, right, of us seeing reports on outbreaks. You have to have noted 3 or more cases over a 14-day period for you to call us to investigate a cluster. So I think we're going to continue to see those increases. We do have outbreaks at bars and at restaurants and at our food manufacturing plants. All places where, again, without a lot of care, it can be very easy for there to be spread. I want to applaud, because it is in your district as well, Supervisor, that some bars are already requiring folks to who want to come in to be either vaccinated or have a negative test result. So I want to applaud those efforts. And as you saw, we had very high compliance around masking indoors. This is particularly important for the employees, some of whom may not be vaccinated themselves, but also for customers when they're not eating or drinking. The second, the fact that we did notice is in a couple of these communities, we had some outbreaks, some small outbreaks, but outbreaks nonetheless amongst people experiencing homelessness. And we track very carefully sort of the outbreaks in the bars in your communities, the outbreaks that we can see that are happening in restaurants or in business sites, as well as what's happening with people experiencing homelessness. And I reported earlier that one of the places where we've seen some of the largest increases have been among people experiencing homelessness. So we're working hard. I want to thank DHS in particular for all their leadership on getting more resources out to people experiencing homelessness, so that we can, again, continue to increase vaccination rates there as well. But the social media campaign will be a targeted campaign in these communities. So we're able to actually target residents and workers in these communities with our social media, and that's what you'll be seeing over the next couple of weeks.
Well, we'll be doing that as well, because we've been very strong about encouraging vaccination, and we'll work to specifically find increasing ways to target the younger community and find, the right arguments. On the second point that was raised by the chair, I want to indicate that I personally strongly favor requiring vaccinations of all 112,000 of our county workers. With a very, very focused exemption of any kind. I suppose testing could substitute, but we can talk about it. But I agree with you, Dr. Ferrer. That is something that the board itself will need to decide as the ultimate supervisors of all those employees. I was shocked to hear that our public safety officers in the sheriff's department and the fire department were not 100% vaccinated. I don't get that at all, and would like to perhaps, and I'll ask my colleagues if we might think about asking both the sheriff and the fire chief to come in and tell us why that is. That could be fun. And I thank you again very much for your work. I apologize on behalf of all the unvaccinated idiots who are raising the number of cases by their behavior and their choices, because I don't think they think for a minute about the pressure they're putting on our healthcare workers, again, who are already exhausted after a year and a half of this pandemic. So thank you for your work, and thank you so much for hanging in there. I know that it's been tough, and I know you've taken a lot of abuse for it, but we're all very grateful. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Kuehl. I tend to agree with you that it would be a good idea at some point to have the sheriff as well as the chief of our fire department to come in and talk to us about why we're experiencing this with our employees, because they do have contact, I believe, every single day with the public. So I look forward to that discussion. Thank you. Next, I'll recognize Supervisor Janice Hahn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And yeah, I think we're all just so, disappointed is too small of a word to use as it relates to the increase in these cases and hospitalizations. It's still primarily a pandemic of the unvaccinated, but clearly it's crept. This Delta variant has crept into the lives of people who are vaccinated. Shocking to see the deaths of people who are fully vaccinated. And yet we do know that the vaccines are highly effective against this variant. Dr. Fair, here's what I'm going to ask you, and this is as it relates to the indoor masking mandate that we instituted, I think it was 10 days ago. And I definitely think it's the right thing to do, but I'm going to bring up some concerns and questions that I heard from my constituents. And, this is what we do as supervisors. We represent 2 million people each, and it's our obligation to raise their voices and have our experts answer their voices publicly. So let me tell you the concerns of, there was about 11 cities that sent me a letter that didn't think, thought that the indoor masking requirement was a bit of an overreach in a reaction to the cases. But more importantly, they felt like they had high vaccination rates in these particular cities. Some of them were 80% of their population had been vaccinated. They had very low cases. They even thought they were at herd immunity. And they wanted to know, is there any scenario that you would recommend that would exempt cities with high vaccination rates from this indoor masking order? It's really kind of a holdover, and Catherine will remember we had certain parts of the county that wanted to be carved out regionally, and I think we even petitioned the governor to treat us differently when we were going through the tiers of how we were responding to COVID cases. And of course, the governor was not interested in carving out regions and were treating us as a county. So, Dr. Ford, do you think that's anything that in the future would happen? I know, I always say cities don't have closed borders. Other people come into your city to eat your restaurants, but they really feel like because they're at herd immunity, they have high vaccination rates and low cases, they should not have to abide by this county-wide indoor mask mandate.
Yeah, thanks so much, Supervisor. And obviously, this has been a question, really since the beginning of the pandemic is, how do you best mitigate against spread, and knowing that spread, as you've noted, and as I know your cities know as well, that there's no borders for this virus. It goes where it can. The change here is the Delta variant. So if I'm reporting that so far, it looks like in July, 26% of our new cases are occurring amongst fully vaccinated people, and now CDC is confirming this as well, that we're nowhere near herd immunity, because herd immunity is when there's very low rates of transmission that's happening, and when you have a variant that's both significantly more infectious, and because of that, it's also able to evade some of the protections we get from the vaccine.
So maybe we had herd immunity for the original COVID-19, but you don't have herd immunity towards the Delta variant. Is that what
I'd have to go back, but when I last looked, I didn't really see any places, any large communities. Obviously the small communities are very tiny in their numbers, but in most of the large communities, everybody's numbers are going up. So when numbers start going up, like, that's the time we take action. That's why we took action 10 days ago. It became clearer and clearer to us based on evidence we're seeing across the world and what we're seeing right here. The Delta variant's a game changer. And we don't have time to waste to try to get back to slowing transmission. And I do appreciate, that many communities would like to be able to have a lot more flexibility. But as you noted, we have workers that move from one community to another. They live in one place, they work in another place. We have certainly visitors in many of the cities that come from all over the world. It's really, I think, has worked best for us as a county when we've all just been committed to taking actions. And in this case, to be honest, wearing a mask does not really disrupt customary business practices. And it provides a very powerful layer of protection. So this is really being done to get us back as quickly as possible to slowing the spread. Because at this point, that's what we have to do. We have to get community transmission down as low as possible. This is essential as we're reopening our schools and we want a successful reopening. So I would just urge folks to allow us to work together. And we're always, as you know, I talk with elected officials once a week on a telebriefing. I'm always anxious to hear how we can most appropriately be supportive. But I think the science on this Delta variant in particular really does ask us all to work together again, move this county forward as a county. And I think that's possible.
Yeah, do you see us, do we have a goal that we want to reach to lift this indoor mask mandate? And I agree with you, by the way. This is how I've communicated this. This is a stopgap interim measure to slow the spread so that we don't have to go back to the very restrictive environment we had where we were regulating hours and capacity and you could only pick your food up at the curb. And we do not want to go back to that. That is truly a disruption to our businesses. But do we have a goal like so many people a percentage need to be vaccinated or cases need to be at a number before we would consider lifting it? Would it just be going back to pre 10 days ago, that where we were then? Or what, do you see us ever lifting this mask mandate, I guess is what I'm asking.
Yes, and of course I see us lifting this mask mandate once we get transmission back under control. We implemented the mask mandate when we moved from moderate transmission to substantial transmission. And now, of course, unfortunately, we're at widespread transmission. Rapid acceleration, which we had predicted would happen.
Is that still like the 8 per 100,000?
Yeah, it's 8, right? You get into substantial transmission at 8 new cases per 100,000.
Okay.
Or below that. But I will say, particularly now that CDC is aligned with us and really recognizing, as I think everyone is, the danger by the Delta variant, we're going to have to look at the spread of the Delta variant. It shows up most easily in our case rates, which is why I think that's a good place for us to be looking now. I agree with everyone that, we want to get back to the time where, we didn't need an extra layer of protection, but we need that extra layer now that masks give us. We need to continue to get a deep understanding of how the Delta variant is interacting with those of us who are vaccinated and those of us who are not vaccinated, and what kind of risks for continued transmission there are, particularly among those who are vaccinated. So we still have a lot of children that cannot get vaccinated. And again, the way you do this is you create a bubble of safety for those not able to get vaccinated. And that bubble of safety works best when community transmission is at as low a rate as possible. So we've got to factor that in, and we really have to do our very best to get those rates down low.
Right, because as long as our kids 12 and under still are not eligible to be vaccinated, I really think they're at risk. And I do think a lot of parents are very concerned about that. And I think our eye on the prize should keep being reopening our schools And I think everything we're doing should lead to safe reopening of our schools. I'm going to end by saying I am already on the side of believing that we should, in fact, vaccinate our county employees. You should either get them vaccinated or, I think like the state has said, or be tested weekly. So I'm already there, colleagues, and I will be supporting that if we move to make that happen. Thank you, Dr. Ferrer.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Janice, for those questions. Next, we'll recognize Supervisor Catherine Barger.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Dr. Ferrer and Dr. Park, for your work and your testimony this morning. And Dr. Ferrer, I want to thank you. I've been getting a lot of questions regarding the efficacy of all the vaccines, and what I tell people, all three work. And I know that we're looking at what the breakdown is of those that are vaccinated that have had the breakthrough. But, I tell people I don't want to get caught up in that, because I think at the end of the day, the vaccine, we know getting vaccinated will prevent you from getting in the hospital. And when you talk about, of the, I think it's 195 in our county hospital, 37 are fully vaccinated. And of those 37, 5 were admitted strictly for COVID. The others were actually in the hospital for something else. So we know it works. And so I appreciate, the work that you all are doing. I too, I'm with my colleagues as well. I think we need to begin the process of preparing to require all county employees to be vaccinated. And I think that as a board, we have that responsibility. We are preaching. I think we need to practice in terms of moving forward with our county workforce. And so I too am in support of moving forward with that. Dr. Ferrer, I just have one question regarding the Delta, and I don't know if this is false, so please correct me if I'm wrong. It's my understanding that the UK is about 4 to 5 weeks ahead of us in their fight against the Delta variant, and also has a similar vaccination rate as we do. What, or if you know, if your team has observed any of the trends of the variant in the UK, and is there anything we can glean from that will help us moving forward?
Yeah, it's a great question. Obviously, we follow the literature. So when we have peer-reviewed publications, we feel fairly confident. We do get a daily report that includes information from the UK and includes information from Israel. Those are really the two countries that have very high vaccination rates, similar to ours. I mean, if you look at what's happening across the globe, we're definitely a county with a very high vaccination rate compared to many others. And what everyone is noting is what I presented today. There are significant numbers of fully vaccinated people who are testing positive for COVID. The Delta variant is responsible for most of those cases. So where they're sequencing like we do here, the vast majority of fully vaccinated people are ending up infected with the Delta variant. The Delta variant is also the predominant strain that's circulating, so that would make a lot of sense. But the Delta variant is in many ways a game changer. And Israel already mandated that everybody mask. They lifted their masking requirement, and then a week later, when they looked at their numbers, they reinstituted it. And in the UK as well, they have. I don't think it's a universal masking, but they have masking requirements in different indoor settings. You notice all across Europe now, they're moving towards both universal masking and, as was noted earlier, requirements to do some activities. People need to be fully vaccinated. And that is both in Europe and in Asia at this point. So everyone is grappling with the impact of a Delta variant, and also with the reality that the more transmission there is, the more mutations there are, and there are already other variants of interest that scientists are having to look at to see what the impact is of these additional variants going to be on the transmission of COVID, not just here in the U.S., but across the world, because this virus, again, moves from one country to another with a lot of ease. So I think you're right in noting that, we should pay a lot of attention to what's going on in the UK, because they and Israel are sort of ahead of us in this trajectory. And I think the most promising news we have from both countries is that the vaccines are still holding up really, really well on preventing serious illness, hospitalizations, and deaths, which is what these vaccines promised us at the start that they would do. And they're still very powerful at doing that.
Great, thank you. And I also, I'm told the state reported the vaccination rate went up 16% last week. So I appreciated what you put it in your presentation, what you include in your presentation today regarding how long it takes to be fully inoculated after you get that second shot. And I think people need to understand that getting your second shot, you still have to wait 2 weeks for it to really be fully in place as it relates to protection. And so I appreciated you highlighting that. And then last but not least, on the CDC, I think the CDC is mandating the mask in high transmission areas. I wholeheartedly support that recommendation. And I'm assuming that LA County would be considered a high transmission area, correct? Based on CDC guidelines?
Their recommendation is in substantial and high transmission. And for them, high transmission areas are where your case rate is over 14. And as I showed you earlier today, we're over 17 new cases. But they're also recommending it for substantial, any communities that are at substantial, which is that 8 to 14 range.
And what I want to say on that is that there are those that say, well, if you're fully vaccinated, we were told you don't need it. But that was before the Delta variant, was allowed to completely consume the state, the United States. And so for me, I believe that I hope the state announces something so that we can be aligned with the state in order to ensure clarity and consistency. And so, I think that I'm told that they are going to, and so I will stand by for that. But I want to thank you for everything you're doing. And I have to say, and I know my colleagues would agree, when we have questions, I've emailed you at 8 o'clock at night and you respond immediately. And I greatly appreciate everything that you're doing as we address this issue. So thank you.
Oh, no, thank you. And again, I just want to reiterate my gratefulness for working for all 5 of the supervisors. You've been, just amazing leaders and partners. And I feel the same way when I need to talk to somebody about a particular concern and it's off hours. You've all made yourselves, as have your staff, are really accessible for helping us, again, figure out how to move forward in these difficult times. So thanks for your leadership.
Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, we'll recognize Supervisor Holly Mitchell.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'd just like to echo and add my thanks to you, Dr. Ferrer, for your courageous leadership. There were those in the public and others who expressed concern when the health order came out and that we were the first out of the block, if you will. But again, now that the CDC and others have followed, it reinforces that you were right once again. And for that, I deeply appreciate you doing what's in the best interest of LA County first and foremost. And as has been our experience, others will very likely follow. Let me say that I am deeply afraid. I am afraid for small businesses. I'm afraid for schools. I'm afraid for our overall economic recovery if we don't do better. This is a public health crisis. I'm not sure what more it takes for people to understand the gravity of this crisis. Thank you for your data today that very clearly articulated the levels of risk, primarily for the unvaccinated, but even for those of us who have chosen to be vaccinated as a result of this variant. It's clear that every time this virus finds a host, as in a body, to infect, it increases the likelihood that the virus can mutate. And we'll not only have a Delta, but we'll have who knows what comes next in terms of a variation or a mutation of this virus that will make it all the more difficult to control. But we cannot deny the possibility of a return to the closures if we don't do better. And at that point, those who continue to point to government and point to leaders in government as if we wake up in the morning trying to figure out ways in which we could close schools or harm small businesses, it is not on us. This is a public health crisis, and the public has to decide what we're going to do individually and collectively to help guarantee our transition into full recovery. But I just have to say, as I look at your data week after week after week, my fear, my basic human response of fear intensifies and grows. I believe you and we have done a yeoman's job in terms of expanding access. And so that's no longer the issue. The issue is individual decisions about getting the virus. With that, I would ask, I heard you and agree and support your accolades towards the outreach workers who are going door to door, doing that work every day. And my question is, how are we incorporating what we learn from outreach workers into any new strategies or actions? Is there a way that we can loop back and glean information from them in real time and make adjustments accordingly?
Yeah, it's a great question, and actually, and thanks for all your support, Supervisor. I actually met with, I was out, doing door knocking on Saturday with one of our outreach teams. I've done this a couple of times. So impressive the work that they're all doing. But you're right. We have outreach work. We have hundreds of outreach workers. We're partnering with, I think now it's 17 community-based organizations, as well as we have our own outreach workers. And there are outreach workers that are, being trained by us, but really aligned with a house of worship or another community organization. We had outreach workers joining us, for example, who came from St. John's clinics, who were walking with us. They were awesome. And you're absolutely right. It's that feedback loop. I do know that Megan McClare, who's leading our equity initiative here at the Department for the county, is trying to figure out how we get in more real time, because we do get information back from them, but it's not in real time. How we get from them in real time where they think we should be putting more effort and more energy. For example, we've been going door to door. Like we were door to door in Watts this weekend, and when you go door to door, probably 50% of the folks aren't answering; they're not home. You leave them information, and I was like, well, this is a lot of work, and we're only reaching about 50% of the folks. But the team was super clear with me that they actually, when they reach folks at home, they have these amazing opportunities to give people good information, to answer their questions. And in fact, it has led to dozens and dozens of people coming in, in that case, we're at Ted Watkins, coming into the park. We offer transportation, et cetera. But the team feels like the door-to-door work is very, very effective because the talking to people when they're in their homes seems to really allow people to ask us questions that they might not ask us at a town hall or a community meeting, but they will ask us, one-on-one. And then when they get the responses and are able to engage with our outreach workers, which are just amazing people, all of them, they're building their confidence and their trust. And honestly, one of the themes has been, we don't really trust government, so we don't really trust sort of what the government is telling us, but the outreach workers are not government. And so they're making really good inroads, and especially from their perspective in the one-on-one that they're doing. So I know it's labor intensive, but I think it's working, and we're going to continue it.
And I appreciate that. I think, that the state also has funded, I believe it's an additional 15 organizations. And so if we can figure out a way with technology to improve communication between the various groups doing outreach so they learn from each other and learn best practices and best answers and strategies to help encourage, as well as make that feedback loop in real time, I think that would be beneficial. I agree it's labor intensive, but for many of our, as Secretary Yolanda Richardson said, hardly served communities, it is the best practice. We certainly realize having lost that opportunity in the census this past year, in our inability to do door-to-door in a meaningful way since it wasn't funded from the federal government. And we now know the severity of our undercount, in California. Door-to-door, be it labor intensive, it is the best strategy to reach hardly reached communities. So thank you for your commitment in continuing that. One final clarifying question for me. I look forward to the opportunity as a board for us to discuss the options around vaccinations for county employees. I hope that's agendized soon so we can hear from council, county council, and the CEO and all those who will give us information to help inform our discussion and our decision. I really look forward to that. And what I've heard today, I think expressed by members, I don't know that we're all saying the same thing. So I really wanted to clarify what the state did, because I'm hearing two things. I am hearing, yes, let's mandate vaccine for all employees. And the second piece I'm hearing, which is what I think the state did, so please clarify, as I've read it, what the state did was to say that state employees have to show that they've been vaccinated or be tested at least once a week. That doesn't read to me as a mandatory vaccine to be able to continue to be a state employee. So can you clarify what the state did? Just because I think that there are two, I want to make sure that our language is consistent and we're all clear when we get to the point where we're going to make the decision that we're all, speaking apples to apples. So what did the state actually do?
So I'm very clear about what's in the health officer order because they issued a health officer order. My sense of what the governor announced, and it's really based on what was said, is for state workers, he did not mandate a vaccination. So I think you're right on that, Supervisor. What he did is he mandated that every state employee have to show proof of vaccination in order to not have to undergo required weekly testing. And that there wasn't a self-attestation any longer either. It was really a proof of vaccination status. And if you didn't want to show that or didn't have that to show, then you would, as a state worker, be subjected to weekly testing. But as far as I know, and as far as I heard with yesterday's press announcement, the governor did not, in fact, mandate vaccinations for state workers. Other places, other municipalities have, in fact, done that as well. They have gone forward and, are mandating, giving folks, till the middle of September, for example, to get vaccinated. I know the VA announced yesterday, they're the first federal department to announce that they're mandating that 8 weeks or like 12 weeks from now, all of their employees that have patient contact be vaccinated as well. So I think you're starting to see more and more folks say, testing, while better than not testing, is limited in terms of the protection it affords. Vaccination's much more powerful protection, and therefore probably pays to, talk with the labor partners and try to get agreement on moving towards getting people fully vaccinated.
Thank you very much for that clarification. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I appreciate it.
Much for the questions there from all the members, and I think we'll have a lot of discussion as we move forward now, given the recent information that the governor has provided us with, and also CDC. So I'm sure we'll get back to everyone on that. So this is a receive and file. If there's no objections, that will be the order. Members, now we're going to move on to item number 10, which is establishing a Blue Ribbon Commission on Homelessness, which was held by Supervisor Barger. Supervisor Barger, please unmute your mic to make your remarks.
Thank you. And I want to thank my colleague, Supervisor Hilda Solis, for co-authoring this motion with me today. Homelessness, as we all agree, is a major crisis affecting our communities at all levels. And I believe it's time for sweeping changes to the system. The status quo, as it stands, is no longer working, and the one-size-fits-all approach has failed many communities, and it's failed those languishing out on the streets. This board has recognized the need to reassess what we are doing and has previously approved several motions to address some of the key governance concerns. These past motions have led to some substantive report back to the board that identify and outline pathways that the county can take towards reforming our governance structure with the ultimate goal of improving our homeless services system and helping individuals transition to housing. With this information in hand, we need to come together with our partners at the City of Los Angeles, while also bringing in new partners from the 87 other cities and their representatives, such as the Council of Government and California Contract Cities, to develop specific proposals for this board to consider. The proposed Blue Ribbon Commission will be critical to finally address this issue and establish proposals in a bottom-up fashion that can lead the board to follow up with actions and reforms and put any governance concerns to rest. The Commission will also provide the opportunity to improve accountability, transparency, and inclusivity for all those involved. It will ensure that we engage and collaborate with service providers, government agencies, and all our 88 city representatives to come up with new strategies and solutions. We cannot wait another day because individuals are literally dying on our streets. Approximately 740 unhoused individuals have already died this year. That represents more than 100 additional deaths than this same time last year. The Blue Ribbon Commission is prescribed to act with urgency by appointing members before August 10th so they can begin work shortly thereafter in early September. Membership of this commission is designed to bring together internal and external leaders to be collaborative thought partners. As of now, the makeup of the commission includes 9 members, 1 appointee by each supervisor, which will offer a balance with the City of Los Angeles and our independent cities, 1 appointee nominated by the Mayor of Los Angeles, 1 appointee nominated by the Los Angeles City Council President, 1 appointee nominated by the Contract Cities Association, and last, 1 appointee nominated by the Council of Governments. This composition allows the Commission to be sizable and diverse enough to offer the unique perspectives of each stakeholder, yet at the same time, small and nimble enough to accomplish its task with a timely manner that may not, but by not becoming an overly bureaucratic body. It is my ardent hope that with an all-hands-on-deck approach, this will provide the deep analysis we need and critical solutions that will work for the entire county of Los Angeles. Once established, the Commission will look at the way the county and our cities respond to homelessness and access existing programs and services, such as mental health care and substance abuse treatment, as well as ways to increase affordable housing. The Commission will begin to review the existing LAHSA governance reports and will research governance structures from across the nation. Part of the review will include our County Council and Chief Executive Office to examine the JPA agreement that governs LAHSA. I'm asking that we deploy our county departments to work with LA City departments and provide support to this commission that will include briefings on existing LAHSA governance reports and examinations of the best practices to implement, briefings on existing strategies funded through Measure H, an update briefing regarding the reevaluation of the county-funded strategies, briefing by the Departments of Regional Planning, Public Works, and the Los Angeles County Development Authority on ways that we can do better to increase affordable housing, briefings by the Department of Mental Health, Health Services, and Public Health on the effectiveness of existing mental health care and substance abuse services, discussions with service providers and individuals with lived experience for their input on strategies to adopt that will improve all programs and services for the unhoused. This commission is intended to act with urgency and with a defined 6-month timeline, provide an analysis and recommendations to this board for consideration. I believe that this proposed Blue Ribbon Commission is an excellent way to establish and provide meaningful impact and reform. We've all seen this through the establishment of the Blue Ribbon Commission on jail violence and on the Blue Ribbon Commission on child protection, both which led to sweeping changes within existing county systems. I ask my colleagues to support this motion today so that this commission can help the board restore public confidence in the way we address the homelessness crisis and lead to meaningful reform. This is going to be essential if we are actively going to ask our residents to support a second round of Measure H in the future. Thank you again, Supervisor Solis, for co-authoring this motion with me and for joining me in proposing this motion to the colleagues. And I thank my colleagues for your consideration. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Barger, and thank you for also including me as co-author on this. We had a very lengthy discussion at I believe our last board meeting on this item with respect to increasing the representation of our local cities that many of us represent. So I do think this is an important motion, one that probably should have happened several years ago. But we're not there. We're moving on now. And I believe that the county has made significant investments in building out our homeless rehousing and prevention system. But it hasn't come without a heavy price. In part, some of us who represent several cities outside of the city of Los Angeles have had to work very diligently and use our own discretionary money to also help expand services, while many of our cities were helpless, thinking, well, where is the help from the county? Why are we not receiving at least a portion of support for some of the things that they wanted to do? And many of them I know that I represent weren't always open to allowing for the kinds of shelter that were needed at the beginning many years ago on this subject matter. And it took a while, but I think engaging with them, showing them that we could work together and partner as we did. And I believe that has taken us to a place now where we do need to have their voices heard. It's really about making sure that we're taking care of the unhoused individuals that go beyond just the city of Los Angeles or downtown LA, and that we look at our other cities that we also represent. A while back, many would not believe that there were homeless people that lived in our watersheds in the San Gabriel Valley, in the city of Azusa, and those outerlying areas, but they were there. The numbers continue to grow. And we found that there were many gaps in the service delivery there. Pretty much the infrastructure that we see here in LA downtown is not the same, and that's because there have been years and decades of support here vested in the city of Los Angeles, which I'm not criticizing, but I will tell you, when we passed Measure H, that was supposed to be and it was supported by many of our cities. They were also going to receive a portion of that fund and support from us. And I agree that we have to do something about it. I'm not for just having another commission or another body oversee and extend something that isn't going to have results. I like this proposal before us because it does give us a time limit. We're talking about six months, and we're also assigning a smaller group of individuals that I do believe will represent our county and the city and those involved and engaged in this subject matter at a more appropriate level. So I want to give this a chance. I've heard from my colleagues who don't think we need this, but I've also heard from many people, and you heard from many of those individuals that called in today in the queue saying that they support this measure, and it's the way to go. I alone in my own district represent 24 different cities, and they are not all of them fully aware of the potential to be able to work in partnership with us. Many have been exploring. Many of those cities you heard call in today. The city of Baldwin Park, the mayor called in. They've been very supportive of helping us house a Project Home Key site, which many other cities were very reluctant to do. And now they're also talking about extending homeless shelters in the Tiny Homes project that they want to bring. The city of El Monte has purchased 2 hotels to serve as Project Home Key. We graduated from Room Key to Home Key, but they don't have, in particular, a voice amongst amongst our deliberations in terms of how we actually get to other cities and help them engage. And I think El Monte, Baldwin Park, and even the city of Monterey Park and Rosemead, who also worked with us to stand up Project Room Key sites. So when people tell me that cities outside of LA aren't interested and they're not putting skin in the game, I have to say, no, that's not the case in the first district. At least I know that these individuals, they're not all of them, but I would say a good movement is occurring. And that's what I want to see, that we continue to move down in that path. So I'm asking my colleagues as well to support this measure. I know that Supervisor Hahn has had discussions with us too, with respect to having cities that she represents that also were in need of support and additional funding. And we did come through with some portion of funding. I want to thank Supervisor Barger for working together and all of us to see that we could get money to our COGS initially, just as a starting point. And I believe that it has paid off, but we need to do more. And now if we have more voices included, hopefully we'll be able to get more support, not just from ourselves and the county, but also state government, the Assembly and Senate, and also Washington, D.C., the new administration. So members, please, I ask you to afford us that courtesy to support this in a way that's meaningful, in a way that, again, is opening up our voices and allowing for us to have these discussions. So thank you very much, members. I believe that Supervisor Kuehl would like to ask a question.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. It's not really a question, it's a set of comments. I apologize to you and to Supervisor Barger. I will not be supporting this motion, and I want to say a few things about why. I agree with both of you. Very well stated. We cannot wait another day for a solution. We need all hands on deck. But I don't think the end of that sentence says we cannot wait another day for a fifth study about homelessness and what to do about it. Or we have all hands on deck to have a blue ribbon commission. The point, I think, was made last week or 2 weeks ago when we brought a motion with some of the recommendations from one of the last 4 separate reports made about homelessness in Los Angeles County over the last 12 months alone, but the recommendation was not adopted. So with recommendations made by commissions, committees, studies, etc., let me say very directly, there is no silver bullet about homelessness. There is no sudden new something we haven't even thought of that is going to come out of this. This, I think, will actually simply take up a lot of time, come up with many of the same recommendations that we've heard from the 4 reports that we got in the last 12 months about LAHSA and homelessness. And then we will be faced with the same question about action or lack of action that we've been facing in trying to get anything done here rather than have one more study. LAHSA's chief function is to rehouse, to help people who have fallen into homelessness. And they've actually accomplished a lot. I do not agree in any way, Supervisor Barger, with your characterization that we have failed, because we have not failed the 66,000 people that we got back into housing in the last 3 years. Where we have failed is in not being able to stop all the new people falling into homelessness. And you know the numbers. No matter how many we house each day, over 200, almost 300 fall into homelessness. And we do not give LAHSA any power to do anything about that. Indeed, much of that lies with the cities that you've been talking about in this motion and that both of you have been lauding for their efforts. I have to say, I love my cities too. I love the efforts that they make. But how many of them, for instance, has a rent control ordinance or a rent stabilization ordinance? How many of them? How many of them are meaningfully investing in permanent housing? and not fighting over whose block it's going to be in or whose neighborhood it's going to allegedly ruin. You know, LASA has actually done an amazing job. In the last 6 months alone, they put over almost 2,500 people into interim housing, served 9,000 people in new interventions, curtailed their own administrative costs to 5% or less of the total budget. And the feds think they're really virtuous in saying that it just can't be more than 10%. That's half in terms of the administrative rate. LASA was the public health lead for the unhoused population all during COVID, preventing tens of thousands of infections and hundreds of deaths. Estimates from researchers, Dennis Colhane, Randall Kuhn, estimated that without their concerted action, maybe 27,000 people experiencing homelessness in the county could have become infected with COVID. But LASA responded quickly, and they put a lot of energy into that. LASA has continuously innovated to reduce the times to place people in housing. So I understand why cities who, honestly, you can say, Madam Chair, they have skin in the game because they bought a hotel. But, you know, they haven't been putting money into this. This has been the county and the city of LA. And I appreciate that the cities want a seat at the table, but I'm not really sure what is served except to ameliorate their concern that they're not at the table. If you think they'll do more because we have another study, great. But the increases in homelessness are driven by inflow. And that is nothing that this Blue Ribbon Commission is going to recommend anything about. I'll bet you $10 right now, because we need to double down on upstream solutions. And it's not going to find anything new. I find it like we're going to see, I think, in a motion later today. It's just kicking the can down the road. It looks good to have a Blue Ribbon Commission. On the child protection piece, yes, we did adopt their major recommendation to have an Office of Child Protection, but it was not engaging every one of our departments to do everything they can. We need action, not more commissions, not more reports, action. So I'm sorry, but I don't think this is the right motion for our time. I appreciate your sincerity in bringing it, but I apologize that I won't be able to support it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I see Janice Hahn would like to speak on this item. Supervisor Hahn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And, you know, everything I'm going to say is laced a little bit with frustration, not necessarily because, you know, I don't think we should keep trying, but it is a little bit frustrating to continue to see how many unhoused, homeless, we kind of come up with a new description regularly, but these are people who are sleeping on our streets. And everyone I know thinks the problem is getting worse. Everyone I know still is shocked when they drive on our freeways and see the number of tents on our underpasses, overpasses, by the riverbed. I know in San Pedro, we have a serious problem. Most people think we haven't exactly gotten a handle on it. I have quit using the term solve homelessness. I don't believe it's a solvable issue. I believe we will always have people who, for one reason or another, are not housed. But we have to do a better job of really managing this crisis and doing everything we can to get more people inside and keep more people from falling into homelessness. But I'm not ready to give an A at this point to LASA or kind of anyone else, because the problem is too complex and too deep. And I'll have to say that when I heard of the proposal to create this intergovernmental body at our last board meeting, I was reluctant about creating another group to debate and discuss losses governance when we've done that a lot. And now here we are discussing another proposal to create a Blue Ribbon Commission to discuss LAHSA governance and to maybe bring forth some ideas that nobody's thought about before. And I'm still a little reluctant of creating another commission, but I do think I shared the feeling that many of my cities, many of my residents have told me that we need to change something. Something has to be done differently going forward. Some action must be taken. And I do like that this proposal has representation that I think has been lacking in LAHSA governance. I think it's important that we hear from our contract cities. I think it's important that our Council of Governments, we heard many of them call in today, who do feel ignored and neglected by LAHSA. I also feel a little bit better that this has a specific length of time, like it's 6 months. It has a sunset date of 6 months to come up with some recommendations that we haven't thought about before that maybe could put us on a different course going forward that will make the changes that I think everyone is really looking for. Most importantly, those who are on the streets and are looking for a way to get their lives back. I also think it's important that this commission will be tasked in their report back, listening and paying attention to and supporting our unincorporated areas in the county. Many of us also represent unincorporated areas who also sometimes feel a little out of the loop and not at the table. And I'm frustrated so much so that I'm willing to do one more thing to just try and see if we can't crack that nut, open the ideas of innovation, be extraordinary in going forward and how we can change the course for so many lives in LA County. And so on that note, I'm going to introduce a friendly amendment to increase the seats of this commission. So clearly, if you're not going to vote, if you don't like this commission to start with, you're really not going to like the fact that I'm adding more seats. But here goes. And I've been told I have to read this word for word by our county council. So here we go. Establish a Blue Ribbon Commission on Homelessness that shall be directed to research and analyze various homelessness governance reports, studying models from across the nation, and providing feedback to the board regarding the most relevant and effective models with the intention of implementing reform to help solve the homelessness crisis, even though I don't say that anymore, in Los Angeles County. The BRCH shall provide a report that includes recommendations for a new governance model that is appropriate for Los Angeles County, incorporating the diverse needs of the region, its 88 cities, the unincorporated communities, which the Board of Supervisors directly represents, and this report should reflect the various legal and legislative issues that are impacting homelessness policy. The report and its recommendations should seek to enhance accountability, transparency, and inclusivity. The report should include recommendations on how cities, council of governments, regional representatives could be incorporated into an effective governance structure and address the homelessness crisis. Okay, here comes my amendment. And let me just tell you, colleagues, this was based on the City Council President Nuri Martinez, who looked at this and said she would like to have 2 additional seats on the commission for the City of Los Angeles, and our COGS would actually like an extra 1 seat. So that's what my amendment is. My amendment is saying it should go from 9 seats to 12. 2 more for the City of Los Angeles, 1 more for our COG. And I have to read this too. I'm sorry, please indulge me. The BRCH shall be comprised of 12 members. 5 members of the BRCH shall be appointed by the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors, with 1 member appointed by each supervisor. 1 member shall be nominated by the mayor of Los Angeles. 3 members shall be nominated by the Los Angeles City Council president. There you go, Nuri. 1 member shall be nominated by the Contract Cities Association, and 2 shall be nominated by the councils of government. Given the urgency of this situation, nominations to this VRCH shall be submitted for final approval at the Board of Supervisors meeting of August 10th. If you like this, setting up this Blue Ribbon Commission, I think my amendments will make it even more effective. If you don't like it, you'll probably hate it even more. So anyway, thank you, Madam Chair, for letting me submit those amendments. And I hope they're accepted. I hope they're friendly enough that you will accept them.
Catherine?
I accept them. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, okay, that's great. We also have a question from Supervisor Holly Mitchell.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Not so much a question, but really a series of comments. First of all, let me just acknowledge, I heard you loud and clear when you asked for the courtesy of a vote, and I want to just say clearly that it is not my intention to be discourteous in my opposition to this policy, and I certainly hope it's not interpreted that way. My opposition today is based solely on policy and approach. Secondly, I share your appreciation for the public calling in, and I listen very closely. However, I do think it should be acknowledged that our public comment is limited to a time period, not based on the number of people in the queue. So, it's difficult for us to suggest that based on the people who were fortunate enough to call in early enough and to get in the queue, that we've got the full complement of public comment and perception about an issue based on who actually made it in the queue. We are cutting our public comment off based on a time limited amount. So I also look forward to the time when we are able to convene differently in person, hopefully relatively soon, to allow full, transparent public comment and feedback on the policies that we are taking into consideration. Thirdly, before I move into my comments, I just want to, again, I think it's really important that we are clear about what's before us and that we focus our statements on fact. The question often comes up on Measure H and how those dollars are being spent, and the term, equitable distribution is often used. And I hope, well, let me just say that when I hear equitable distribution, by some, I think it's the perception that it should be divided equally by 88. Well, I don't know that that's fair, because not all 88 cities in the county experience our family, friends, and neighbors who are unhoused at the same numbers and rates. And so what equitable distribution currently means is dividing Measure H funds based on the greatest need. And that's how it's done right now with our current SPA system. It's done regionally. And so I just want to clarify that that's the current system in terms of how Measure H dollars are distributed. And as I read and consider the motion before us today on establishing a Blue Ribbon Commission, I just cannot see how this addresses the concerns that were raised, from previous, our board meeting 2 weeks ago. Issues that educated me in terms of the sheer number of motions this body has brought forward to address the issue of our family, friends, and neighbors who are unhoused. I believe I heard a number to the tune of 239 some odd motions. And yet we have another one. I have to say, if this were perhaps 2004 or 2005, in the middle of both our housing crisis in California, our economic crisis at the state, when we began to cut back the state and county level on entitlement programs and supports, where budgets were cut to support people who currently find themselves unhoused, a Blue Ribbon Commission with the mandate that this motion lays out might have made sense. But this is 2021, and we are hundreds of motions, thousands of actions, thousands of hours that this county board initiated through town hall meetings that I participated on as an assembly member to identify priorities and the ways in which LA County could begin to support our unhoused population. So that's a lot of water under the bridge to come forward now in 2021 to talk about a Blue Ribbon Commission as if all that work and resources and time had not been spent. So that's why I have, these are some of the issues that concern me about this motion. It establishes a commission to provide yet another report, which again, as board members said 2 meetings ago, is not what they felt we needed. We needed action. Just because we're going to appoint, now based on the read-in motion, more people with a shortened time frame doesn't, for me, necessarily connote direct action. It is another report back that will come from more people in a shorter time frame. This motion does not address the actionable steps included in previous reports that LAHSA has already provided around organizational structure, on contracting, or even on governance from the ad hoc committee. Again, we as the county have an existing joint powers authority agreement for various projects in geographies and cities, as well as have joint power authority agreements for other projects. These are agreements to allow for cooperation and cohesiveness across jurisdictional boundaries. We don't need a blue ribbon commission to establish that exists. And so what precedent would we be setting by dictating seats at the table for parties not legally responsible in a JPA? Because the JPA agreement, which establishes LAHSA, is a legal contract between the city and the county, the board has the right in closed board sessions with legal counsel on the direction that the JPA should move in and what is and is not legally allowed. In fact, it's my understanding that this board has in previous years had closed sessions with legal counsel on the JPA and made recommendations. So I'm not sure what ramifications we will be providing this Blue Ribbon Commission direction to explore the existing JPA. Again, as I mentioned previously, I supported COGS in getting resources. That is on record, and the state of California included COGS in resource allocation in several budgets, and those actions were opposed by many counties, including this one. I strongly believe in authentic engagement and involvement in our government, which is why we amended our motion 2 weeks ago and created a process for involving the COGS in refining the vision and outcomes for LAHSA. And that was at the request of board members, but again, that measure was defeated. We currently have 5 appointed LAHSA commissioners. There are various bodies and committees which contribute to LAHSA. We could charge the commission to update the process and the flow of input to strengthen communication with the COGS and contract city reps. We all know the sheer numbers of Angelenos who find themselves unhoused every day. We are also clear how all of our individual districts are impacted. It saddens me deeply to acknowledge that 34% of the total unhoused population in the county call the 2nd District home, with a 23% increase since the prior year. And so I'm concerned that this motion could have an adverse effect on our progress to continue to work together. Any delay is unacceptable, and on improving LAHSA's performance. This motion only addresses its governance at the top. All of the report backs and studies concluded that that's not the issue with LAHSA. It's the structure that's the problem. And this motion and this Blue Ribbon Commission would do nothing to address the real issue. Will this motion and the Blue Ribbon Commission, that it would establish, alleviate those parts of LAHSA which slow it down and keep it from being an effective change agent? Not according to what I'm reading in this language. Or will it make it worse and add another layer of delays and perhaps dysfunction in the height of our COVID pandemic and the impact that's had on increasing our homeless numbers? I have served on any number of Blue Ribbon Commissions, and at no point prior to being an elected official did I think the work of the Blue Ribbon Commission should replace that of elected officials. And so I don't think our constituents will think by passage of this motion we've made any great strides towards solving this problem. One could argue that we've merely appointed and delegated our authority to another entity, yet another bureaucratic layer, to further delay action. I don't think that's the appropriate tactic for us to take in 2021, in the middle of a public health pandemic, having spent thousands of woman power and manpower hours and meetings across all of our districts to figure out what the best solution is for LA County. With every finger that we use to point at LAHSA and other entities, there are 3 fingers pointing back at us as an elected body. And I believe this Blue Ribbon Commission simply is not the most appropriate action for us to take at this time. And so I will be voting no. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I just want to let the audience know that according to our clerk, there were 67 registered written comments that were submitted in support of this item and 10 that were opposed. So while not everyone was able to get in the queue, obviously there was support. And I can't even imagine what other offices, what they may have received, but I know we, outside of this number, received support as well. So just want to clarify that for the record. So members, we have a motion that has been amended before us. Seeing no other discussion or debate on this matter, then I'd like to call this up for a vote as amended. Item 10 is moved by Supervisor Barger and seconded by me to pass this motion as amended. Madam Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Item 10 as amended is before you. Supervisor Mitchell.
No.
Supervisor Mitchell, no. Supervisor Kuehl.
No.
Supervisor Kuehl, no. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Solis.
Yes.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Motion carries 3-2.
Thank you, members. Okay, moving on now to item number 14. This is taking action, further protections for surviving families from law enforcement harassment and retaliation, which I held. And after I speak, I will turn to Supervisor Mitchell if she would also like to make some remarks. So I want to begin by thanking you, Supervisor Mitchell, for joining me on the motion and for your concern on this item and these activities that have been occurring in our districts. I want to also thank my colleagues, as my first motion on this topic was supported unanimously. It's pretty evident that we need to continue to stand by our families who are trying to heal after their loved ones were taken away by law enforcement. And it really pains me that we even have to have a motion for this. But given the traumatic stories we've heard today and in the past years, it's evident to me that we need to continue to support these families who consistently get harassed and intimidated, unfortunately, by some LA County Sheriff deputies. To those families who called in today and have shared their stories at the Sheriff Civilian Oversight Commissions and other public platforms, I'm sorry for your grief. And I heard your grief when we also had a call with you and heard that several weeks ago. I'm grateful for your bravery and your courage to share these stories that are painful with us and with other members of the public. The sheriff continuously bashes any form of oversight and in the same thread attempts to intimidate and retaliate against those who raise concerns and complaints of misconduct that some members of the department engage in. The department's history, even during the sheriff's tenure of misconduct, has resulted in the state's AG opening a civil rights investigation to determine whether the department has engaged in a pattern or practice of unconstitutional policing. Additionally, though the county has paid for deputies to have body-worn cameras, we know that the department has policies that still need reform and refinement and improvement. Current policies do not allow random audits by an independent body to review camera footage to ensure that deputies are not engaging in misconduct. And this also includes the inability to check footage to see if deputies are actually turning on and keeping on, per policy, their body-worn cameras when engaged with the community. Lastly, the sheriff in his comments disparaged victims of deputy-involved shootings, calling them suspects. Some of these individuals had mental health needs, a hearing impairment, and was autistic, like Isaiah Cervantes. Mind you, the board is having to put this motion forward because we have families who can't mourn for their loved ones in peace. Our families have a right to mourn in peace. And a couple of months ago, I directed the OIG to report back on how to strengthen oversight of the Sheriff's Department, as well as recommendations on how we can support and protect our families from future harm. The motion is to continue to support our families and engaged in oversight of the Sheriff's Department to move forward with the necessary steps to do so. Aside from providing technological support and, frankly, access to databases and even body-worn camera coverage for the OIG and other public safety departments in the county, I'm also, quite frankly, asking that the CEO find sustainable funding for a family assistance program. This program has the potential to be a lifeline for those families after traumatic experiences with the sheriff, in which their loved one is either killed or hurt by law enforcement misconduct and use of force. We know it's been helpful to those families who have used it. However, we need to build this program up and find sustainable funding to provide robust services that our families need to heal while they seek justice. Colleagues and the surviving families, I again ask for your aye vote and make it count. This just can't continue. And I also want to thank the many individuals who called in this morning to inform us about their support on the motion and some families that have been personally impacted. With that, I thank you, and I recognize my co-author, Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you very much. I'm going to just use my brief time this afternoon, Madam Chair, to respond to the comments made at the top of our meeting by the sheriff, where he suggested that our Inspector General was, quote, corrupt, based on what I don't know, where he insisted on referring to the victims of these murders as, quote, suspects, which suggested to me a justification in the loss of life because they were, quote, suspects. I wonder if that then makes the officers who took their lives equivalent to judge and jury, that because they were suspected that their murders were justified, that the officer moved them from suspect to guilty, and therefore in their minds and in the minds of their sheriff, their actions were justified. They are victims because they were killed. That's what constitutes the term being used, victim. In some instances, they were in pursuit. We don't know all of the individual cases, but to make the global statement that they were suspects and therefore deserved less than humane treatment by officers who take an oath to protect and serve all equally, I found deeply offensive, particularly coming from an individual and a department currently under investigation by our state's Attorney General. I don't know that the Inspector General is, hence the inappropriateness of him being referred to as corrupt. Thank you, Madam Chair, for your consistency in bringing the issues and challenges and fears these families experience every day, leading up to the murder of their loved one, during and after. And I'm proud to stand with you as co-author and vote in support of this motion.
Very much, Supervisor Mitchell. I will now recognize Supervisor Barker.
Thank you. And actually, Supervisor Mitchell, I agree with you. The comments made by the sheriff were totally inappropriate and quite frankly not constructive as it relates to this item. And it truly is unfortunate because once again, don't let facts, get in the way of a good story. In this sense, he didn't have the facts to back up what his claims were. And it really is unfortunate. And I say that as someone who has questions regarding this motion. I am actually a little disgusted with how he brought this to the board today. And he did nothing to help those men and women that wear the uniform that actually genuinely do want accountability across the board. But I have some questions for County Council, and I'll make them as brief as possible. My understanding is that the OIG already has the authority to request access to monitoring and investigate requests to include the PRIMS and body-worn camera videos. What is the subpoena power of the OIG, and is that insufficient? And is that why County Council needs to be involved? I'm just trying to understand that.
So thank you, Supervisor. Yes, under the county code, pursuant to the board's authority under Government Code Section 25303, the OIG has full access to the sheriff's records. The only limitation that exists is that the OIG cannot obstruct the sheriff's criminal investigative function under 25303. Otherwise, he has, not he, but the OIG and the Inspector General has full access to the sheriff's records, under the law.
Okay, does obstruction go the other way in terms of if the OIG is investigating something, obstruction by the sheriff's department, by the sheriff? I kind of know the answer to that. That I was being a little sarcastic.
Yes, okay.
Yeah. On directive number 2, the guarantee a need to know. In other words, what mechanisms are there to stop someone from using the information obtained by the Sheriff's Department internal database to substantiate an allegation of unlawful force versus searching for an allegation of unlawful force? Can you answer that?
If I understand your question correctly, Supervisor, the limitation in the directive for all the entities other than the Inspector General is as permitted by law. So if there is, the motion does not require a change and cannot obviously require a change in state law. So therefore, if there is a state law that limits access to certain information, that remains. So the clause as permitted by law makes that clear.
Is that pitches?
Excuse me?
Is that pitches?
Correct. There are various laws, right, that protect confidential information. Pitches is one, and there are others.
Okay. So on number 4, if I understand Directive 4 correctly, this directive is exploring the idea of creating an independent office of law enforcement standards, which appears to remove disciplinary action from LASD and places it with the OIG, PD, and APD. What are the potential consequences of setting up this kind of precedence to law enforcement agencies throughout the country? Is there?
Well, Supervisor, so that directive asks for a report back in 60 days. Those are the very issues that we will obviously research and then report back to the board on. Certainly, that is an issue, and there are other issues that obviously we need to look at, and I believe that is why the directive is for a report back in 60 days. We'll certainly provide that information to the board.
Okay, and then on number 5, is that direction already a function of the OIG? Number 5 is
yes. Like I said, the OIG under the county code is entitled to have access to, as part of the oversight function of the OIG, is entitled to see everything. And the state legislature also made that clear through AB 1185. And not only made that clear, but also granted the OIG independent subpoena authority. So yes, the OIG is entitled under the county code to have access and to see everything.
Okay, you know, again, I'm just going to say I think it is truly unfortunate that we are deliberating on motions like this based on one individual, but that individual reflects, I believe, to your point, Supervisor Mitchell, what is perceived to be the sentiment of the rank and file. And, you know, I know that Max Huntsman is a man of integrity. He's someone who has held this position as OIG for a long time, and to imply that he is crooked in any way is once again completely distorting the facts and, in fact, an outright lie. And, you know, I was prepared to vote no on this motion. I still don't feel this motion is the way I would go about it, but I have a hard time hearing what the sheriff said in his opening comments from being convinced that we don't need to be a little more aggressive as it relates to what is taking place. So I've got to really weigh this as I hear more discussion on this item. But thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I think one of the questions for me is the reason why we're asking for these different provisions is because, quite frankly, the OIG has not been able to access these files and information. There's been obstruction on the other hand to prevent us from getting at the information that we've requested, and even through the Civilian Oversight Commission. So I think that this is just another matter of putting it on the record. And I get it. We'll get a report back and see how feasible this is and how it compares to other parts of the country and other counties. But I do think that there are some good things here that we should be taking a serious look at. When we talk about the fact that we have suspects that are being treated and pointed out in a manner that, to me, is not correct. I have issues with that, especially with respect to the families that right now are still in mourning, continue to mourn, and are continually being harassed, unfortunately. And as you heard earlier, there was a young lady that said, after this testimony that I'm giving today, this morning, I'm probably going to be harassed again. How does that sound? How does that sound? How are we able to allow those things to go on? I think that I'm also reminded that the sheriff may not fully appreciate what the role of our offices are and what we do. But we get many calls and complaints from people, not just on items like this, but the fact that sometimes we don't even have enough sheriffs out there that are really available and on call to do the things that they would normally be doing. And that disturbs me. The other thing that disturbs me is that we have a high number of cases that are still not resolved or that we have little information on. And there are many, unfortunately, pending litigation lawsuits that are going to cost the county a lot of money. So while the sheriff is blaming us for not doing anything, he's actually creating problems himself. And quite frankly, I'm embarrassed for him. But more importantly, I'm speaking out because I think that these families need to have justice done, and information should not be blocked for them and for us as a body seeking justice. So I would just ask for your aye vote. If there aren't any other questions from any other board offices, then I will go ahead and move this item. It's been seconded by Supervisor Mitchell. And Madam Executive Officer, can you please call the roll?
Item 14 is before you. Supervisor Mitchell.
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Kuehl. Supervisor.
Aye. Sorry.
Supervisor
The unmute button is very stubborn, but I vote aye.
Supervisor Kuehl, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger.
I'm going to abstain on this one.
Supervisor Barger abstains. Supervisor Solis.
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Motion carries 4-0 with one abstention.
Thank you, members. Now let's turn to item number 15, which is legal representation and wraparound services linkage for immigrants, which I held And Supervisor Hahn, I will recognize you shortly after. First of all, I want to thank my co-author on the motion, Supervisor Hahn, and other members of this board for the many actions that we have taken collectively to protect the rights of immigrant families and children. And we heard a whole lot this morning from some people that had called in about these items. Given the past 4 years of cruel and inhumane immigration policies coming from the previous administration, I'm proud of the work that we have done to protect the 3.5 million immigrants who call LA County their home. One of those critical actions was to create the LA Justice Fund back in 2017, a pilot program offering free legal aid to immigrants facing deportation who could not afford an attorney otherwise. And from the beginning, we knew that this was a critical need because people who have adequate representation in court are 10 times more likely to win their cases than people who don't have an attorney. When an individual is detained by federal immigration authorities, they are cruelly separated from their families and their communities and face the harsh possibility of being deported to their nation of origin, where they left for a better life and where they may not have known for many years. And as such, the LA Justice Fund has been providing an important and I believe necessary service for the immigrant community here in Los Angeles County. Since its very inception, our nonprofit legal services providers have exceeded the initial goals of the LA Justice Fund pilot program. As a reference, they've conducted 1,737 legal consultations and referrals. They've represented over 528 individuals, a third of whom were children, represented the parents of 75 U.S.-born children in order to keep these families together, and completed 63% of cases with a positive outcome, which allowed the clients to remain in the United States lawfully. In my mind, this is a hugely successful program, and we should expand it because the need has not gone away. And in fact, given the recent federal court ruling, which jeopardizes DACA once again, immigration services are now more critical than ever. We now have a framework to begin implementation of this newly expanded program, which not only includes removal defense for detained immigrants, but also for non-detained immigrants. We aim to provide legal aid to low-income, vulnerable immigrants facing deportation before they are detained to prevent the consequences of detention on them, their families, and our community. Another critical component of the program, which I am very excited about, is prioritizing and providing legal aid to the very vulnerable groups, such as unaccompanied children, immigrants at risk of homelessness, TPS holders, asylum seekers, humane trafficking, and violent crime survivors, and DACA recipients and their applicants. The program will have a robust case management system to wrap services around these families, and grassroots community organizations will play a key role to increase the outreach and prevent immigration fraud. Our service providers, philanthropic entities, and the City of Los Angeles are all important partners in this program, and I want to personally thank all of them for their collaboration and work over the past years. I also want to point out that community engagement will be key to all of this, ensuring that the Black and API and Indigenous immigrants' voices are included, because immigration is not just a Latinx-only issue. And I know that Supervisor Mitchell has a motion to address the needs of Black immigrants in LA County, which I fully support and believe that this program can address the needs of legal services for Black immigrants as well. In regards to funding the City of LA, they have already committed $2 million to the program, and our philanthropy partners aim to do the same. But given the size and the tremendous needs of our county, I believe we need to at least match or exceed the amount with ongoing funding, so there is stability for this program. Very vulnerable people are going to be relying on these services to protect them from deportation, so we cannot have a disruption in the services due to a lack of funding. Colleagues, our board has been leading on this issue for a long time. Now we have another opportunity to help the vulnerable segment of our population, the very people who have been on the front line workers during the pandemic, who picked and cooked and delivered our food, who stocked our grocery stores, and much, much more. It's time to provide them with legal services they need and they deserve. I respectfully ask for your aye vote, and now I have the honor of recognizing my co-author, Supervisor Hahn.
Thank you, Supervisor Solis. And you and I have worked on this since the very beginning. We actually authored the original motion to start this LA Justice Fund pilot program back in 2016 to provide legal counsel to immigrants facing removal. So I appreciate you keeping me on your team on this one. It's important that we're taking what we learned from that pilot and creating a permanent immigrant legal defense program here in LA County. This is a big deal. The universal right to legal representation is the cornerstone of the American legal system. It's enshrined in the United States Constitution that everyone has the right to counsel in criminal cases. But that right does not extend to immigrants facing deportation. So LA County stepped in and we created the LA Justice Fund pilot program. We knew it was going to be important to provide free legal counsel to immigrants facing removal. But to be honest, I don't think we had any idea just how important it really would be. And the results speak for themselves. The LA Justice Fund clients were 12 times more likely to be allowed to stay in the United States than those who didn't have representation. And most of the clients had been in the United States for more than a decade. They built their lives here. They had families here. They worked essential jobs. They paid taxes. So successful outcomes means that their lives were not upended and families were not torn apart. And that's what the pilot programs are supposed to do, show us whether or not something works. And since this program was clearly a success, this board is voting today, hopefully, to make it permanent. We are changing and upgrading the program model a bit based on what we learned. For example, this permanent program will provide universal representation with no carve-outs. And just like our county public defenders are able to represent people accused of crimes who can't afford counsel, our immigrant lawyers will now be available to people in LA County facing deportation who can't afford representation. You know, I've said this for a while, and I'm still going to ask a couple of questions about this to Rigo, but I thought it would make sense to direct a portion of this Justice Fund money to our own public defenders so that they could represent immigrants at risk for removal. I'm not really clear why we're not doing that. I know our public defender, Ricardo Garcia, has referenced San Francisco City County as an example of this kind of public defense for immigrants in their community. So, Rigo, I think you're available. Would you just explain again, and you're from our Office of Immigrant Affairs, can you explain again why we can't appropriate some of this Justice Fund money to our very own county public defenders for this program?
Absolutely. Thank you for this very important question, Supervisor Hahn. Thank you to Madam Chair and other members for considering this proposed framework. As you mentioned, the program is designed to provide due process and equitable immigration legal representation and wraparound services for immigrants and their families. Again, I'm Rigo Reyes, the Executive Director of the Office of Immigrant Affairs in the Department of Consumer and Business Affairs. Supervisor, the proposed program framework before you is based on lessons learned from the LA Justice Fund pilot in a report your board asked our Office of Immigrant Affairs to develop with a consultant. And including the consultant, we worked with our partners, the City of Los Angeles, the Weingart Foundation, and the California Community Foundation to create the report, which was prepared by grant makers concerned about immigrants and refugees, recommending the 4-pillar model and that it be led by a nonprofit organization. GSER created the report based on input from nearly 100 public and private stakeholders, which included the San Francisco Public Defender's Office and our own public defenders representatives. The proposed 4-pillar program that they ended up recommending, as you mentioned, is a much more comprehensive model than the LA Justice Fund pilot. It includes the immigration legal representation for detained and non-detained immigrants, comprehensive support for affirmative immigration benefits for vulnerable populations, as was mentioned, unaccompanied minors, DACA recipients, essential workers, and those who are victims of violent crimes. And also very importantly, it recommends wraparound services for program clients and their families because the report acknowledges that deportation impact doesn't happen in isolation and obviously badly impacts the family household at large. So the comprehensive model as proposed was done so because it will leverage the nonprofit sector's expertise and capacity to provide services under all 4 pillars. It will capitalize on the sector's trust with immigrants who are afraid to interact with agencies that represent criminal justice systems. It will benefit from this sector's competencies to reach and link immigrants and their families to public and private support services, and it will make the most out of funding opportunities from other philanthropic and public sources. But I have to emphasize that the program will also benefit tremendously from advice, from training and technical assistance from our public defender, including post-conviction relief representation for clients, to vacate convictions and reduce the immigration consequences of their crimes. And so, we basically proposed the framework under what the consultant and our partners worked through. Certainly the consultant being informed by getting input, as I said, for over 100 stakeholders. And this is the program that they felt would fit this model best and to be led by a nonprofit lead organization or organizations that would have the capacity to provide all 4 pillars and the benefits they're under.
Well, thank you, Rigo. I mean, you really described the program extensively, but it sounds to me like the consultants and all those that were working on this, and again, thanks to the California Community Foundation, the Weingarten Foundation, the City of LA, decided to go with the model of nonprofit legal aid. But it didn't sound like we were prohibited from appropriating any of these dollars to our own public defender. And Madam Chair, that's just something I think in the future, now that this is a permanent fund, I do know, our public defender is always asking for more immigration lawyers, and it's always a budget issue. So it's just something maybe, Madam Chair, we can think about going forward on how some of this money could be appropriated to our own public defenders. But with that, thanks to everybody, Madam Chair, you number one of those who fight for our immigrants who call LA County their home. And I really believe that this permanent justice fund is so important going forward, and it will save a lot of lives, keep a lot of lives together, and really create a quality of life for people that they've come to believe, not just in this country, but specifically about LA County. Thank you.
Very much, and thank you for also fighting alongside with me and the other board members that have also been there. With that, I'd like to recognize Supervisor Kuehl.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thanks to you and to Supervisor Hahn for bringing this motion, and especially thanks to Rigo and the OIA for all the hard work in standing up this program. I want to also thank all of the legal service providers for the dedication that they've shown to serving our undocumented community members, especially during the hardships created by the pandemic. And the LA Justice Fund pilot has been very successful. You pointed to a number of the successes, but I also wanted to add that many of the clients represented were adults who lived in this country already for 14 years and then were facing deportation. Almost all the clients had serious vulnerabilities. They were asylum seekers or crime victims. And also, what hasn't been mentioned is that 5% of all the clients identified as gender expansive, including almost 20% of all the clients aged 22 to 29. And why is that important? Because I think that there is often little recognition about the dangers of violence and death faced by the LGBTQ communities in many of our other countries in the world. And this vulnerability makes them really feel they have no choice but to leave, to try to seek out help in the United States. And it's amazing to me what a high percentage of the clients in that young age group identified as gender expansive or gender fluid. So I'm excited that the new program will expand program eligibility, expand the services offered. I'm really proud that the county is working with philanthropy and the city of LA to build such a robust program. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are there any other comments from the board? Okay. All righty. Hearing no other comments, item 15 is before us. I will move, and seconded by Supervisor Hahn, to approve the item. Madam Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Item 15 is before you. Supervisor Mitchell.
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Kuehl.
Aye.
Supervisor Kuehl, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger.
No.
Supervisor Barger, no. Supervisor Solis.
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Motion carries 4-0.
Thank you. Okay, members. Yes, 4-1. Okay, that measure passes. Members, now we'll move on to item number 20, preparing for the closure of the Division of Juvenile Justice Plan, which was held by Supervisors Mitchell and Barger. Supervisor Mitchell, please unmute your mic and please proceed.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you, Supervisor Kuehl, for your co-authorship and leadership in reimagining youth justice. I'd like to also thank the members of the Juvenile Justice Realignment Block Grant Subcommittee, as well as participating community members for their hard work in developing the recommendations that have helped us prepare for this transition. This substitute motion takes the next steps in making the appropriate preparations for assuming responsibility for the youth who would have previously been committed to the care of DJJ, the Division of Juvenile Justice. It's a significant step towards reimagining justice for all of our youth who find themselves systems involved. Time and time again, we've found that the punitive approach to justice not only leads to poor outcomes for justice-involved youth, but does not make our community safer. The county, in partnership with the community, has convened many conversations on how to move towards a developmentally appropriate rehabilitative paradigm for youth justice. We must continue to take steps to make the vision of youth justice reimagined a true reality. Many of these young people are some of the most vulnerable and most in need of an alternative rooted in harm repair and healing. While the offenses of these youth may stoke the fears of some, I really hope that we remember that they are young people who have seen, experienced, and endured great trauma. Their rehabilitation is critical to not just putting them on a different path in life, but making our communities safer and more humane. The current systems of incarceration only perpetuate the harms that they've experienced because they are built out of punishment and isolation. One such facility that has been suggested for the board's consideration is Barry J. Nydorf Juvenile Hall. I've got serious concerns about this facility even being part of the discussion, not only because of its prison-like setting that undermines our rehabilitative objectives, but the very real safety concerns that make youth and staff feel unsafe and distrustful of each other. We cannot help these youth focus on healing and repairing harms when they feel unsafe. I believe it's imperative that this board remain committed, and I know that we will, to implementing an alternative model that comports with Youth Justice Reimagined so we can work towards ending systems involvement for these youth. The county has a limited amount of time to make the necessary preparations for this transition, given that funding from the state comes to the county on September 1st, and the DJJ plan must be submitted by January 1st. More importantly, any further postponement on the question of facilities would result in a serious delay in the planning for staffing and specialized programs. And these youth need and are critical to the health and safety of our youth. We simply can't afford needless delays, and so we have got to be prepared to take action. Given the complexity and seriousness of its charge, the JJRBJ engaged in a robust and very thoughtful discussion on which facilities would best serve these young people. 5 public meetings were conducted on the topic of facilities by the Juvenile Justice Coordinating Committee and the Probation Oversight Commission, in addition to several other public meetings on the related issues. The subcommittee was comprised of a range of stakeholders, including representatives of several county departments and appointees from all 5 supervisorial districts. And I was thrilled to note that all appointees voted in favor of the facility recommendations. The JJRBG's recommendations for the first 2 secure youth treatment facilities were thoughtful, deliberate, and most importantly, best aligned with this county's Care First vision. It's important to note that Camp Scott and Scudder did house youth up until about a year ago, when they were moved out temporarily due to reasons related to the pandemic. With that, I'd like to share my appreciation for all of the community feedback that we received. We hear you. Based on this, Supervisor Kuehl and I revised our motion that we held 2 weeks ago at the request of a board member's office to pause the implementation of renovations to Camp Scott and Scudder while county stakeholders conduct community engagement and explain the decision-making process and report back. This has been an intensely debated issue, and I sincerely hope my colleagues can strike a balance today between addressing community concerns, moving forward with the urgency that is needed in the best interest of the youth that we are responsible for making decisions for, and centering the youth in our care. I ask for your support of this motion.
Thank you. I'll recognize now Supervisor Kuehl as your co-author.
Thank you, Madam Chair, but I am a little confused because my staff indicated to me that there was going to be a substitute motion presented to the substitute motion. So I'm not exactly sure what we're discussing. If I speak on the motion that Supervisor Mitchell and I are presenting, then shall I then speak again if there is a substitute proposed?
Yes, you have every right to do that. Yes.
Well, let me speak in favor of this motion, and I want to keep a few of my comments back for the second discussion because I'm concerned about the delay and sort of a new process being brought in, whereas the author of this motion indicated the JJRBG engaged in quite a few public meetings and that was deeply representational. More importantly, I think it is as imagined by the state as the official body that is supposed to come up with a plan to present to the state, not the Board of Supervisors. It's interesting if you read the legislation from the state that it did not in any way reference that this needed to be put forth by the board or reviewed by the board. That has been, I think, because of some pressure from various of our districts, kind of dragged us into it. I think that the original recommendations have been thoughtful. I know that there have been some concerns raised by some of the residential people around Camp Scott and Camp Scudder. As a matter of fact, I know that one of our unions in our probation department that represents supervisors in that department actually sent a letter to the city council of Santa Clarita talking about how horrible these young people are and how they should be very, very afraid of them. Let me give a little history about Los Angeles County and these young people. There was a very interesting article published in the National Council of Juvenile and Family Court Judges magazine just a few months ago about the historical impact of media frenzy, about characterizing young people as predators, as bad seeds, as more dangerous than ever, and the impact that it's had on the fears of people and therefore on public policy. There were not a whole lot of camps or halls in the 50s in LA County until there was a whole wave of outcry about what were then called juvenile delinquents. And you only have to look at Blackboard Jungle, Rebel Without a Cause, The Wild Ones, a whole series of films about these horrible young people who were, in Pete Wilson's words, they're coming. And the fears raised were that these were a whole new kind of horrible young persons. And I'm appalled that one of our unions in the probation department would dare to write a letter to a city council raising the same kind of fears about the very young people they're supposed to be protecting. And they did the same thing to the city council in Malibu to try to raise their fears about using Campus Kilpatrick. And then again in the 90s, after we had a kind of a change about how we were treating these young people, and we were headed toward a sort of a more creative, a more restorative area for them. Again in the 90s, this kind of hatred and media hype raised its ugly head again. And it resulted in statewide initiatives to try young people as young as 14 years old as adults, to characterize these young people as dangerous criminals who needed to be locked up forever, extending their, the sentences, etc. And we saw a whole spate of this in the 90s again. And then we started to recover a little bit from it and think about, well, maybe we would do better if we helped these young people and didn't treat them like outcasts that needed to be, locked up and thrown away forever. And that has led the state to think that maybe they would do better in a county setting, nearer to their families, nearer to their schools, better programming that counties could do specifically for them. And so that's where we are at the moment. And what do we see again? We see this same kind of myth building that some of the local newspapers are hyping again about these horrible, bad children. Let me tell you, the young people sentenced to DJJ do not have that different a series of crimes on their record than many of the young people not sentenced to DJJ. It's kind of the luck of the draw on the judge, on your defense, on people who show up for you, if you have any. And so, it's interesting to me, since Camp Scott and Camp Scudder were built in 1958, I can't imagine there's a homeowner nearby that didn't buy their property already knowing that there were camps there. And when Scudder was built, it was for 16 to 18-year-old boys who had the highest degree of criminality, according to the way they put it then. And then when it was changed over to young women living there, they were also the young women who had committed the most serious crimes. Don't believe me? Read it in Wikipedia. And so is it possible to say they woke up one morning and just discovered that there were camps there with young people in them who had committed crimes? I think it's the characterization of these young people as being much more seriously horrible that is scaring everybody. But let's get this straight. The state is not sending anybody back to us. These are our young people who are being sentenced every day by the courts. We have not sent any of these young people to the state since the beginning of the pandemic. And now we will not be sending them either. So we are already housing these young people. And as my colleague, Supervisor Mitchell indicated, we're in the middle of trying to transition to a better way to deal with them. So it seems to me that we should simply say, this was the process. This was what the state had in mind. The JJRBG made their recommendations. We have really, I think, taken into account every kind of concern. The substitute motion has some limits in it, so there wouldn't be too many of these young people in each place. And I think this is the way to go. So if there is a substitute or a substitute, I would be very happy to speak briefly again, but I hope that my colleagues, at least one other colleague, can see their way to approve this substitute motion from Supervisor Mitchell and myself. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, I will now recognize Supervisor Barger.
Thank you, and I appreciate the opportunity to discuss what I believe is probably another very, very important issue before this board. Today, I will be introducing a substitute motion with Supervisor Solis, and I want to be clear that the substitute motion is not requesting the subcommittee to start over. Instead, I'm requesting the subcommittee consider the operational needs to effectively care for DJJ youth in order to help identify the most effective housing location. And let me make clear to everyone out there, especially those that called in, that believe that the characterization coming out of this office is that I am absolutely adamantly opposed to placement. In my district, nothing could be further from the truth. And quite frankly, almost all of the camps are in the 5th district. So I want to be a part of the discussion. And in fact, I recognize that the need to create what the legislature has put in play as it relates to the type of environment that we're going to need to build has to be complied with, whether it's at any of our facilities. And I am prepared to move forward with doing that. I am instead requesting the subcommittee consider the operational needs and to effectively care for DJJ youth in order to help identify the most effective housing location. I understand the short deadline to provide an answer to the state was difficult to meet. Had the subcommittee not met that deadline, the county would not have been qualified to receive the critical seed funding from the state needed to begin the effective care of this population. Understanding this difficult job, the subcommittee had in its meeting this deadline. I recognize they did the best they could in the short time frame allotted, and I truly do thank them all for their hard work. We now need, while we have the time, to figure out how to accomplish this goal in order to identify where these youth should be housed. The staffing capability, necessary renovations to provide what is needed, security features for both the DJJ population and, yes, for the surrounding community, to name a few. With that said, the next state mandated deadline is not until January 1st, 2022, a time frame we must take advantage of in order to thoughtfully develop an operational plan that seamlessly fits with the logistics of identifying what it will take to provide holistic, therapeutic, and trauma-informed care. This motion also considers and ranks other viable options within the county. We live in an area that is prone to natural disasters such as fires and earthquakes. Many of the licensed facilities not only face these possible threats, but are now facing aging infrastructure as well. Having multiple options for consideration is key to ensuring the best possible foundation for success for the DJJ youth, something I believe this board as a whole wants to do. The time frame proposed in this motion allows for community and board feedback. It also brings all partners with equities to the table to make this a fully transparent and cooperative process, which is the very foundation of CARES First, Jails Last. And with that, I would like to read the direction of our substitute motion today. It reads, we therefore move that the Board of Supervisors, 1, find the following with respect to the Juvenile Justice Realignment Block Grant Subcommittee recommendations for Campus Kilpatrick to be the temporary secure youth treatment facility location for male youth. Find that the temporary use of Campus Kilpatrick as the secure youth treatment facility for up to 45 male youth does not constitute a project under CEQA because it's an organizational or administrative activity of government that is excluded from the definition of a project by Section 21065 of the California Public Resources Code and Section 15378, parentheses B, parentheses 5 of the state CEQA guidelines. The proposed actions will not result in direct or indirect physical damage to the environment. Additionally, find that the proposed minor actions described herein to improve Campus Kilpatrick are categorically exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act pursuant to Section 15301, parentheses A and F, 15303, parentheses E, and 15311 of the state CEQA guidelines, Class 1, parentheses D and I, and 3, parentheses B, and Class 11 of the county's environmental document reporting procedures and guidelines, Appendix G, because they are within certain classes of projects that have been determined not to have a significant effect on the environment. This exemption applies to the operation, repair, and minor alteration of the interior and exterior of existing public facilities and structures, installation of safety devices in conjunction with existing facilities, installation of small new equipment, and small structures of accessory structures. There would be no or negligible expansion of existing and former use of the facilities which serve youth in the care of the probation department. In addition, based on the proposed project records, use of these facilities as proposed will comply with all applicable regulations. They are not located in a sensitive environment, and there are no cumulative impacts, unusual circumstances, damage to scenic highways, lifting on hazardous waste site lists compiled pursuant to Government Code Section 65962.5, or indications that their use may cause a substantial adverse change in the significance of a historical resource that would make the exemption inapplicable. Upon the board's approval of the proposed project and related actions, the probation department will file a notice of exemption for the recommended action of the Registrar Recorder County Clerk in accordance with Section 21152 of the California Public Resources Code. Number 2, adopt the JJRBG subcommittee recommendation for Campus Kilpatrick to be the temporary SYTF location until a permanent location is identified. 3, recognize that any and all alternatives of the Division of Juvenile Justice shall be aligned with the vision of Youth Justice Reimagined. 4, instruct the probation department in consultation and coordination with the Youth Justice Advisory Committee and JJRGB subcommittee to work with County Council, the Chief Executive Office, Internal Services Department, and the Department of Public Works to initiate an assessment of all licensed probation facilities to identify and rank the feasibility of the use of each campus to house DJJ youth and report back findings to the board in 60 days. This assessment should include, but not be limited to, existing site conditions and identification of necessary improvements to bring each facility up to relevant standards, including the Care First vision in terms of livability, programming, and security, as well as any improvements required pursuant to environmental findings or studies associated with the state legislative change. The assessment should include operational and programmatic flexibility for the probation department and community service providers. B, the above report shall include a community outreach plan, which will guide community meetings that will follow upon the section of the site by the board. C, report back to the board with the results of the community outreach meetings 30 days thereafter. Number 5, direct the JRBG Youth Justice Transition Advisory Group, the YDD, JCHS, and DMH to develop a plan and report back to the board in writing in 60 days on how youth who are temporarily placed at any temporary SYTFs will be placed with expediency in an identified permanent SYTF upon a robust, comprehensive, evidence-based, trauma-informed assessment and evaluation by medical and mental health staff, aligning with YJR values and JJRBG's recommendations that will be sensitive to the needs of the youth. Number 6, instruct the JJRGB subcommittee to devise a plan with input from the Youth Justice Transition Advisory Group, community service providers, and probation department labor partners that include supportive programming, including, among other needs, community-based programming inside facilities to link youth to reentry services. A transformative staffing model, for example, co-staffing model and employment of credible messengers from outside of the probation department that facilitates a safer, more therapeutic environment at all SYTFs, as well as a plan to ensure that a continuum of less restrictive options, including diversion, will be available, and report back in writing in 45 days with an update on progress, and report to the board every 60 days thereafter to keep the board informed of the status and progress of the DJJ transition, including ongoing community stakeholder feedback in alignment with the values of YJR until such time as the selection and implementation of permanent SYTF is finalized. 7, instruct the JJRBG subcommittee to work with the CEO to develop and submit funding recommendations for the first allocation of the JJRBG funds to the board in 75 days. And last but not least, 8, instruct the JJRBG subcommittee to further develop and submit the DJJ transition plan to the Board of Supervisors for approval within 90 days. That is our substitute motion, Madam Chair, and I would ask for an aye vote on this. And again, I want to emphasize that our job is to put together a plan that is going to meet the needs, not only of what the state is asking us to do, but also of the youth that are going to be put into our care. And I hope together, we as a board can come to an agreement on what that will look like. And I have no preconceived notion as to where or what it will look like as it relates to location, but I can tell you that I think we have to exhaust all avenues before we come to one simple decision based on what I believe were not all the information that was necessary to come up with the recommendation that was brought forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Supervisor Barker. And I do want to recognize myself because I did sign on as your co-author. And I want to thank you for outlining the essence of what this substitute motion would bring. And I want to be very clear that one of the things that I am concerned about is just making sure, number one, that we do have adequate spaces and places for these youth, and that we do the utmost to the utmost of our ability to make sure that the facilities really are there, capable of handling the unique situation of each youth. And I know that right now our probation department is going through a lot of changes. We have a new chief probation officer that is there. He is also reorganizing, reimagining, and he needs a lot of our support. But I also want to say that there is a lot happening. And the good thing is that we have time. I believe that Senate Bill 92 was enacted, which declared June 30th, 2023 as the actual closure date of DJJ. So I know that things move slow, but sometimes we also need to step back a bit and think about how we are going forward in our plan. And I, as one who's been very concerned about our probation youth and our camps for a long time since I arrived at the board, and felt that I have taken the time to go out and visit just about all of the camps, including our major facility, Eastlake, Juvenile Hall, and seeing what these facilities look like. Mind you, I wouldn't want to keep our young people in situations like that I know can be more harmful. And I'd be the first one to say that and have been fighting on their behalf. But I do want to say that I think we have to be very responsible. We have to be responsible not just for these young people, and many of them who come from our own counties and come from our own districts. A good majority, the Latinx and African American youth that are in our care represent, I would say, by and large, the 1st and the 2nd district. There's no doubt about it. I don't have as many camps as the 5th, but I do have Camp Kirby, and we do have Eastlake, and those are old institutions. And I know that many of our camps are in need of facilities update and things of that nature. And most importantly, we need to have an upgrade in terms of our staffing to make sure that our children are not harmed and that they get the best attention that they can possibly get. So I am committed, and I understand what the JJRBG subcommittee is tasked with. And I know we all have appointees that sit there. But I would say to you that it's important equally for us to be able to have voices heard from the surrounding community. So all I am saying is that we need to perhaps make a better assessment and allow for that evaluation to go on and to hear from the stakeholders, to hear from them, but to also not drown out the voices of our young people either, and not to demonize them. Nothing could be further from the truth for me to think that we should demonize these young people. They have been through a lot, there's no doubt. Not all of them are hardened criminals, as some people would say. I know many of them come from traumatized families, from broken families, some that are wards of the court and have been for many years in foster care and probation, in and out, and families also going through different generations of having to deal with the probation department. We need to do much better. We need to provide more training opportunities for these young people, and we have to improve the education that they receive and also make sure that we upgrade services so that while they are in our hands, while they're in our care, that we provide them with training, education, trauma-informed care, mental health, and also allow for their families to come and visit them and allow for a whole new way of dealing with this issue. I embrace that. And I want to make very clear that I'm supportive of these young people and have been and will continue to do that. But I know that we need services and we need to have good constructive facilities that will be able to maintain and keep these individuals in a healthy environment that's responsive to their needs as well. So I am looking forward to working with my colleagues, with all of you. I don't think any one of you thinks that for one iota that we are just doing this because we want to create a havoc or delay something that we know is inevitable. It's going to happen, but let's make sure we get these youngsters in the right institutions. We just spent millions of dollars to build out a new camp in Malibu. Many of our facilities had to forego not improvements because monies went there to try to begin this new effort of reimagining how we deal with young people. Now we have that facility available. Hopefully we'll be able to place some youngsters there while we make further decisions where permanent placement will be. But by golly, that is a stand-up facility. Can we make it happen? Can we really reimagine and start by utilizing something that we have already made a big down payment on? I say yes. I say yes. And I also say that in the end, if people, and we all can agree, that if the upgrades at our camps and even Camp Kirby is feasible for young women, then I say yes. But I want to make sure that that assessment is given the appropriate evaluation that it needs. And I want to be able to make sure that my constituents and I are feeling truly comfortable that this is the best decision that we can make for our young people. So that's why I signed on as co-author. I know this is difficult for some of us on the board, but you know, at the end of the day, we're going to have to pick ourselves up and keep working, because this isn't the end. This is not the end of this discussion. And it's going to continue as we continue to move along and try to address the needs of our young people. So I wholeheartedly ask for you all to consider what's before us today. It's not the end, and it's, to me, the beginning. Thank you. I will now recognize...
Supervisor, before we move on, can we take a vote to consider Supervisor Barger in your motion or substitute motion?
Yes. So, all right. Supervisor Barger, this motion is before us.
Okay.
And I will second it.
Before we do that, would I be able, like Supervisor Kuehl, to speak to the substitute motion?
Yes, but first we have to approve. We have to approve that we can discuss it. That's why. So it's really more courtesy.
So this vote is just to approve discussing the substitute motion.
Right.
That is correct.
Got it.
Okay. So it's been moved, and it's been moved by Supervisor Barger. I seconded. Madam Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Okay, item 20. The motion is to consider Supervisors Barger and Solis's substitute motion. Supervisor Mitchell.
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Kuehl. Supervisor Kuehl. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor.
I'm sorry. Please, sorry, I thought I had my mic on. I'd like to abstain from considering this substitute.
Supervisor Kuehl abstains. Supervisor Solis.
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Motion carries 4-0 with 1 abstention.
Okay, so now what we will do is open it up for discussion. And Supervisor Hahn, I want to recognize you, and then Supervisor Kuehl, and then Supervisor Mitchell.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And first of all, let me just say it still is amazing that there's 5 women who are governing the County of Los Angeles and are so compassionate and so intense on how we believe our young people who are our DJJ youth are being treated, about their futures. I appreciate this moment a lot, although even though this is a sensitive topic, I do feel like at the end of the day, because of the substitute motion, there might be some disagreement and maybe even some disappointment in how we ultimately move forward. I was hoping that we would get a compromise like sometimes we've been able to do in the past. I even suggested a continuance to see if some of these differences could be worked out. I don't think that had any takers. And I'll be honest, since none of the facilities being considered to house the DJJ youth are in my district, I do feel like I need to respect my colleagues who want to do a little more research before voting to permanently locate these youth in these locations. It's clear that they want to make sure that when we make the decision to move forward with the permanent location, we've really looked into all the possible options and are making the best choice. And I have to respect that. I think there was a feeling that this process was rushed. Not all the options were fully looked into, and there wasn't enough community engagement because of the timeline. And this was not the fault of the subcommittee at all. I think we were all clear that they did a great job, and we thank them for what they did under a very strict timeline imposed by the state. But this board doesn't have that same timeline. We actually have a little more time. So I believe the substitute motion takes advantage of that extra time and asks the subcommittee and relevant departments to dig a little deeper and come back to us with a report on the best location for the DJJ youth. And it's very possible that the report might come back and say that actually Camp Scott and Scudder are the best location for DJJ youth. And then we'll move forward with implementation, but at least we'll know that we did our due diligence. And while we wait for that report, the youth will be assessed to find the most suitable location among all the camps and halls. I think this is a good idea, and it is in line with our Care First vision of this board. I supported the substitute motion today, and I hope the full motion will pass. I know that some people are going to be disappointed that it might be slowing things down a bit, but I think it will be worth it to make sure that we're choosing the right location for all of our youth's needs while we're respecting the concerns of our constituents. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Next, I'll recognize Supervisor Kuehl.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I agree with Supervisor Hahn in recognizing that everyone on this board always thinks that what they're doing is compassionate and they come from the heart. But let me suggest that this substitute motion is not, in many ways, actually compassionate. I think a very smart man, often referred to as a genius, once said, insanity is doing the same thing again and hoping for a different result. Let's be very honest. The only reason that this substitute motion is before us is because there are those on the board who didn't like what the JJRBJ recommended. And there was an outcry about it. But I have to say, your thinking that we have lots of time is actually, in my own humble opinion, erroneous. Because we need every minute between now and January to make renovations, to institute programming, to reassign staff, to contract with service providers, to get education providers on board, because LACO does not teach those that are older than 18, to meet and confer with the unions. Secondly, we have not sent any DJJ kids to the state facilities since the beginning of the pandemic, and now they are closed to us. So these kids are ours now, as of July 1, not January 1. In addition, the substitute motion essentially makes it necessary for all of the young women to stay in Barry J with no programming. In Holly and my motion, we wanted to send a limited number, because there are really not very many, to Dorothy Kirby, according to what the JJRBG recommended, so that they could have some programming. But since there's no mention in the substitute motion about where the girls are going to go, they're going to stay at Barry J. Also, talking about all the time we have, forgive me, colleagues, it's erroneous. 2023 is the date that the state is going to close its facilities, but they are already closed to us. We are sending no Los Angeles County young people to the state, none. So they're already ours. And, you know, I'm very, very proud of Campus Kilpatrick, and I always have been. And the recommendation from the JJRBG that is reflected in the substitute motion and the original motion, that this would be the place where these kids would start out and hopefully get good programming, did not create an outcry from my constituents, did not create an outcry, although they're the same kids, from my residents or my city council, even though they got the same letter from the union. I just don't think that going through the process over again really gets us anywhere. The process was followed. Now, I can make a good speech and lose. I did it a lot in the Assembly. I did it a lot in the Senate. I've done it before. But I have to say, I do not feel this substitute motion in any way helps our young people. It simply puts off again decisions about where they would go. And even the very harmless motion, board letter, to do some repairs on the lighting on the roads that lead up to Camp Scott and Scudder was continued, because it's so dangerous to try to put some lighting on those roads, because it might let people think that we were thinking that people might allow these young people to go to those camps. I mean, it's just crazy. So I hear you saying you're doing this all, you know, for the kids, for the kids, for the kids. But I have to say, this does not look in any way like anything that helps these young people, because we were already going to have programming. We already were going to do all the things you're talking about under Youth Justice Reimagined. And putting the verbiage in the substitute motion doesn't do anything. It simply says you have to start all over again, and we certainly hope they'll end up in a different place. So forgive me if I'm a little hot under the collar, but I really don't see that this serves the young people at all. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Supervisor Kuehl. Next, Supervisor Holly Mitchell.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And as I understood the motion that was presented, and as you asked for a vote would be a courtesy, I was happy to afford that. I must say, myself and quite frankly, the general public weren't afforded a similar courtesy by having the opportunity to really see this substitute on a substitute motion, you know, before 30 minutes before today's board meeting started. The original motion, I held at the request of a fellow board member in good faith 2 weeks ago. In the past 2 weeks, we amended the motion, which is why item 20 before us today is indeed a substitute motion, because we took in language brought forward to us by that board office with regard to robust outreach to the impacted communities. The irony is not lost on me that by virtue of this motion that we're now discussing, the same courtesy wasn't afforded the general public. I appreciate it was posted on the agenda, on the board agenda this morning. The read-in did not include the preamble, which in its tone in and of itself is very different than the substitute motion before us in agenda item 20. So while I appreciate County Council has opined that there wasn't enough difference in the new language to constitute any, Brown Act violation or anything else, the tone and tenor, and I would agree with Supervisor Kuehl, the motivation behind this substitute motion is very, very different. And with regard to process, the process that the amendments afforded the impacted communities are not being afforded the general public to have the opportunity to read the preamble, to read as opposed to listen to a read-in. And as a substitute, the expectation is that we vote today. I think that's problematic and completely unfair. With regard to time, thank you, Supervisor Kuehl, for providing that clarification. The plan has to be submitted by January 1, 2022. What's the difference from my perspective as I quickly reviewed the substitute motion, having received it this morning? The plan is silent with regard to girls. And as Supervisor Hahn said, coming from a board of all females, I think that's perhaps an oversight, but a very unfortunate one. It allows probation to be in the lead on facility assessment and community engagement. I was in the state legislature when this was debated, when the governor's initial proposal, put it fully in the hands of folks other than probation. A counter proposal came back and heard the debate back and forth. And so, I think the state legislation was very clear in terms of who should lead on making these decisions. Probation has a role, has a seat at the table, but was not intended by state law to govern the decision process. Again, no mention of Dorothy Kern, Scott, or Scudder in the directives. And again, I think Directive 4 is a complete workaround of Senate Bill 823, which charges the JJRBG with making facility recommendations. Ranking the feasibility of using facilities sounds a lot like asking for new recommendations. Also of note, there's no report back on availability of mental health beds. So for all of those reasons, process, content, I'm in complete agreement with Supervisor Kuehl. Tragically, in terms of the implicit bias that I think has driven the renegotiation of what we think is best for impacted youth, I will not be supporting the substitute of the substitute motion. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Barker?
Yeah, just a point of clarification, and this is a question for County Council. We have to follow state recommendations, correct? I mean, it's very clear, it's state law.
I'm unclear, Supervisor, on what recommendations you're referring to. What I can tell you is that under the Welfare and Institutions Code,
the use of the commission.
So the board has to consider the JJRBG plan, but it can choose not to follow the plan when making its budgetary allocations.
So we're following the process based on state law.
The board is required to consider, and that's the only requirement.
Thank you.
And Madam Chair, I just also want to clarify because it seemed like some of the comments acted like this was an incredible delay for coming to our final conclusion. And again, you know, for me, I have to just remember this is ultimately will be a permanent location for these youth. And this is, as I understand it, a 2-month delay for deciding permanent locations for these youth. And in my mind, you know, that is, I think, also a hallmark of this board is that we like to get things right. We like to do our due diligence, and especially for something that is so permanent and has so many lasting consequences. I think 2 months, if I'm correct, somebody could clarify that for me, that we're asking for them to come back to us in 2 months with a recommendation on permanent locations. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, members. So seeing that we have now debated both items,
Madam Chair, may I make a clarification on the original item 20, please?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, I appreciate that. I just want to be clear that the whole point of the original agenda item 20 was to create the opportunity for the board to approve the plan. That is the point of item 20. Secondly, item 20 is also acknowledging temporary placement in these facilities. So item 20 does not say permanent placement. It does not say that. It too says temporary. So I just wanted to clarify that the original motion, the original substitute motion before us today does both of those things. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, members, I would just ask that you know, we continue our work on this very important item as I think we all fully can appreciate, and obviously hope that we can all come together and understand and respect each other as we do all the time at our meetings, and continue to work towards progress. And in no way do we want to harm our young people. That is something that I know is first and foremost in my mind. And I hope that we can have the support of probation department, our chief probation officer there, to help make recommendations where these youth can also be placed, given his assessment and his profound work in the past from the city that he comes from in San Diego, where he made some major strides here and was able to do this in a manner that has brought him now to us here in Los Angeles County. So with that, members, I would like to bring up the substitute motion. Supervisor Barger and I have the substitute motion to replace the motion on the agenda that is before us. Moved by Supervisor Barger. I second it to approve this item. Madam Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Supervisor Barger and Supervisor Solis' substitute motion is before you. Supervisor Mitchell.
No.
Supervisor Mitchell, no. Supervisor Kuehl.
No.
Supervisor Kuehl, no. Supervisor Hahn.
Yes.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Solis.
Yes.
Supervisor Solis, aye. The substitute motion carries 3-2.
Thank you, members. Okay, moving on now to item number 22, improving how we meet the needs of our Black immigrant communities. This was brought to us and held by Supervisor Mitchell. Supervisor Mitchell, you are on.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I'd like to thank this board for their ongoing work to support our immigrant residents, as evidenced by the motion earlier that I was proud to vote for. Today is an important day for immigration policy in LA County. Item 15, which passed earlier, is a critical step towards solidifying our commitment to services that are direly needed and make a difference. However, I believe it's equally critical to expand our immigration discourse. We must acknowledge the diversity of our immigrant population, and by extension, how intersectional immigration issues are with gender, class, disability, sexual orientation, and race. According to the Black Alliance for Just Immigration, Black immigrants are one of the fastest growing demographics in the country. In LA County, over 7% of Black residents are immigrants. These immigrants come from East and West Africa, the Caribbean, Central America, and Mexico, presenting a huge cultural and language diversity. Just as African American residents face disproportionate criminalization within our juvenile and criminal justice system, Black immigrants face disproportionate detention and deportation within our immigration system as well. Therefore, we are asking for your support in this motion, which asks the Office of Immigrant Affairs to assess, develop, and implement better outreach and services for our Black immigrant residents. Thank you very much. I ask for your aye vote.
Are there any members that wish to be recognized on this item? Seeing none, then this motion is before us. It is moved by Supervisor Mitchell, seconded by Supervisor Kuehl. Madam Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Item 22 is before you. Supervisor Mitchell.
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Kuehl.
Aye.
Supervisor Kuehl, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Solis.
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Great. Moving on now to item number 23, removing barriers to aquatics programming for seniors and individuals with disabilities at county swimming pools, which was held by Supervisor Mitchell and co-authored by Supervisor Hahn. So Supervisor Mitchell, you are recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Once again, as I've spoken about before for many years, public swimming spaces in LA County excluded the Black community, both intentionally and at times unintentionally. And as a result, generations of Black residents never learned to swim. That's not unique to LA County, that's nationwide. But over the past couple of decades, with the leadership of previous county supervisors, the county has sought to change its course and prioritize strategies for increasing access for Black, brown, and low-income residents at county swimming pools, particularly in the 2nd District. But our aquatics programs still have room to grow in terms of inclusivity, equity, and the full funding needed to provide access for all. So today's motion seeks to build upon the county's important work to increase access and affordability at our pools, this time for seniors and individuals with disabilities. Earlier this year, we made some changes to our aquatics program fees, and this motion seeks to build upon this update with strategies to ensure our programs remain accessible and affordable for seniors on fixed incomes, individuals with disabilities, and those with limited internet access. I'd like to thank the very active, tight-knit senior community at Jesse Owens Pool for raising these issues and for waving at me when I went to visit them at their 6 a.m. aqua aerobics class last week, because they understand that access to the swimming pool and equity is important for every community, including their own. I appreciate you taking the time to engage with my staff and the Park and Rec Department to help us find a solution that will outlast any one budget cycle or supervisor. I'd like to thank Supervisor Hahn for joining in, and I look forward to our partnership to continue to figure out ways to support our aquatics and recreation programs and to continue to remove barriers for those who haven't been able to take full advantage of the health, wellness, and recreation benefits that these programs provide. Thank you.
Supervisor Hahn, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Supervisor Mitchell. And I got to say, for this item, 2nd District is the best district ever to be talking about these issues. You know, that's the district I grew up in. That's the district my dad represented. And you're absolutely right to set the stage historically that so many African Americans were banned from swimming in, all white swimming pools. And that was my dad's mission, was to build more pools in the 2nd District. I think I personally visited every pool that was built there. I went to many openings of pools in the 2nd District where my dad would let all the kids jump in at the opening of the pool. It was very much something that he believed in, but he also believed in, and that's what I think you're doing today, Supervisor Mitchell, is that we got to make these programs, affordable and free if possible. My dad believed that every kid growing up in LA County should have access to free swimming lessons. And I've met people over the years who have come up to me and said they learned to swim for free in one of the pools in the 2nd District. And they're much more than just places to cool off, although they're that too, but they're places for people of all different ages, races, and abilities to learn swimming skills, socialize with their peers, and get in some good exercise. And that's really true for our seniors and our individuals with disabilities, many of whom are already taking part in the year-round programs our county pools offer, such as lap swims and aqua aerobics, but I ain't gonna be out there at 6 a.m. waving at anybody. But with the motion that we have today, Supervisor Mitchell's motion and my motion is to make sure that these groups can keep enjoying these programs regardless of their financial status. So the motion calls for creation of a scholarship program, but I would like to read in the following amendment, and I believe Supervisor Mitchell is okay with this, is to push a little bit further and find out if we can make these programs free. And the amendment reads, instruct the CEO to identify funding to include free or discounted water aerobics and lap swim as an aquatic core program at our year-round and seasonal pools for seniors and persons with disabilities. And the goal is to create a program to make sure that all of our seniors and all of our individuals with disabilities will be able to enjoy our pools for free. And I just feel like if we put that in this motion, we can really get Fecia, our CEO, to just begin looking long-term to see if she can identify funding that would make that happen. And I like the other thing is we're going to make it easier for people to sign up for a swim class. Sometimes right now, it's not easy for some of our seniors to just, hop online and book a swim class. So we're going to reevaluate this online-only reservation system and find a solution that gives access to everyone easier. And I really want to give a shout out to our Department of Parks and Recreation. Thank you, Norma. We know you're stretched thin financially. So again, I think my amendment will really rely on our CEO to help us identify new and ongoing funding for this motion's provisions if it passes. Thank you, Supervisor Mitchell, for carrying this forward. It's so important, and it will mean a lot to so many of not only all the great residents of the 2nd District, but to all the county. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Are there any comments from any members? Any further comments? Okay.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes.
Since this is clearly let's change 2nd District motion day, I do accept this amendment. Thank you, Supervisor Hahn. I would just say, I think it's important, for the CEO and Parks and Recs to be clear. Of the 60 pools in LA County, 3 were initially slated to be closed or have severe reduction in hours due to, lack of funding or reduction in funding in Park and Rec. And all 3 of those pools were in the 2nd District. So while I completely support this motion, Supervisor Hahn's amendment, I cannot afford for the proposed amendment to, trump all of our efforts to make sure that those 3 pools in the 2nd District don't close. I know it was an issue of finding lifeguards and resources. So I'm hoping that we're going to be able to do both. And so I ask that you all support the motion and the friendly amendment.
Well, thank you. And I'll fight for any pool in the 2nd District as long as I live.
Thank you. Then the amendment is accepted. Hearing no other comments, item 23 as amended is before us, moved by Supervisor Mitchell, seconded by Supervisor Hahn. And Supervisor Hahn, I just want to say you can also help me with one of our aquatic pools in my district.
Okay, I just didn't grow up in your district, but okay, I'll fight for those too.
Okay, very good. Let's call the roll, Madam Executive Officer.
Item 23 as amended is before you, Supervisor Mitchell.
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Kuehl.
Who also grew up in the 2nd District. Aye.
Supervisor Kuehl, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Solis.
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Great. Members, now we'll move on to items number 24 through 32. These are various 2nd District reward motions that were held by Supervisor Mitchell. Supervisor Mitchell, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And thank you, colleagues, for indulging me and allowing me a moment to say a few words about these reward motions. I know that there was some question about why I was holding this item, so I hope to provide clarification. You know, I'm saddened to once again bring forward several reward motions for your consideration. And of course, I am clear, and you all know that I'm not the only member to be placing a reward motion on today's agenda, because we do this routinely, and routinely they pass on consent. Each of our offices has done significant work to help bring justice to these victims and their loved ones by drawing much needed attention to their cases, their unsolved cases. I chose to speak on this today to assure the families who've lost loved ones to such senseless violence that they're not alone, and we see them and we hear them. Some of these cases are several years old and others remain unsolved decades after the opening of an investigation. The pain of waiting so long for justice can be immense and unbearable. While so much work remains to be done, for now, I simply want to acknowledge the pain and grief that these families have suffered. It's very important that we not become desensitized to this tragic and horrific loss of life. And so as it's become common practice in my community, when there's a loss of life, you know, at the hands of law enforcement, that we want to remember those people and we say their name. I think it's also germane to the people and family members in this instance, family members who've been lost at the hands of horrific violence. So very briefly, I will say their names. Keyjohn Wayne Atkins, Boston Fairley, Richard Williams, Estefan Hernandez, Judy Lovey, Aaron Lavender, Delala Hearn, Cedric Hurd, Dana Rojo Rivas, James Haley, and Richard Allen Jefferson Sr. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Are there any other members that wish to be recognized on this matter? Hearing no other comments from members, item 24 through 32 are before us. Moved by Supervisor Mitchell, seconded by Supervisor Kuehl to approve the items. Madam Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Items 24 through 32 are before you. Supervisor Mitchell.
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Kuehl.
Aye.
Supervisor Kuehl, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Solis.
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Members, now we're going to turn to item number 36, ensuring coordinated response and notification of emergency sewage discharges, which was held by Supervisor Hahn. Supervisor Hahn, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I know the day is late, but this is really an important issue, and I appreciate us being able to discuss what happened. And I know we have Kevin McGowan, Dr. Frere, Chief Batoy, and Gary Jones will be on standby. Boitier, I always get his name wrong, Chief Boitier. Colleagues, we have a report in front of us today prepared at this board's request by Citygate Associates. And Citygate Associates is the same team who prepared the Woolsey After Action Report and provided us with such important insight about how we can improve our own response after that disaster. And the report in front of us today is about the disastrous sewage release out of the Hyperion water treatment plant that started the afternoon of Sunday, July 11th, and continued into the early morning hours of Monday, July 12th. During that time, 17 million gallons of raw sewage were released into the ocean right off the coast of Dockweiler Beach. As this report states very clearly, this incident was considered by our own LA County Environmental Health team to be an immediate, quote, an immediate beach closure event, close quote. Immediate, in this case, should have meant 9 p.m. the night of Sunday, July 11th, when 2 environmental health inspectors arrived on the scene at the Hyperion plant. The inspectors witnessed half of the plant being flooded with sewage and were told directly by staff on site that the plant was releasing sewage into the ocean. And yet, it was not until midday on July 12th that the first beach closure signs went up, and it was not until after 5:30 p.m. that next day, after Sunday, that a public advisory was released about the incident. I've heard from surfers who were in the water at Dockweiler and El Segundo that day that they should not have been. I've heard from parents whose children were at a swim camp that morning and spent the day in what could have been harmful conditions. And I do say could have been because we did get lucky this time. The ocean water samples that public health has tested since the spill have come back within normal levels. But even now, the serious flooding that occurred at the plant has resulted in need of major repair and construction. And while these repairs are being made, foul odors are being emitted from the Hyperion plant and are making life for the surrounding neighbors in El Segundo miserable. The smell many describe as paint peeling, and they have called my office, and it's making people sick, terrible headaches, continuous vomiting. And I just want people to know at this point that residents in El Segundo are being allowed to be relocated to hotels and are being provided air conditioning that will be reimbursed by the city of Los Angeles. And just for everybody listening, this Hyperion plant is a city of Los Angeles facility, and we don't exactly have control over the plant, but we do have control over our own Department of Public Health and Environmental Health, and that's going to be what I mostly talk about. This plant is still not back to normal. It suffered significant damage during the flooding, as this report talks about. That means our Department of Public Health needs to continue to monitor the situation by testing the water to ensure it's still safe for swimmers and monitoring the odor issue so that residents can return home. We need to know how this happened. LA Sanitation needs to figure out why there was so much debris on a dry day that it was able to overwhelm this plant. But what is really at issue today for me is the failure of our own county during this emergency to close the beaches and keep the public safe from potentially dangerous water. Our failure to get that done raised a lot of questions for me, and the public really needs to know some of our answers and what we're doing to fix that in the future. That's why I wanted our board to discuss this report publicly. I've asked our Director of Office of Emergency Management, Kevin McGowan, and Citygate's Public Safety Principal, Stuart Gary, to present the findings and recommendations. One of the report recommendations is to publish a more detailed after-action report in 30 days. So today, I'm further directing OEM to work with Citygate and complete that report. And after their brief presentation, colleagues, I'll be posing a few questions to the department heads who were involved in the response. Our public health director, our chief lifeguard, and our beaches and harbor director. So I understand that this presentation will be 5 minutes. If Mr. McGowan and Mr. Gary want to do the presentation now, that would be appropriate.
Good afternoon, supervisors. This is Kevin McGowan, Director of the Office of Emergency Management. Thank you all for the opportunity to present today. In the aspects of time management, I'm just going to cut right to an introduction to Stuart Gary. He's the Public Safety Principal for Citygate Associates. Citygate Associates has an extensive history with the county on conducting after-action reports, specifically emergency and incident-related after-action reports. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Stuart to present on the recommendations and findings that they found from the initial 7-day report, and then provide a brief update on the roadmap moving forward over the next 30 days. So with that, Stu, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the board.
In brief, in the first week and a half since the incident, we were able to collect information and interview the 6 principal participant agencies. We're pleased to say, even unlike other after-action reviews, this time we were provided transparent, full disclosure without hesitation or the need to get back to us. That's both county agencies and the plant. There was nothing other than an admission and an apology that the system did not work and meet the public's needs in this situation. Our key findings were that the delays to the public and the beach frontage system stemmed Sunday evening and into early morning, when the county's environmental health program was not effective due to multiple coincidences: mid-manager retirements, lacking succession planning, training, updated SOPs, and backup checklists. Early Monday morning through mid-afternoon, environmental health managers were playing catch-up to verify the fragment information they did have. In follow-up interviews, as the supervisors already stated, everyone knew a spill of that size was an immediate closure event, and the public may not realize that it takes 24 hours to get biology test samples back. We concluded, much like Woolsey, the lessons learned are going to include siloed operations, single points of failure dependent upon one human with the prior training and experience being technically available to answer questions or to come up with other directions to staff, no use of the incident command system. We believe the plant notification process, while it met regulatory requirements to notify California OES, who notified the county's Office of Emergency Management and Health Services Agency, the process should also include an immediate parallel notification to the local city and county stakeholders, and we will have several recommendations on exactly what that process could look like between the plant and local government. Once the county departments are engaged, they should use the incident response system and principles, with Office of Emergency Services as well as the health department being the hub. 4 key recommendations. The notification process, in our opinion, needs a tiered alert system to denote severity, from very minor to we are now releasing, we're in the most severe state possible. That needs to include active communications and joint public information releases through the Unified Incident Management Team. Procedures in the health agency needs to be updated to prevent single point of failure by one person or a technology notification failure. In the next 4 weeks, we'll be working with both the agencies and the plant to establish some new interagency standard operating procedures and to encourage the full implementation of the incident command system and the use of the county emergency management unit as the hub of the wheel. We are still conducting follow-up interviews this week and next. We are still obtaining electronic incident records from all of the participants. So it will be a few more weeks before we can write a detailed timeline and take these broad recommendations into actionable specifics. Thank you very much.
Supervisor Hahn?
Okay, thank you for that overview of the report. So the first questions I'm going to have are for Dr. Ferrer. Dr. Ferrer, I read the report, and I urge my board members to read the report. We have so much reading, but the report is really very detailed on sort of what went wrong. I've read it, my staff has read it, and my questions are based clearly on the assumption that you've read the report too, Dr. Ferrer. First thing, in reading this report, I learned that at 8:11 p.m. on Sunday, July 11th, your environmental health team received an emergency spill alert from the California Office of Emergency Service that a massive discharge had occurred. This email was forwarded to the on-call strike team at 8:24 p.m., and 2 inspectors arrived at the plant at approximately 9:30 p.m. The inspectors were aware that a major incident was underway, saw significant flooding in the plant, and reported what they saw to their team's supervisor and another inspector in the Recreation Waters program. One of the key findings of this report is that the person receiving those after-hours call from the field inspectors, as the report said, a second or third level choice, not trained enough for the role, and then was absent for critical hours. All late notifications they determined stem from this single point of failure. So my question is, Why was this, as they refer to it, second or third level choice person on duty as the supervisor that night?
Yeah, thank you so much, Supervisor. And I want to start, by apologizing both to the board and to the public for our failures at the Department of Public Health in responding appropriately to this really disastrous incident. And there aren't any excuses. There were multiple failures. Most of them have already been fixed. I want to also thank Citygate Associates, their counsel and advice on immediately making some corrections we've taken and will we'll continue to implement all of their recommendations. There were lots of failures, including the one you noted, where the person who was responding after hours, and this is an on-call schedule assignment, failed to process this concern that was raised appropriately. So there are training issues that we're improving. We're also creating a different level of on-call supervision and support, making sure that now our 4 branch directors are actually rotating on call so that there's redundancy and there never can be a failure like this again. I don't think it helps the people who potentially could have been very hurt by this failure, except for us to apologize, sincerely for the failures, and to note that we have a long list based on the recommendations from Citygate and from our own internal review about changes that are being made. These include improving the training for the strike team so that they're also able to stay on top of the issue. Here we had the strike team referring to the recreational waters program, but in fact our strike team are our most well-trained folks, cross-trained on all kinds of issues, and this week they're also cross-trained on addressing water safety, requiring a level of communication with the director and the assistant director of the program, as noted by Citygate, that elevates all urgent response needs so that there is no longer any possibility that this gets stuck somewhere in our very large environmental health team without it immediately getting elevated to the management level for scrutiny and to ensure an appropriate response. We're also working again. I think the second issue that you didn't yet point out, but I know that Citygate did, is from the time our managers did know that something was seriously wrong and that the beaches needed to be closed, it took us 5 hours to actually execute on that closure. That's completely unacceptable as well. Won't ever happen again. Retraining both our communications team and our environmental team on what the appropriate operating procedures are.
Dr. Farrer, maybe you could let me just ask the questions. Sure. Okay. And I did want you to have my questions beforehand to make sure that you were prepared. And let me just say thank you for the apology. I think that just goes a long way to the public. And let me also say, I meant to say in my open remarks that Citygate also mentioned in their report that they found our Department of Public Health completely cooperative, not defensive, return phone calls, emails. They even said, not once did you say, let me get back to you. So they've really praised you for being cooperative. But if you'll just let me ask these questions, just so I can keep kind of straight. One of the things that they pointed out was the inspectors, right, that got a hold of their team supervisor, assured that nothing more at the plant was needed from them. And at this point, it was a major incident. I think anybody could have been standing in like knee-deep waste and sewage and water in the plant and not recognize that something bad was happening. Do you think these frontline inspectors were trained to recognize and respond to an emergency like this one? Do you think they were trained to recognize immediate beach closure event, which after the fact you all said it clearly was?
Yeah, I mean, again, I'm not sure that our strike team, which, you know, really is one of the best, I think, in the country at responding to like sort of the myriad of environmental health threats, has the adequate training. And that's why they're all getting trained now in really understanding better water emergencies. This is the one area where they relied very heavily on the staff at the Recreation Waters program. It's really the only area, but this week they were all cross-trained, including being able to take samples themselves and not wait for somebody else to show up to take water samples.
Right, excellent. Yeah, and it also showed that they had trouble getting a hold of someone at the Recreational Water Quality program who would have been the ones to decide to close that beach. Why do you think they had trouble getting a hold of someone in the Recreational Water Quality program that night?
I think, as Citygate noted, we didn't have redundancy built into the system, and we didn't have, I think, our team appropriately trained to elevate. So, you know, really in any kind of emergency, if you don't get hold of the first person you're supposed to contact, you got to go to the second person and then to the third person even. I mean, and that's why I'm saying, like, from now on, the branch directors are rotating 24-hour on call so that it's never like, you know, there's nobody prepared to take that call. There's nobody aware that they're on call at a higher level. We need at our highest levels to have people, particularly in environmental health, that can manage these emergencies so that if there's a failure with the first responder, you're not there just waiting for someone to call you back or not having anybody call you back at all. So we want the team both trained about how to escalate on the calls to make sure you reach somebody both on the calls. And, you know, I think it was noted by Citygate as well, like we were relying a lot on an email system. That's another failure in our operating procedures that needed to get fixed. We have to really, you know, people have to be able to call, but in order for those calls to work, you actually have to have a call system that's set up where people are going to be able to respond. They know that they're on for that, you know, overnight shift in particular. And then you, as the person doing the reporting or as the first responder on the scene, can escalate if you're not getting a response from the first person you've been told to connect to.
And I think one of the other big issues was, you know, once the department leadership found out about this incident kind of midday Monday, there was, I'm sure, a scramble for information. A lot of agencies began to get involved. Department of Beaches and Harbors, County Lifeguards, LA City Sanitation, City of El Segundo, all with different pieces of information. I know I was having a very difficult time getting to the truth of what happened. And I'm wondering why the incident command system wasn't activated, which would have initiated the countywide coordination and response systems for an incident like this.
I think, you know, again, here's something we have to like change in the standard operating procedures, but because we usually do beach closures as part of a normal response process, and we've never had an incident, frankly, of this magnitude in the county, we didn't have the right operating procedure there that would insist that this get elevated so that you could have activation of the incident command system. You know, in this situation, if we had been better about making sure we were appropriately notifying people early on, I think the city of LA would have initiated ICS as part of their response, since it really did involve, as you noted, multiple city, county, and state agencies. But again, I mean, the failure is on our part here. I don't want anybody to read this as like some other department should have like stood up ICS. In the absence of us elevating this in a timely way, that's why ICS didn't get stood up, either by the city or the county. It wasn't like those departments were somehow negligent. It was our inability to actually respond appropriately from the get-go.
that really, again, contributed to the failure then on the coordinated response.
Mm-hmm. You know, I know we are all obviously sympathetic to people who get ill. People are, you know, employees are allowed to get ill and not show up to work. But it was interesting that this report pointed out that one of the people that the inspectors reported to on Sunday night actually fell ill and did not end up reporting to work Monday morning. And on Monday morning, this 17 million gallon sewage spill was surprisingly not the focus of the leadership meetings in your department. All the meetings, all the emails, it was barely mentioned. Do you think there is any connection with that supervisor not showing up for work or being ill? And, you know.
Well, I totally think there's a connection, but I think more appropriately is an incident of this magnitude should have gone to a branch director immediately. You know, like in other words, the strike team should not have left without reaching one of our branch directors, which means that it would automatically have been raised at the early morning meeting, you know, the daily early morning meeting. So again, you know, we didn't have the right redundancy built in, and we also didn't have the right people notified of an environmental disaster event.
Do you remember, do you know exactly what time your department decided to close the beaches?
You know, what I've been told was that the beaches began to be closed by, you know, sort of our team at around noon that day. But it wasn't really, I mean, I think at about 11 o'clock, we started posting the beach closure signs. At 1 o'clock, the notification went to the lifeguards and to Beaches and Harbor. But everyone noted appropriately that it wasn't until like 5:30 that there actually was the advisory sent out to the public through our media channels. And again, there's no excuse for this. You know, it was just multiple failure on top of multiple failure that it took us that long. And it, you know, as I noted earlier, I mean, there are two areas, big areas where there were failures, and one of them was this communication to the public. I mean, we needed to close that beach right away, those beaches, but if you close them, nobody knows that you've closed them unless you do the appropriate communication. So in both areas, there was a failure on the part of this department.
Yes, I appreciate you admitting that, because, yeah, we were frustrated. I believe it was my tweet at 2:30 or something that finally was notifying the public that there, you know, had been a major spill and that we knew this many gallons were in the ocean. But it sounds like, I mean, one of my questions is going to be what actions are you undertaking to improve this? It sounds like you are taking a pretty deep dive. You're really looking at this incident, and already it sounds like you're putting in corrective actions within your department. And I agree, hopefully this is a once in a lifetime event. Again, I think we dodged a bullet a little bit as so far the testings for the beach have come back within normal levels. But really the thought of 17 million gallons of raw sewage being going out in that 1 mile pipe, not even the 5 mile pipe, really caused me great alarm. And I do know the after facts for the city of El Segundo have been horrendous. And I'm hoping your department will work with the residents just in terms of the odor and the public health impacts that something like just very, very strong odor can have on someone's well-being. And I will say, I also appreciate you. I know you were going door to door on Saturday, trying to get people vaccinated. When I tried to reach you, you know, to say, could you continue to test the waters? Because I had heard from the mayor of El Segundo that tertiary unit, which is that final unit that before the water is released into the ocean, didn't look as clear as it was. And we're all very concerned, Dr. Ferrer, that the equipment has not been back up and running. That plant is not at 100%, and we're worried at even the ability of it to treat sewage in a way, and clearly its odor suppressors have been broken. I mean, the whole plant was flooded. The equipment has been compromised. So I'm still really concerned about our public's health in the water and in the surrounding community of El Segundo. So I appreciated you really saying, absolutely, your team will continue to test. And I guess I would just ask to make sure that we know the results of those regular tests. And so not only the city, but any of those who will be visiting our beaches will know the results of your tests.
Oh, that's a great suggestion, Supervisor. I mean, we do release those test results publicly, but we didn't target the beach community. So I'll work with our team to make sure we're doing that. I've also asked our team to go do some door-to-door outreach starting tomorrow, just to let residents know where they can report continued bad odors. The offering from the city of LA to help with the mitigation against that, and also just to know how to get hold of our team to report complaints and problems. So they are going to be starting tomorrow with that door-to-door to the residents in the surrounding areas. Again, with our apologies for really inadequate response and no excuses.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Frere. I appreciate that. This was, and this will be good for all of us going forward on kind of shoring up our all of our systems in each and every one of our departments to respond to a major disaster. So thank you for that. I appreciate your response to this, Dr. Frere. I think that means a lot to the public. Let me just quickly go to Gary Jones and then quickly go to Chief Boitier. Gary, the report says that the Department of Beaches and Harbors was notified about a sewage spill at about 7 p.m. on Sunday evening, where sewage was spilling into the parking lot and apparently didn't reach the beach. Can you tell me a little bit about what your department knew about the problem at that point and why you didn't notify the lifeguards?
Yes, thank you, Supervisor Hahn. We became aware that Sunday evening around 7 o'clock that sewage was being discharged at the entrance to the Dockweiler parking lot on the Imperial Highway entrance, coming through a grate in the median at the frontage. The discharge was ponding in and around that area, and also some of it was flowing down towards the parking entrance kiosk and down along the curb toward the beach parking lot. We were able, through our contractor and also working with the city contractor, to contain that discharge before it reached the beach. And by early morning of the Monday, it had been fully contained and cleaned. We did not notify the lifeguards because it hadn't touched any area of the beach, and we felt that we had dealt with an isolated incident.
Yeah, I know, because that was one of the first reports I got. It was sort of like, for a lack of a better word, you guys kind of used a shot back down there, right? To like get it up. And you were, the good news you were reporting was it hadn't reached the beach, right? You contained it in the parking lot. When did Beaches and Harbors become aware that 17 million gallons of sewage had been discharged?
That was on the Monday early afternoon, I think, in the ongoing conversations and discussions that were taking place with us and lifeguards and also with your office, Supervisor. So that's when we became aware of the 17 million gallon number.
So in your mind, you thought it was just sort of a small spill. Would there have been anything that had triggered for Beaches and Harbors at that point to like think maybe it could have been bigger and, you know, figured out from the plant if there had been more, or did you really believe this was just a little small spill?
We believed that it was, well, we certainly did not in any way imagine the size of it. We believe that we had dealt with this village in an isolated way. We did. Our staff that attended that Sunday evening and were working with our vendor did hear anecdotal information coming through that there was flooding in the parking area at the plant, and that we knew that there was some issue, but we didn't know the level of that incident until it became more information became available as Monday progressed.
And anything you would put in place going forward that maybe would, short of, which should have happened, would have been a countywide incident command center. Short of that, going forward, is that something maybe you're going to reevaluate when you see even what you consider a small spill in a parking lot, that it could have much greater consequences?
Yes, I mean, we will certainly continue to work with OEM and Citygate and collaborate with the other departments involved. We do believe that there are certainly additional measures that we can put in place, certainly communication-wise. Our parking lots in the main are staffed through a vendor contract, and ensuring that the staff that is on site is fully aware of how immediately to notify our department of any future incidents such as this.
Thank you, Gary. Okay, my last question is for Chief Boitier. How did you first learn of this potential spill?
Good afternoon, Supervisor Hahn. So we initially found out from our lifeguard field personnel. They saw a Department of Public Health putting a sign in two of our lifeguard stations, one at lifeguard station Tower 60, just by El Segundo, and another one, Tower 47 at Dockweiler Beach. As soon as I was notified, I asked the lifeguards to ensure the public would stay out of the water. And so that was about around 12:10 p.m. on the July.
So the first way you heard about it was your lifeguard said, "Hey, somebody has put these beach closure signs on our towers."
Correct.
And did you have trouble at that point getting more information from Public Health Department?
Yes, we did try to contact all the phone numbers that we had, and we didn't. We made a contact with Public Health, and they said they were going to get back to us and give us more information. And it wasn't until probably 1 o'clock that one of the public health officials said, "Hey, there has been a major spill," and but we're just still trying to confirm from Public Health. Okay, so how what is the area that we're going to have to close the beach, so that didn't come officially until late in the day, about 5:30 in the afternoon.
Yeah, that's so disturbing. And when you and I talked a couple of weeks ago in the parking lot by the training facility, you told me how it is supposed to go down when the beaches need to be closed. Can you just you kind of explained to me in 3 easy steps, how should it work if Public Health needs to close a beach for an emergency situation? How does it usually work? Or how is it supposed to work?
There's 2 ways, right? One way is the lifeguards out there at the beach, so they witness or a spill or some kind of a strange smell. We generally would contact Public Health and say this is what has happened, and then would close the area of the spill. If something like this incident on the July 12th, we normally would receive a phone call from Public Health saying, there has been a spill, and they would recommend the beach closure area. And this has happened before because there has been discharge in the past into the Bologna Creek, And
Mhm.
we, I remember receiving calls from them and say, okay, we had so many thousand gallons of untreated spill into the Bologna Creek.
And then what do you do when you get that notification? Close the beach now. Then how do you go into action?
Well, what we'll do is we'll post the beach closure signs along the area that's recommended, and then we would notify beaches and harbors, and they would post signs of the parking lot so the public wouldn't come in.
Right. Well, thank you, and I appreciate again all of our lifeguards who are ready to spring into action when we need to close the beaches for an emergency. It didn't go down properly this time, but I know working together we will get this right, and our public's health depends on that. So thank you to everyone for answering my questions. Thank you to my colleagues for letting me do this. This was just such an important issue, not just for my residents. We have a lot of people from all over the county that use our beaches. In the summer, we have visitors from all over the country visiting our beaches. So thank you, Dr. Frere, particularly for your willingness to, admit failure, but also more importantly, for, really committed to changing what went wrong and making it better, and especially continue to test this water. Thank you so much. And also for your work with my city, El Segundo. They really are desperate for even more information and more confirmation about their health impacts. Thank you, Madam Chair. And I look forward to the report, the after action report back. I think that's also will be great. We're going to get that in 30 days. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Great. Thank you, Supervisor Hahn. A lot of good questions. And obviously it is important because many of our public do utilize your beaches out there. And this isn't the first time it's happened. So obviously we have to really have a good corrective action plan and notify the public as soon as possible. So thank you for that. And if there are no objections, on item 36, this report is received and filed. So that will be the order. Okay, members, we're on one of our last items here, and it's item 52F, the American Rescue Plan Fiscal Recovery Fund Spending Plan. This has been held by Supervisor Mitchell. I would like to, I believe Fezia Davenport, our CEO, will also provide us with an overview. She has a presentation to make. So Supervisor Mitchell, do you want to begin, or can we have Fezia go ahead and make her presentation?
Yes, Madam Chair, if she could present first, and based on her presentation, I may have questions. Not sure yet, but if she could present, that'd be great. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Fezia Davenport, you're on. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon, Supervisors. I have prepared a short PowerPoint that I will move through quickly, and the PowerPoint should be displayed on your screens. This is related, as the Madam Chair said, regarding Phase 1 of our American Rescue Plan. So as many of you already know, the county will receive approximately $1.9 billion in 2 equal installments under the American Rescue Plan. $975 million we received this past May, and we'll receive another $975 million in May of 2022. Our focus on the American Rescue Plan is slightly different than the focus under the CARES Act. You may recall that under CARES, a substantial amount of our funding was dedicated to trying to get through the health emergency, keeping as many people as possible as safe as possible. Under ARP, we seek to support residents, families, and small businesses and nonprofits as they traverse the bridge to recovery, while still keeping an active eye on the health response. Can we go to the next slide, please? The next slide shows you basically how we have arranged and developed our ARP plan. It is divided into 3 pillars. The first is equity-focused investments. There's a description under each one that I will not read. The second is building a bridge to an equitable recovery. And then the third is fiscal stability and social safety net. Can we go to the next slide, please? This slide talks about our first tier. The population, the target population for the first tier is identified on the screen. In this pillar, in our plan, we propose to fund approximately 37 programs totaling about $568 million. Those types of investments we have identified in this slide, but I'd just like to call out a few of them, and some of them you talked about today. One of them is the Guaranteed Basic Income Pilot. The other is our digital divide work that we started under CARES and that we'd like to finish up under ARP. And then other programs are programs that you also talked about earlier today, such as legal assistance for immigrants at risk of removal. Also, many of the programs funded in this pillar include our Care First investments, which are supported by the Alternatives to Incarceration Work Group that the board adopted last March of 2020. Those include things such as alternative crisis response, job programs for the reentry population, arts programming for justice-involved youth, and financial well-being and wealth building in low-income and immigrant communities. I'll go to the next slide. Slide 4, building a bridge to an equitable recovery. Again, the target population is identified on the screen and includes small businesses and those that have been hardest hit by the economic fallout from the pandemic. In this pillar, we propose to fund approximately 37 programs to support equity-focused investment at a cost of approximately $240 million. Highlights in this pillar includes support for tenants and homeowners, child care relief for providers, food assistance for families, and support for victims of domestic violence. I'll take the next slide. Page number 5, strategic pillar number 3, fiscal stability and the social safety net. The target population, again, is identified on the screen. In this pillar of our plan, we propose to fund approximately 9 programs totaling about $167 million. For this third and final pillar, highlights includes emergency funding for the public health response and funding for disaster service workers. We also include funding for hyperlocal media, which includes promotores, as well as other community-based outreach efforts. Turning to the next slide, slide number 6. I will not review, supervisors, all the information on this slide, but basically it shows you the 3 pillars that I just discussed, pillars 1, 2, and 3, as well as the amounts allocated under each and the programs that are highlighted under each pillar based on categorical levels. I'll take the next slide, please. Page 7. This slide basically shows you how each of the funding categories for each pillar, how they relate to each other. And as you can see, the equity-based investments at the amount of $568 million represents the lion's share of our Tranche 1 funding. I'll take the next slide, community investment highlights, page 8. Although I won't spend a lot of time on this slide essentially shows you how the ARP plan investments are in community-based organizations, in our Care First initiative, as well as our hyper-local and community-based outreach. And then moving on to our last 2 slides, supervisors, page 9, next slide. Putting our American Rescue Plan dollars to work. So the next 2 slides basically speaks to our next steps. For this particular slide, we have a lot of funding that needs to be deployed to those in need, and we can do that in a way that acknowledges the expertise of those boots on the ground organizations instrumental to helping us maintain our safety net services and our COVID-related interventions and supports. County departments will push out approximately $300 million to community-based organizations through partnerships or through direct funding. We also intend to use third-party administrators to also help us push out funding directly to community-based organizations. And lastly, the CEO will pull together a multidisciplinary team, which includes county council, auditor, controller, and members of our budget team to make sure that we stay on track with tracking the expenditure and the spend down of these funds. On April 20, and turning to the last slide, what's next? So this slide talks about our accountability dashboard and then our second phase of ARP funding, which we expect in May of 2022. But in terms of what's next, on April 20th and again on July 31st of this year, your board directed the CEO and county departments to employ an equity lens to deploy pandemic recovery funding and services. Our anti-racism, diversity, and inclusion initiative under the leadership of Dr. Scorza, in consultation with departments and stakeholders, has been working on a data-driven tool that can help departments develop, design, and implement plans for their ARP-funded programs using an equity lens. This is a complex endeavor, and it will not be a one metric fits all approach. Rather, we know that we will need a deeper and richer and more nuanced approach to our data sets. In developing this tool, we know that the tool will need to be multi-layered, and therefore, the Anti-Racism, Diversity, and Inclusion Initiative will establish certain baseline indicators such as poverty levels, rent burden areas, availability of financial services in communities or lack thereof, along with other indicators, some of which we have had the data for a very long time here in a county. And so the Anti-Racism Initiative intends to take those data factors and use them as a baseline. However, we will also look to the departments that are deploying these funds to help refine the metrics that are necessary, that are relevant, and have a close connection to the program or services to be delivered. We see the approach to implementing using an equity lens as a partnership with the departments. So as we eagerly await the next tranche of our ARP funding in May of 2022, and to continue building the bridge of recovery, we will also be building, developing, refining our own ARP equity tool that we hope will get better over time as we deploy these resources. That concludes my presentation, supervisors, and I would be happy to take any questions you may have.
Very much, Kezia, for that fine presentation. I'll turn now to Supervisor Holly Mitchell, who held the item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And yes, Madam CEO, thank you very much. The PowerPoint was gratifying to see. I just have to say initially that I'm very proud to be a member of a board of a county that is committing to putting these federal dollars into the hands of people who were impacted directly by COVID, and that we're not doing what some other local governments are doing, which is backfilling their general fund, but we are pushing these dollars out, working collaboratively with county departments and community-based organizations. So I thank you for that. I think you really answered my two questions, because the point I was going to raise is, yes, we've made the commitment that funding would follow an equity lens, but that's kind of the tip of the iceberg. You know, below sea level, when we get down to the real nitty-gritty, is making sure that when the departments get the monies, that the programs and services, that their program design and their delivery of service is also done with an equity lens and with equity metrics. So you mentioned that, that's great. The only piece I would add is your last slide that talks about your accountability dashboard. I want to make sure that the accountability dashboard reflects our equity goals too. So even accountability is measured with our commitment and these metrics that the departments will be developing around equity. It's not just we're going to fund based on that priority, but program design, service delivery, and our accountability metrics will follow that same line of thinking.
Thank you, Supervisor, for the for the comments. And yes, we are working with the departments. Some of the programs I think will be probably a little easier to design than others. I think some of the programs we will be able to readily identify not only what the North Star is, but what the relevant metrics are that we need to show as we progress towards on that journey. The other programs that maybe are a little more nuanced will probably require a little more time of Dr. Scorza from our Anti-Racism Diversity Initiative, as well as support from consultants and some of the partners that he is partnering with to help build out this tool. As I mentioned earlier, it is not a one matrix fits all approach, and it is iterative, and we hope to be able to add in layers based on the needs articulated by departments. And that goes for the accountability piece as well.
Thank you very much, and thanks, Madam Chair.
Hey, thank you. Thank you, Fezia, for the presentation. I was going to ask a lot of questions, but I just have a few that I would like to present to you. And one is to help clarify, perhaps given we know that ARP is different from last year's CARES Act funding, the major difference is that not every city received CARES funding. And the county, as you know, received CARES funding as well as the cities of Los Angeles and Long Beach. And because of that, the county was called on, in my opinion, to support residents not